My lovely audience. How's it going? Everybody having a good night? What's up, Cole? What's up, Tradozio, Crafter, Hero, Dragoness, Cole, Big Brain, Parziful. Oh my goodness, Crazy Moose. Crazy Moose coming in with the 10 gifted. Starting off the night hot, I see. Mona Lisa. What's up, Josh? What's up, Filthy? What's up? How are y'all doing? You guys having a good night? Is everybody feeling nice? Let's get a little bit of let's do a little bit of a warm up before we start. Okay. That's a pretty good warm up, I think. You guys all feel a little warmed up, or do we need to do it again? I feel warmed up. We'll do one more for the people that missed the first one. Get your nose ready first. Get your nose ready first. We're going to do a couple. We're going to do like 10. Okay, I did 13. And then we're going to do the head wrinkle. Okay. Okay. I feel good. Oh, my God. I feel ready. Calm down, lights. How's it going, lovely, lovely creatures of the realm? Oh, guys, check this out. Y'all were complaining that we didn't have a good applause before. Well, let me show y'all a new toy I have. Let's say thank you to Crazy Moose. Thanks, Crazy Moose, for the 10 gifted. It's pretty wild of you. Boom, applause. How's that? Is that better for everyone that was sad that it was just me clapping alone before? Is that a little bit better? I got some messages from people that were like, it's a little sad when it's just you clapping. I was like, fair. God damn it. When somebody gives you feedback that hurts a little bit, but you know is true, that's the hardest feedback to take a lot of the time. But it's also the most important of most of the time. Good rule of thumb for all my creators out there, all you lovely writers in Writerland, If somebody gives you a piece of feedback that hurts a little bit, I'm not saying you disagree with it. I'm saying it hurts a little bit. That means it's probably striking at something that you might want to address in your work. That's specifically related to your work. If that's about you, then you punch them in the nose and tell them to love you the way you are. But if it's about your art that you're making and you're asking for feedback on that art, then maybe think about it. If it's not asked for, or if it's about you as a person, again, just punch him in the nose. Okay? That clear? Everyone get that? I feel like there's this weird thing that happens a lot when we are in the feedback world where, like, it is much more appropriate to give harsh criticism in the art space if the person reaching out to you is seeking criticism than it is in, like, almost any other space. So there is a weird dissonance here where a lot of the times I feel like the thing that I say applies a lot to feedback in, like, a homebrew setting, but I kind of don't agree with it in, like, real life setting. And I don't know how much I need to clarify that or not. So here's me clarifying that one time. Okay? Okay, guys, I'm gonna bring in our friend Patrick Perini. Give me 1 second. I see him waiting patiently in the room. He actually is gonna be on camera tonight. Ooh, how exciting! How exciting! Let's get stuff set up audibly. Okay, Pat, are you on mic yet?
Yeah, it should be. How's it going?
It's good. Wait here. Let me fix this a little bit. 1 second. I got to do a minor amount of tech work, and I didn't do it beforehand because I'm stupid. Talk for a sec, Pat.
Howdy, chat. How you doing? Glad to see ya.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a face reveal. Big Brain 05 asking who I am. What a good question.
Who are you?
I'm trying to figure it out every day, man.
Oh my god, that's such a nerd bullshit. Okay, here, let me move some things around. Let me get you on the screen. Cool. So for folks that don't know who Patrick is my dungeon master. He is the guy that runs the game that I play in. That's Patrick.
Kind of like being the barber's barber, right? Like, you're not necessarily a better barber, but there's a recursion there somewhere.
Yeah, there's something there somewhere. Okay, where did I put this? I think it's near. Okay, I think this will be fine if I do this. I do this. Yeah, hey, there you are. Look at that handsome mug.
You're alive. We are real.
All right, I really hope this doesn't, like, destroy my computer. I don't think it will. I got a lot of windows open. All right, I'm putting you in the opposite corner of me.
Fantastic.
Patrick, face the direction you're going to face when you're reading the homebrew right now. That one? Okay, I'm going to switch you so you're looking like you're facing the middle. Nope. Now you're upside down.
Hold on. Perfect. Don't change it.
There you are. There you are. Okay, cool. Look at that. Now it looks like we're having a Now it looks like we're having a GD conversation.
Amazing.
Okay.
Amazing.
Let me just do a little bit more. Okay, now we got to get the fucking homebrew up. Where's the homebrew? What am I doing with my life? Okay.
Pull it up homebrew. I think that's what you said you were doing.
I had it set up before. All right, I'm gonna find it. I need to clean up my my screen. Everybody's being very patient right now, and I appreciate that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of love for the suspenders and glasses look. Which
you look like a Mennonite.
Yeah, right.
Now that I've made that connection, I cannot unmake it.
Listen, I'm not gonna be upset.
Okay. Oh, I see what's happening.
I'm on stream twice now. That's fun.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
Dragoness asked if he said suspenders, but if you try to vest, and unfortunately vests are copyrighted by Matt Mercer.
Shut up. They're copyrighted by Matt Mercer? Shut up. I love you, but come on now.
Yeah, I mean,
you silly. Okay, how does that look? That looks pretty good, right? For the screen?
Yeah, I think it looks great.
Okay.
That's a full wheel tonight.
Yeah, it's the on the nights that we have you know, have the open forum. It's a big wheel.
We love to see it.
All right. How's it going, everybody in chat? Can you guys hear Patrick okay?
Hello. How's my volume? Probably extant.
You can hear him fine? Okay, cool. All right, let's spin the... I'm gonna lower the background music just a little bit. I want you to be louder than it. Okay. Oh, so for folks... Oh, Patrick, you left. Why'd you leave? Did I do something? That might have been me.
Yeah, I think it was you. I don't know where I am in your computer space.
Uh-oh, I fucked something up.
There we go. Maybe.
I need you, like, here. There we go. Yeah, perfect. You're just gonna live over here. Okay. Now we can start. Oh, boy. What's up, chat? So for folks that... Oh, wait. I wanted to do something before we start, but that's fine. We'll let the wheel spin first. But, okay, so before we dive right in, first of all, Samuel plus game is going to be first. Before we dive right in, I want to do a minor reminder of, like, what we're doing here. So what we're doing here is we are reviewing Homebrew that you, the audience, submitted. And a key important aspect of that is the goal here is to critique the Homebrew. We're not really talking about the person at all. We're just trying to critique the Homebrew. And the best way to critique Homebrew is to try to understand what the person's goal is, and then work towards them accomplishing that goal. So, like, if, for example, somebody has an idea and it's clear they want to make a warlock that's all about flipping coins, and we want to... Any of the advice we give should be working towards that goal of flipping coins.
I want to help you build the best coin flipper.
Yes. And then the other thing that I want to say is the difference between good feedback and bad feedback is this doesn't work. Good feedback is this doesn't work because this is what I think and these are ways to make it work. So whenever we are giving feedback, we should be trying to give feedback in a way that we're trying to help, not just saying no and not giving explanation, because we're all trying to learn here. We're all growing together. So a key aspect of that is just being, yes, exactly, name. Perfect. Yeah, that is bad feedback. And there was one other thing I wanted to say, and I don't remember what it was, so I guess it doesn't matter that much, and if it comes up later, it'll come up later.
Yeah, that's how I live my entire life.
Yeah, so we got a pretty nice wheel today. I think we had 70 submissions. For folks that don't know, the other way to get reviewed on stream is to join my Patreon or to become a member, and you get access to the other wheel, which is the one that is more likely that I get through, because it usually only has around 20 submissions a week.
Cinder, I saw a question in the chat a minute ago that I think is an extraordinarily good question. What if someone is from a country that doesn't have YouTube memberships? Is there any other way?
Then you can join my Patreon.
There you go. There's the answer.
You can join my Patreon. And then if it doesn't have Patreon, I am sorry. I cannot help, and I apologize.
Yeah, there
I am
are
not,
only so many options.
I control a lot of geopolitics in a fantasy world that I run for my friends, but outside of that, I have very little control of geopolitics these days. These days. Back in the, like, 1720s, though. Peak. All right, so this is from Samuel Plus Gaming. This was heavily inspired by the Blood Mage from Dragon Age Origins. Don't really know what that is, but that's fine. I ultimately did my best to translate this to D&D while making it feel balanced. However, the main aspect of this subclass is inherently unbalanced. Okay, we'll get to that when we get to that, I guess.
Yeah.
So this is mainly a subclass to use in your campaign is okay with a little bit of unbalancedness. Well, I'm going to tell you, my friend, I am still going to judge it as if anybody wants to use it. So I'm not sure what sort of feedback you're looking for, but you're going to get it. This is a wizard subclass. Let's see what we're working with here. One thing that I want to point out also is that one thing that you will often find is you'll have an idea for something that you want to put in D&D and it doesn't really translate to D&D, and sometimes you just have to say that's okay. Doesn't always work. You can't always get it exactly it. You can't really play the Flash in D&D. You can be a really fast monk, but you can't really be the Flash. Things like that. Okay.
Are we getting a link in the chat?
No. Okay, fine. How many people asked for the link this time? If you ask for the link before here's what I'll say, chat. If you ask for the link, after I start talking about it and before I give it, you win a prize. But if you ask for it before it's reasonable for me to have given it, you lose a prize. All right. This is the
Prizes
school...
will be tallied at the end, and the lowest score will be executed.
Yeah. Baba, no, you cannot have the link for the next one now, but I do wish I had that capability. Many focus on the preservation of life. Others focus on ruining it. You know otherwise. You know that it can be taken, harnessed, used. You have studied the power of blood itself and have learned to harness its power as your own and empower your magic with it. I will say the thing here that I have to say 1,000 times. This is the most common piece of feedback that I give for flavor text, which is start your flavor text with your description of the thing that you're talking about. Don't start your flavor text with a reminder that other things exist. The description of this subclass starts and ends with this sentence. Everything else is just leading you up to it. We shouldn't have to wait till the very end to get it. We should get it right from the start. So I would consider, if you make this sentence the opening sentence of this subclass and then write 2 more sentences after it, I bet it would be much more specific and flavorful. And that's my guess.
I agree.
I accept. Let's dive in. Pat, you sent me a DM. Is it one I need to check, or was it unrelated?
No.
Okay.
No, totally unrelated.
Blood sacrifice. Beginning when you select this school at 2nd level, you can sacrifice hit points to cast a spell up to the level you know currently at the cost of no spell slots. To determine how many hit points are...
Clunkily worded.
What'd you say?
That is clunkily worded.
I understood it, but...
I did too. I get the idea, but I feel like there's a cleaner way in there probably to tighten that up.
I think honestly the cleaner way to tighten that sentence up is to split it up into multiple sentences. So you would say, at beginning at 2nd level, you can sacrifice hit points to cast a spell, period. And then you explain the mechanic for the hit point loss, period. And then you say no spell slot. You split those 3 pieces of information into 3 different little sentences.
I think that's right. Right.
And then you wouldn't put the mathematics for determining the spell in parentheses. They're like the most important part. To determine how many hit points are expended, multiply the spell level by 10. Example, 1st level spells will cost 10 hit points, 2nd level spells will cost 20, 3rd level will cost 30. If this causes you to fall to 0 hit points, you fall unconscious after the spell is cast. Spells cast in this way use Constitution as a spellcasting modifier. You gain +1 Constitution up to a maximum of 20. If receiving a healing effect of any kind, whatever. I'm going to say it because I'm an idiot. It'll be a joke for later. It'll be an inside joke between you, me, and the people watching. Halve the effect of the heal rounded down. This does not apply to rests. And then the other feature at 2nd level is beginning at 2nd level, you can sacrifice 4 hit points to add 1d4 damage to any spell as force damage. This ability can stack up to 10d4. If this causes you to fall to 0 hit points, you fall unconscious after the spell is cast. Interesting. Patrick, do you have thoughts about these 2 2nd level features?
My thought is that this wizard subclass does seem to miss something that almost all wizards do get, which is a way to learn new spells more easily. Usually that is constrained to a specific school, like the School of Abjuration or the School of Conjuration. They take half the gold and I think half the time to copy spells down into their spell books. That's not required, but it's typical. And to replace something that is very sort of long in time scale and about progressing as a wizard with a straight up damage buff is very powerful. So that's worth considering. My second thought is that I don't know why you use Constitution as a spellcasting modifier. Like, I know why you thematically want to use Constitution as a spellcasting modifier, but I'm unconvinced that having to juggle 2 spellcasting modifiers is going to be fun. But that said, I like the idea of self-harm to trade off for spell slots. I think that's really interesting.
Cool. I agree with just about most of that. First of all, thank you, Cozy Matt, for the 5. So kind of you glorious beast. That was a little frighteningly loud. I apologize, chat. I'm still getting used to having a applause button.
You got to put the fear of God into him.
That's a little bit more appropriate. Okay, so here's my thoughts. My thoughts are, I agree that I like the idea of trying to think of a way to do hit points for casting more spells. I think that the issue that I have with this more than anything else is that you immediately make it much more powerful by making Constitution the spellcasting modifier. Getting to trade hit points for spells is already incredibly strong, and I can think of a lot of ways that you could sort of cheese this anyway, right?
Yeah.
Like, for example, you could use temporary hit points, and then you're just sacrificing those. You could, multi-class into fighter, or multi-class into anything, take the tough feat, become the dwarf that gets extra hit points, just go full con caster, and barely use your spell slots. Like, just use your spell slots for things that don't require attack rolls and saving throws, and use con for everything else, and you basically would have almost double, you'd have a lot more spells. So I think the way to, so I would drop the con casting also. And I think the way to balance it, honestly, other than that, is to cap how much you can use this feature. So basically, right, to make it like you have, it's almost like you have an extra, like you can do, like, so for example, keep the system if you want 10 hit points first level, etc., on. But then it's like, have it so you can only sacrifice 10 times your proficiency bonus number of hit points during a long rest. So at level 1, you can only use this feature twice for 2 first level spells. By the time you get 30 hit points, you could, but by the time you get to level 5, you could use it once for a 3rd level spell or twice for a 2nd and you know what I mean? Like you could sort of math it out that way, but limit the cap. I think limiting the cap is the big issue here.
The other thing that this approach that you're pitching does is it alleviates you having to half healing, which is you're sort of, it seems like you're sort of jamming that in at the end to accommodate exactly what Cinder's talking about, which is that you could set up a loop with a with a cleric or something, paladin, and just get so many free spell slots. If you're limited just to a number, right? You're limited to 20 hit points worth of this at first level, then you don't need to worry about whether or not they're healing, because they're probably not going to be going down from this. It's probably just going to be limited to the max cap.
I will say though, I've seen a lot of Constitution casters, and I think if you do turn this into a limited feature, I think it could. I think it could work. It's not far off. I don't love blood infusion in general. I feel like it probably speaks to something in the lore that I don't know. That would be my guess, because it does feel just kind of like more of the same. I almost want there to be something here that isn't related to specifically sacrificing hit points for a feature. I would love if there was a ribbon feature that rounded out this subclass in a different way. And maybe that's the way you interact with magic, like or like, maybe, I don't know about blood mages, but think of some way they can interact with spells in a unique way, or copy them in a unique way, or change them in a unique way. Something that is a little bit more I would say a little bit more of a ribbon feature, first of all, not quite as strong, but also just something that is different. Because it feels, it's not adding something new. And if you're trying to make something be a thing, I just don't see where this comes in. But I think blood sacrifice is solid. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Blood transfusion. Starting at 6th level. When touching a willing creature that has 2 or more hit points, you can transfer their hit points up to your maximum hit points. This transfer happens at a ratio of 2 to 1. You can also draw hit points from an unwilling creature if they are incapacitated, so long as they have 4 or more hit points. And then there's more math here. I'm going to skip the math because I don't think it's relevant to the feedback I'm going to give. Cannot be used to drop a creature to below 0 hit points. Targeted creature must have blood. A targeted creature must have blood. This doesn't affect constructs, elementals, undead, etc. This ability is not influenced by the healing penalty of blood sacrifice. I think that this is doing kind of the same issue that I had with the making Constitution your spellcasting modifier. Like I don't love the idea that at first level you get this crazy upside downside feature, and then the other levels just solve it.
Yeah. Yeah, you generally don't want to do that. You generally want to keep pushing on that upside downside if that's something that you want in your subclass.
Yeah, like I would love to see something else unique that you could do by sacrificing hit points at this level, as opposed to just a way to get hit points. Maybe, maybe you get some unique interactions with magic. Maybe there's a handful of, or maybe you you learn some blood-related spells like Vampiric Touch or something like that, and you can only, you use hit points to cast it, and it has some special feature to it. I don't know, something like that. But I would encourage you to use this as a level to give something else extra, and not just sort of fix the game that you create at the earlier set and at level 2.
Yeah.
Is there a cap on how much you can use Drain from a hostile, since I don't see any saves? It does not appear there is a cap.
You can't reduce them to 0 hit points.
Yeah, so you could slowly take down any creature in theory. I guess that's true. If you do want to stick to this feature, you should probably have a saving throw or a limit of use. I would make a limit of use anyway, but I am going to just say I would strongly encourage you to come up with something new for this level entirely.
Also, there's not that this is relevant, because I agree that you should come up with something new for this level entirely, but there is some vagueness around, like, you draw hit points from an unwilling creature. Is that 4 hit points per action? This just has a 4-to-1 ratio. So can I just take them down to 1 hit point on a single action?
Oh, that's true. I didn't even think about that. I just because I skipped the math.
There's no save there. There's no attack check. It just happens.
Yeah. There needs to be some serious limits on it if you are going to keep it, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But it's space that you could add something new, and the idea of the sacrificing health for spells is really strong. It's really strong. You said it's really strong. Part of what's making it overpowered is features like this that sort of just diminish the downside. Yeah, and there's no action economy. You need a attack. You need a action, bonus action, reaction, 10-minute ritual, something. Bloodburst at 10th level. Beginning at 10th level, you gain 3 uses of Bloodburst. You target one enemy within 60 feet of you, and cause their blood to burst out of their body, causing 1d12 piercing damage. This spell cannot be used with blood infusion, and instead you roll 1d6 for every 4 hit points you sacrifice, up to 6d6. So right off the bat, this isn't a spell, so you wouldn't call it a spell, so this wouldn't work with blood infusion anyway. Second of all, similar to the last ability, there's no attack roll, there's no saving throw, there's a range, but we need to know how this interacts with what the creature can do to stop this. And there also is no action or bonus action. There's no action economy. And action economy is, if you don't have action economy, people don't know, we don't know how it works. And that's hugely determines how powerful a feature is. If you're going to have the dice go up, I mean, honestly, 1d12 at level 10 is pretty weak. So I probably would up this damage and then scale it slower. And the other thing is you're going to put the uses at the end. So you're going to say what it does. You're going to, you'll say this, you'll say all this stuff. And then at the end, you'll say, once you use this feature 3 times, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. You'll put that at the end. Whenever you're giving an ability, that's how it works. It's the flavor text, the meat, the resource. That is the order of operations here. In terms of what the feature actually does, I'm not sure what this is adding to the flavor of this class, other than just more damage.
Yeah.
When I
will also... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you first.
I was just going to say, total aside, but I will also say I'm seeing a couple of places here, 15th level, 20th level, and then the next feature gets 17th level, 20th level increments. I don't believe wizards get increments at those levels, and features that increment need to increment at subclass feature grant levels. So rangers, when they get their damage bump, it's at 3rd level and then at 11th, always, because they get a 3rd level feature and an 11th level feature. If the class doesn't get a feature at that level, this isn't, first of all, it won't work in D&D Beyond in their automated system, and then second of all, it's not the way the game is supposed to work.
Do fighters, when they get their increases to stuff, is that on levels that they get levels on?
I'm pretty sure fighters also do break some of these rules.
Okay. But I agree.
yeah,
I
pretty
mean,
sure.
my main feedback here though is
Yes.
I would say is what is the goal? Like, what do you want this to feel like? Do you want this to feel like you now have a unique feature where you can like hurt someone with their blood and make them pop? I think that's a cool idea. I would probably make it an area of effect thing where it's like there's a burst of blood out of them, and maybe it could do damage, but you could also think of other weird ways you could have that interact with things. It could frighten creatures around them, or it could blind creatures around them, or it could create like an area that is like slick and hard to fall through because there's just blood everywhere. But there's a lot of ways I think you could interpret like blood burst, and I would encourage you to move away from just straight damage. Let's look at 14th level. Starting at 14th level, you can, once per rest, again, put this at the end, force one target to perform an action such as moving, interacting with a simple object, or take one or attack one creature within range. The target must perform a Constitution saving throw. If the target succeeds, they take 1d8 force damage. If they fail, they are under the effects of Blood Puppet. So here, you're going to want to... People don't perform saving throws. They make saving throws, so make sure you fix that language. You're going to want to range on this, and you're going to need this in the action economy. What are you doing here? Is this an action? Is this a bonus action, etc.?
Yeah.
And I'm fine with them if succeeding, taking 1d8 force damage. I think that's cool. And then I would say if they fail, I wouldn't say they're under the effects of the Blood Puppet. This is where I would put what happens. So it's like if they fail, you can force them to take... you can force the action that they take on their next turn, and it must be one of the following. Interact with an object, attack one creature, etc., whatever you want it to be. I would not have that increase at higher levels. I would probably just make it be the one creature thing in general, depending on how powerful you made it. But going back to what Pat said, it's not common for wizard features to like scale like this, and I don't think it makes sense to do so here. Targeted creature must have blood. Yeah. So that's my main feedback. I think there's a couple things that are going on here that I really like. I think the basic idea is a lot of fun. I really like the core idea behind Blood Puppet, and I like the core idea behind Blood Sacrifice. I think what you need to do now is you need to work on filling out the middle and trying to like squeeze in, like, fill in the cracks and smooth out the edges is what I would say. Yeah, like a buffed command would make sense.
Think about other things that this does, and Blood Puppet is a step in this right direction, but other things that this does that aren't just reducing or transferring hit points, because there are a lot of pillars of play, and damage is a big one, but it shouldn't be the only one, especially for a wizard. That's going to lead to some dry wizardry.
Yes. And we don't want dry wizardry. We want moist.
Nobody wants a dry wizardry.
We want moist wizardry.
Yes.
Right, Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Nobody likes a dry wizard, you know?
All right, everybody calm down. All right, let's anyway, let's give a round of applause to Samuel Plus Gaming. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Samuel, for sharing your piece. We appreciate it. Love to have you on the show. Thank you for sharing. All right. And let's give her a spin again.
Round and round she goes.
You scared me for a second. Your voice was different. Like, who the fuck is that? Who's that guy? Oh, next is I'm a Moron.
Ooh.
One of our mods. This is one of our mods. One of our lovely mods. Still working on a big project, Cinder. I don't have another piece to share, but I hope what I can show will be cool. What? Okay, so there is something happening in the Discord, Pat, that I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But I keep getting these messages like this. Like these cryptic puzzles. And I'm not sure.
I'm kind of into this. It's sort of an ARG.
No, it's not. There's nothing. I mean, it's good. It's just I don't know what it is. Like, what's going on here?
I see art. That's definitely there. There's definitely some art.
Who are these guys?
Skeleton. Yeah, not sure what's going on with those guys. They seem to be having a great time,
Link. Sorry, here. Link. Sorry.
You guys really want the link to the
I'm linking
inscrutable PNG?
So I don't know what's going on here. I recognize this little guy. He's sort of like the turtle from Kung Fu Panda.
Okay.
And these are all. There's like a bunch of death and coral. This looks like my grandpa right here.
Yeah.
And then there's some mystical people. I don't know who knows. Anyway, strange times we live. Strange times we live in.
Moron, do you need to talk? Are you good?
Anyway, big thank you for that. Crazy Moose gets
Crazy
it.
Moose pays it.
I like Crazy
Apparently,
Moose. If you
Crazy
get
Moose
it, let
is
us know.
Smarter than us.
Oh, I'm not a smart. I've never claimed to be a smart man.
A sea turtle race. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can
that
see
might make sense. A sea turtle.
The round caveman doesn't really do it for me for that though.
Uh-oh. It's time for Z Morning Star.
Not a Morning Star. Not B. We have gone all the way to Z.
Let's see.
Morning Star.
Let's see what Z Morning Star has to share.
The ultimate Morning Star.
Hey, Cinder, these are lineages. I want you to look at Drakeborn. Are the player options too powerful or too much for a lineage? I wrote all of the lineage in 2 hours, so this is a first draft. No flavor text. All right, so Drakeborn, I'm just going to assume that's like a dragon person. That's what we're going for here.
I mean,
assuming.
My first question, we haven't seen this yet, but my first question is, why does the Dragonborn not do what you need it to do here? That's what I'm curious about.
We'll see. That is, I mean, that's a noble question. Good Sir Patrick. Look, I put the link in before you. Fuck you, Ivory.
Ooh.
I destroy you.
Get fucked.
I destroy you. Well, I posted it before I saw it, and that's all. That's how I'm counting.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
All right. No, my link is before they said link. You didn't say. You were not first. Yeah, you lose
first
a prize.
To lose. First to lose.
It's literally there. It's there. Mine is first. You think you're so cool with your Ive and your Ori. Well, listen here, buckaroo. You are pretty cool. Okay, let's check out the Drakeborn. So these are different than Dragonborn. So we're going to try to figure out why as we read it. You get ability scores, ancestral legacy. If you replace a race with this lineage, you can keep the following elements of the race. Any resistances, any skills you gain from it, any fly, climb, speed, etc. If you don't have those elements, you would choose... Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I don't know why this would be an ancestral legacy race. The only things that get things like this are when you are a transformed race, like the Reborn or the Hexblood.
Cinder.
Yes?
Are we just looking at the Drakeborn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, a chat just caught up for me, and I wanted to make sure. It looked like you were still on the Elementals.
No, don't trust anything but your heart, Patrick.
Yeah, truly.
But if you're making an ancestral race,
yeah, I agree.
I don't think this makes sense to be this. And if you're worried about this being too powerful, this is a great place where it could be too powerful, because I could just decide my original race is something that has some of these features and just stack them. So I feel like unless this is like a dragon vampire, then I would encourage you against having this feature, unless there's like a reason for it in lore of your home game that I don't know what it is. Okay, you're a dragon. That's fun. I like dragons. You're medium or small. You got 30-foot walking speed. You have advantage against being charmed and frightened, and magic can't put you to sleep. So this... Now, I'm going to just point something out here. This is the same as Fey Ancestry, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it exactly the same?
I believe so. I believe so.
If this is not exactly the same as Fey Ancestry plus frightened, so if you want this... So here's what I would say. I would remove the charmed feature. I would remove charmed. Because don't make it just Fey Ancestry but better. Make it Draconic Mind. Make it dragon specific. You could still do magic can't put you to sleep because that's weird and rare, but I would just drop charmed and keep frightened.
Yeah.
Draconic Anatomy. When you gain this lineage, you choose one of the following. You either gain resistance to fire, acid, lightning, or poison damage. You deal additional damage equal to half your proficiency bonus when you make a melee attack. The damage is the same as this resistance. Or you gain one of these types, and you can change it after a long rest. Or you gain one of these types. Okay, so a couple things here. This is not balanced well. This is pretty good. This is very good. This is bad. These damage types are rarer, meaning that gaining resistance to them is way less strong. So this feature here, where you're picking the common damage types, resisting these is much better. It's much better as a character to have resistance to fire damage or lightning damage than it is thunder damage or psychic damage. So if you're... these are better damages to deal because they're less resisted, but they are actually weaker. The other thing that I'm going to say is dealing extra damage on every hit is a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. I would drop that, and I would maybe make it you could do it your constitution number of times per day. Something like that. But you got to limit it if you're going to give that feature.
I mean, I will say it is half your proficiency bonus, so it's 1 point of damage up to 3.
It's still every single hit. You have to think about the long term of the game here a little bit.
Sure.
This is something you're getting at level 1, and you have the whole game. This is one of your longest features. So it's just 1 hit on every attack, but it's 1 on every attack. So like that
it's also a magical damage type right away, which is not nothing.
So I think that what I would do here is I would completely, if I were you, I would probably drop these extra bonuses, and I would split the damage types into chromatic, metallic, and gem, and whichever one you pick gives you, like, you can, if you want to do fire, acid, or lightning, pick chromatic. If you want to do poison, pick metallic, and then gem, do the weird ones. But it's a lot. If you're gonna give options, you can't stack the deck so hard in one favor. And then you get something else called Worm's Legacy. Hydra. You also choose one of these. Hydra. You have advantage on all intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throws of your choice.
So presumably you pick one of those 3 at the start of building your character? Okay.
Yes. That's Hydra. Wyvern is you have a fly speed of 20 feet, or your fly speed increases by 10 feet. Serpent has you can breathe underwater, and you have a 40-foot swim speed. Forbidden Union is when you deal damage, you can change the damage type to half of one of your resistances and half the other. I would probably drop that feature. Coatl, you are immune to scrying and any effect that would sense your emotion, read your thought, or detect your location. So these are all really strong too. The 20-foot fly speed is, and the swim speed is probably the weakest. And then I would say the 20-foot fly speed and I don't know. Here's what I would do. Honestly, I think that these are too many options here overall. I would probably have it like this. At first level, you get one of these 3, and then at 5th level, you pick one of these 3, sort of like the Simic hybrid, where they don't get all these options at level 1. They get some at level 1 and then some at level 5. So you can make these stronger ones kind of behind a paywall, basically, of 4 levels. And then the other thing is I think you got to tone these things down a little bit. Getting advantage on all of a type of saving throw is a lot, especially if we're already getting advantage on stuff here from Charmed and Frightened and things like that. It's just a lot. So I feel like you got to think of another way to incorporate the idea of many heads if you want to do that. But also you might just want to just cut this one out. The Coatl one, I think I like the idea quite a bit, but I think you got to make it so instead of being immune, you have like advantage on a checks to against these things, because most of these things require a saving throw anyway, or a contested skill check. So giving your character advantage on those things, I think, would be fine. But yeah, those are my thoughts overall. I think that I like the idea of like a dragon that you kind of build the type of draconic creature person that they are. I think that's a lot of fun. I also want to say though, I do feel like this doesn't really feel unique until these features. So I almost want to encourage you to figure out how to lean less into the traditional Dragonborn stuff and more into the weird Worm Legacy stuff, because that's where it feels unique to me, and that's what I would lean into. So I would I mean, I don't want to tell you to change everything, but I would almost say drop Dragon's Anatomy entirely and then come in with Worm's Lineage at level 1, tone it back a little bit, and then if you want to do something else at a higher level, maybe do that. But that would be my suggestion.
I would strongly second that because and I think that is in absence of having any more specific recommendations, because I still sort of question what the intent of the piece is. Like, what is this trying to do that Dragonborn doesn't already more or less do, other than just kind of like be a different way to interpret dragons? And I think if you clarify that in flavor text or wherever you want to sort of clarify your thinking there, it may help you lead to how you can differentiate it a little bit more from the Dragonborn, because as it stands now, it's sort of just the Dragonborn with Worm's Legacy. And you probably want to figure out what's distinct, what's unique about this that you could lean into.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Thank you for sharing. This is
Always.
I like the my vote again is lean into the weird different types of dragon stuff. Let's give a round of applause for our Z Morningstar. Thank you, love it. I need to remind I remember the other thing I need to remind people of. There is a new rule for the Homebrew Review, and I posted it in the Discord, but I need to just say it here because we got a couple people watching now. You should not submit a piece more than once. The only time you should submit a redraft of a piece moving forward is if the redraft is so dramatically different that over 75% of the piece is changed. It's not fun, I think, for stream to watch a piece reviewed 4 or 5 times, 3, 4 times.
Yeah.
Like, it starts to become annoying. I don't remember what things are new or not, so I often don't even repeat the stuff.
Yeah.
That rule is not applied for this week because you guys didn't know that, but I'm just telling you for now moving forward.
Yeah.
And if you're like, but hey, what if my piece needs a lot of work? I totally get that, but that's a good reason to work on your piece and get it as good as you can with the resources you have before you submit it. So in the future, if you have a first draft that you're not 100% sure of yet, but you want to submit, I would strongly encourage you to post it in the Discord, into the peer review channels, and then get it up to snuff before you submit it. Because once I look at it once, I'm probably not going to look at it again. If I see a piece that's a redraft and I'm feeling like it's too similar to the last one, I'm probably just going to say, thank you, this is too close to the last one. I don't really have anything new to say. And if I do look at a new piece and it is or a redraft and it is dramatically different, that will unquestionably be the last time I look at it, regardless of changes after that. Because at a certain point, I feel like I'm here to be your guide. I'm not here to be your editor. And I want to make sure that I want to start to build that culture a little bit more. Y'all should be each other's editors. Okay, rant over. Let's spin the wheel. Yeah, the Discord's
What do you think
great.
it's gonna be? The Discord's phenomenal. I get help with my stuff all the time, honestly.
Violet, pronounced Violet.
I definitely would have pronounced that Volt. So thank you for the guide.
I love a good pronunciation.
Hell yeah.
This is from Violet. Hi, Cinder. This is my first time submitting Homebrew to your stream. Welcome, welcome. And it also happens to be my first ever Homebrew. Very exciting. Chat, be nice. I'm gonna burp. Oh, I did. Oh, it was unsatisfying. It's like half of it's caught in my chest. Okay, there it is. I'm fairly new to this homebrewing. I made this a month ago, so I'm curious to hear external professional feedback. Oh shoot, am I not a? Am I? When do I become a professional?
When you start getting paid, which you are currently being paid.
All right, so
because you have members.
Okay, I accept reluctantly. For the first time, thanks for checking out my piece. You're very welcome. Let's take a look. Thank you for calling me a professional. Holy moly. I don't know how to respond to that other than awkwardness.
Now you have to have standards.
Oh, the Warlock, the Spider Queen. We have somebody. We have somebody in our Discord who goes by Amber, who is gonna love this piece. They are basically the biggest Lolth simp this side of the Mississippi. I'm making our heads a little bit smaller so that I can making our heads a little bit smaller, Patrick. Don't be sad. Okay.
Honestly, it's fine.
Did I link it in the chat? I did. I beat you. Okay, Ivory, you win, but you posted it. You were a little early, but you win your point back. Phil loses a point. Who's keeping? You guys are keeping track, right? The prize is at the end, Ivory, and the mods are keeping track of the points. Right? I'm just kidding. Nobody's keeping track of anything. We're doing whose line is it anyway rules. Okay, this is Violet's piece. First of all, Violet, I'm just going to point out something here. For a first piece, really nice formatting. Really nice
Incredible
formatting.
art. Like, very solid.
Very, very nice. So, you know, give yourself a big ups there. One of the things that is important if you want to make homebrew that goes out into the world is making people want to click on it. And a big part of making people want to click on it is making pretty art. Is it annoying that ends up being what matters most? Sometimes. But let's read it anyway, because we are here. I didn't finish my thought. I translated half in the middle. That's fine. Spider Queen! You have woven a pact with an otherworldly weaver, a crafty spider-like entity that exerts its influence not with teeth, claw, or fist, but with thread. Such entities may focus on spreading their dominion over the world until it is blanketed in silvery silk. Others may simply wish to protect their precious, delicate homelands with cunning traps and fortified structures, feasting on all who trespass and are caught. This sentence is a little long. I would probably end it at structures and just ignore this last part. The other thing that I'm going to say is just cut. You can keep this out. Keep this if you want, but cut out this whole middle paragraph. You don't need it. Flavor text is solid. I don't think you need this much, but I'll read it anyway. But I think you could cut this out. Perhaps you were foolish enough to step in your patron's sticky. Yeah. I don't want to read this. This is good. Do this. Do this. We don't need more of this. We got enough here. Sometimes too much writing can kick you in the butt by accident. Yep. And I feel like you are already doing something that most people. You already are stepping over a mistake that most people make, which is you start with exactly what the piece is, which is lovely. That being said, this is 2 sentences, so break it up, make it more sentences. I'm realizing. Okay, let's look at what spells we get. Entangle, Snare, Rope Trick.
I'm sorry, Cinder. I have to drag you back to the
Sure.
patron suggestions because they are gold.
Lolth, Spider Queen, Arcane the Weaver, Anansi the Trickster, Utu the Goddess of Weaving, a name I'm not going to try to pronounce, and Peter Parker the Spider-Man. Okay, yes, those are very good. I apologize for skipping that. We have Entangle and Snare, Rope Trick and Web, Glyph of Warding Slow, Giant Insect, Grasping Vine, Contagion, Insect Plague. I got no complaints. This is a solid.
I also appears as a silk thread. What a great way in 5 words to make a spell feel extraordinarily flavorful.
Yeah, very solid. Now, I am immediately trepidatious because I see a first level feature that's half a page long.
Uh-huh.
And I'm wondering if it needs to be this many words. Let's see. Eldritch Weaver. Some of those spells don't scale well with packed slots. That's true, but I don't know how much that matters because at the end of the day, your expanded spell list for a warlock is almost, unfortunately, an afterthought. Like, if you look at expanded spell lists for any warlocks, a lot of them don't scale. They really are there to help fill out the flavor 99% of the time. Don't get me wrong, there are ones that scale. There are a lot that do scale, but I don't think they all need to. I think the fact that these are very, very on brand with vibe matters a little bit more here. It is a good point, though. Because of the way that warlock spell slots work, if you give them access to spells that scale, those spells are inherently going to be a little stronger. So it is a good point to be made. Okay, Eldritch Weaver. You can magically conjure incredibly sturdy silk. You have a capacity of silk equal to 20 feet plus an additional 10 feet of silk capacity for every warlock level. Each use of your silk is always rounded up to the nearest 10 feet. Your silk recharges to full capacity after every long rest. Okay, so we have... I think... Are we about to be Spider-Man? That's my question.
I think so, yeah.
All right, let's see. As a bonus action, choose any 2 objects, creatures, or points on a solid surface that you can see within 60 feet of you that are not obstructed from each other. You can create a thread of spider silk affixed to both points, provided you have enough silk capacity. Creatures targeted by this feature must make a dex saving throw against your warlock spell save DC to avoid being stuck. On a success, the end of the thread simply dangles or rests in place. Creatures can willingly fail this save. So far, I like this a lot. Let's keep going. I want to see. There's a couple things that I think need work on here, but this is a good example of a feature that's taking up a lot of space that feels like it actually needs it. This is just clear instruction. If I'm reading a feature and I'm 2 paragraphs deep and they're long paragraphs and I want to keep reading, I feel like that is a good sign for the piece's readability, because I am a bad reader. As soon as something gets chunky, I have a hard time reading it. So let's keep going. I'm curious. Let's keep going. Creatures stuck to your silk in this way can still move, but cannot move in a manner that stretches your silk any longer than its initial length, unless it is able to drag the opposing affixed point. Any creature attached to the silk can spend their action to break free with a successful strength athletics check against your warlock spell save DC. Once broken free, the silk simply dangles or rests in place. Each thread of silk can hold up to 500 pounds individually before breaking. They have an AC of 12 plus your charisma modifier and hit points equal to your warlock level plus your charisma modifier. I'd probably just make them equal to your warlock level for the hit points of the thread. The silk is flammable, has vulnerability to slashing damage. It should have vulnerability to fire as well. And has immunity to psychic and poison. Reducing the silk to 0 causes the whole thread to vanish. Any conjured silk vanishes at the end of your next long rest. As a bonus action or reaction, you can also choose one of your conjured silk threads to instantly vanish, freeing any objects or creatures set within. Alternatively, you can simply conjure the silk thread as raw material for use. Basically, you can make it as a rope, too. Okay, so I really like this feature conceptually. I see one problem with it, and I don't know how to change that problem, but I have one problem with it. The one problem I have is that the way that it's currently written, basically at level 1, you have 30 feet of this. And then every level after that, you get another 10 feet, which is cool. But I'm wondering is if you only use it in short bursts, meaning you only use 10 feet bursts, that's a lot of being able to anchor creatures to points or creatures to each other. And I wonder if that is too many abilities of doing that. At level 1, you can do that 3 times. At level 4, 4 times 5, 5. You can basically... basically, you can do it like... By level 5, this feature you could basically use to grapple creatures to point... Basically, it's a 60-foot grapple. What is that? 8 times. Is that too much?
I really don't think so. And I really don't think so because of the AC and hit points, which I have a recommendation for how you could maybe do.
Because you could also just choose to attack it instead of...
You just cut it. You just cut it every time.
Yeah.
And an AC of, what would that realistically be? Maximum 17. That's pretty good, but the hit points are pretty low, especially if you're dropping the con mod.
Yeah. Okay.
Another way that you could do this to bring this in, and I think a way that would make it a little bit less fiddly, because I'm gonna be honest, I really don't want to track hit points for ropes. It's just have it have an AC of 12 plus your charisma modifier and 1 hit point.
Yeah.
If they break a 17, it snaps.
Echo Knight style.
Yep.
Yeah, that would make sense too. Somebody said possible exploit is 5 feet to lock someone in place. The minimum
you can't use 5 feet.
You have to use 10 feet.
Yeah.
Even if you only use 5 feet, it still counts as 10 feet. And it's still just a one-person grapple, which is not that crazy if you're doing it that way. So I think that's really kind of okay. It's not restrained. It's just grapple, right?
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah, so... Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. And I also really like that you can tie it from things to things.
This is one of those things that, like...
That's cool.
So
I like it. I really like this feature.
It's really cool. I mean, my single point of feedback beyond the hit point thing is playtest this. See if it's fun. See if it actually plays fluidly at a table, because you're at that point. There is enough here that it is genuinely worth actually putting it into the field.
Yeah, it's really neat. It's really neat. The only thing I'm sad about is it's not web slinging, but it's powerful, so you don't want to add web slinging on top of it. I wouldn't.
A solid surface within 60 feet, you could put this 60 feet above you, and you're on the other end, and then climb it.
Yeah, but that's not slinging.
True.
That's climbing.
Well, yeah, all right, I accept. You can't retract it.
Yeah, you can't zip.
You can't. What you can do though is you can use this as a like a
pendulum,
kind of George of the Jungle style vine. Yeah, right.
The fun part about that is you will probably end up taking fall damage, but who cares?
Who gives a shit? It's
okay.
So
Let's look at the other first level feature. Silk Walk. While you are traversing your own silk, you can travel on it. Interesting. You might want to clarify that you don't need. Okay. You're already doing the thing I was going to ask. I'll just read it. While you're traversing your own silk, your movement speed increases by 10 feet. You gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed, and you automatically succeed on dexterity acrobatics checks to traverse the silk. While you are in contact with your silk, you know the exact location of any other creature in contact with the same thread. Cool. Okay.
That
cool. Answers 80% of the questions. We're still not web slinging, but that's okay. This is a perfect example of that's not the goal here, so I need to get over myself, and I will.
I mean,
behold,
you do kind of get web slinging by getting a climb speed equal to your move speed and a 10-foot bonus to your move speed.
That's true.
You're quick. You're quick
on it. You're quick on it.
Yeah,
I like it. I think it's fun. Okay, let's look at sticky coding at 6th level. Your spider silk has become more potent. Creatures coming in contact with your silk at any point during their turn must also make a dex saving throw against your warlock spell save DC or become stuck to your silk as well. A creature can willingly fail this save. Loose objects automatically get stuck to your silk on contact. Creatures stuck in your silk this way can still move, but can't move in a manner that stretches your silk. Okay. As a bonus action or reaction, you can disable or re-enable the stickiness. While you're in contact with your own silk, at any point in time, you can choose whether or not you stick to the silk. This feels a little off for me as a 6th level warlock feature. Usually, the 6th level feature for warlocks is a little bit more utility defense. But what I'm going to say here is because this initial feature is so utility, what I would encourage you to do here is make something that is a less utility. This is all utility battlefield control. I would encourage you to, if you want to keep this sort of feature, keep it, but put it later and make it stronger. But I would encourage you to do something here that is a little bit more defensive for you, or a little bit more, I want to say like combat action oriented, but I actually think, I think defensive is maybe the move here. Something to help you feel more spidery that isn't just silk. Like, what else does a spider have? Maybe you get some sort of cool reaction to avoid stuff because you got spider senses. Maybe some way to add like venom to your stuff, or some alternative ways to sense things or to see things. I would branch in those directions. So we're not just a silk boy. We are a silk boy plus other things. Cocoon. Funnily enough, that would be kind of fun. You build a cocoon for yourself. Really quickly.
That could be cool. I will also say just a little thing, technical thing. As a bonus action or reaction, your reaction needs a trigger, a reaction that you can take when.
That is true. So you can't just automatically have it be a reaction that you can do whenever. That is a really good point. There needs to be a trigger to what would proc that reaction. And honestly, if I were you, any of the things that allow the web to disappear as a reaction, I would drop. And I would only make it work as a bonus action to disengage it.
I agree.
It'll make it a little less strong, but I actually think that's okay and maybe appropriate.
Better. Maybe a good idea, yeah.
Let's look at add your charisma modifier to spells that do acid and poison damage. That's an interesting idea. It would certainly encourage you to take some more spidery stuff. All right, let's look at the 10th level feature, Grasp of the Spider Queen. Your silk becomes retractable if originating from your body. You can now use your silk in the following manner. As an action, choose one creature or loose object that you can see within 30 feet of you, weighing no more than your silk's weight. Support limit, creatures must make a dex saving throw against your warlock. DC on a failed save, you conjure a thread of silk between you and them, and the target is pulled up to within 5 feet of you. And then as an action, you can choose one point on a solid surface that you can see. And to support yourself, you conjure the thread and instantly pull yourself. Oh, so you get web slinging. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I think these are fine. I think these are good. This is a logical growth of the web. We're going to see what happens at 14th level, but I do think that, like, if anything, I like this feature a lot. I would just drop the 6th one. Initially, I said put the 6th level one at level here, but I think we just drop the 6th level one if I were you.
So you think 10th is currently pretty balanced to be the 6th level feature?
Kinda, maybe.
Yeah, it's a little tough to say because it's so utility.
I like it though. It could also be the 10th. I think it fits as either, but I also think that you might, there might need to be a certain. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Sounds like this should be a strength save. Oh, it should definitely be a strength save. I agree. It's a dex save. It should definitely be a strength save for sure.
Agreed.
Who said that? That was a good idea. Master Roxas.
Jay brings up a pretty good point, which is this is pretty dang cool, but it feels like I might need to look up creature weights more than I would like to. Which again, this is where my earlier feedback I think comes into echo. Like, you've just got to play it, right? You're introducing a new subsystem to the game, right? You're introducing web slinging as a game loop, and that's really cool and really ambitious, and no amount of reading the text will ever tell you how it feels. You have to just play it.
Also, you could also do it by creature size if you didn't want to do it by weight.
That may very well be a way.
It's a lot easier to keep track of in D&D. Let's look at the Arcane manifest. You are now able to manifest aspects of your patron.
Cinder, I think that's probably arachnid. Is it?
What did I say? I said Arcanid?
Arcanid. Which I'm not sure what that is, but it sounds arcane.
Sorry, that was sometimes I you know how when you speak a lot of languages and you're speaking in a language that's not your first language, you like mix up words?
Sure.
That was
yeah,
one of those.
Absolutely.
I slipped.
Happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
I speak English and I screw it up all the time because English is not my first language.
Yeah, I was speaking quadrant 4 English. I think this is quadrant 2 English.
Exactly.
Arachnid manifest. You are now able to manifest an aspect of your patron, the Spider Queen, on your own body. As a bonus action, you can transform for 10 minutes, causing 4 large arachnid limbs to protrude from your back. You gain the following benefits while transformed. You can climb on all sorts of things. You get more movement. You ignore difficult terrain. Once per turn, no action required. I don't love no action required things. Let's see what it is. Your arachnoid limbs can do one of the following without involving your normal limbs. You can grapple a target within 10 feet of you, produce silk. They can utilize any of the features of this subclass. That's cool. Make an unarmed strike against a creature within 10 feet of you. Unarmed strikes with your arachnid limbs deal piercing damage equal to 1d6 plus your charisma modifier. Manipulate an object. Okay, after transforming, you can't do it again until you finish a long rest. A couple things here. I probably would lower the things that this could do. I would probably not give it. I feel like I don't want the limbs to give you so many. It's a lot of options. I probably would drop either the grapple or the attack. I like the using the subclass features. I like the manipulate the object. But yeah, I would probably drop the grapple or the attack, or I would make it one feature where it's like it's an attack roll that can grapple, and then you can only grapple a certain number of creatures at a time with it. The other thing is I probably would lower it to 1 minute. 10 minutes feels like a lot for how powerful this is, because it's just gonna ramp up how much action economy you have.
I don't dislike the no action required though.
I actually think it works here. I think it works here because it makes sense that it's like you're not really doing it; it's happening on your turn. I mean, there's an element of me that wants you to put it into the action economy where it's like it happens at the beginning of your turn, where it's like you sort of have to decide when you're using it, but maybe that doesn't matter.
It's just Grey Mage asks, is it 4 limbs to do an individual action, or is it just one action? It's one of these per turn.
Yeah, I think
so
it's just
once
one
per
of
turn,
these.
you do one of these, is how it's written, which I think is right.
Zeke says, I feel like getting the limbs at 6th level could be some defensive capabilities. Maybe.
True.
I think it depends on how
Potentially.
you incorporated it. But for a first subclass, this is a really solid. I really like it.
Yeah.
I think you got some stuff to clean up, and a couple places you can build it out. But yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Warlock Spider Queen.
There are invocations. I doubt we're going to take a look at those.
We are not going to.
Yep. Good on you for doing invocations. Those are always fun to see with the work.
Thank you so much for sharing. Let's give a big round of applause for Violet. Yeah, if there's ever something where there's a lot of pieces, we usually just read one of the pieces. We don't read a lot of stuff. Thank you very much, Violet. First time sharer.
I gotta say, that was one of those rare instances where I feel like a subclass is doing something very unique from what I've seen out in the universe, and doing so in a fairly well articulated way, right? Like that was nicely polished, but also it was different, and that's always good to see. Agree.
How long does this stream usually last? Well, it started when the first wave crashed against the first beach, and I think it will end when like there's only 3 or 4 stars left in the sky. No, we'll go for a couple hours. Pauline is next. Pauline says a few rules changes to boost 2-weapon fighting. Dual wielder is supposed to be about on par with Great Weapon Master and Sharpshooter. I'd be curious to know if you think the fighting style improvement is too much. The thing that you have to keep in mind about Great Weapon Master and Sharpshooter is that they are strong because they have a massive downside. So I'm curious to see if you will build this in the same way as they have been built. They also both weirdly come with some serious limitations where the Great Weapon Master, you're never like... You got to be up close. It's got to be a strength weapon. It really only works with a very specific build, and Sharpshooter is kind of the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Dual wielding, you can kind of be both at the same time in general. That's one, and you can target multiple creatures and stuff. So there's elements of dual wielder that are pretty strong on their own. Oops, I'm clicking the wrong stuff. Ivory, you asked for the link too early. I was in the middle of talking, so you lose whatever point you had. Oh, you just lost another point. Damn. Ivory, Ivory's down a bunch of points. That's too bad. That's too bad. Okay, 2-weapon fighting. Let's see what this new 2-weapon fighting has. 2-weapon fighting style. When you engage in 2-weapon fighting, you can add your ability modifier damage to the additional attack. Additionally, this attack no longer requires a bonus action to use.
Wait, hold on.
It just means you get 3 attacks with an attack action, or 2 you just get an extra free attack action as part of the attack action if you're doing 2-weapon fighting. There is a problem with this. That's too much free. That's too much free.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
If your question is, dude, I don't care if Ivory unsubs. That's fine. If you're gonna unsub because you lose points, I'm all about it, baby. Perfect. You know what? I'll make you even more excited to unsub. I'll mute you so you can't talk for a couple minutes. There you go. So yeah, I'm feeling like the getting the extra attack was a little bit too hard swinging in the other direction for free. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's not. Okay, Cinder, help me understand something here. What is the context of this? Because I feel like this is an ongoing project. Maybe this is not the first time you've seen this.
I have not. No, I've never seen this before.
Is what's wrong with the extant 2-weapon fighting style?
They said that it's not strong enough, and they want it to be a little stronger.
Interesting.
Do you disagree with the core conceit?
I think I do, right? I think I do. I think 2-weapon fighting is potentially very strong, especially. Let me look this up before I speak, because I want to be sure that I remember.
What are you looking up?
What it does. 2-weapon fighting.
It's exactly this, except it requires a bonus action.
Yeah.
It's the main thing 2-weapon fighting style normally does is just make it so you get to add your damage modifier to that bonus action attack. The thing that comes into play here that we need to keep in mind is there are a lot of additional features that can be triggered on that extra attack, and that extra attack is also just an extra chance to attack in general. So
Yeah.
if you have a magic weapon like a flame tongue dagger, that extra attack is extra powerful because it's a bunch of extra dice going on top of it. If you miss with those first attacks, you can still attempt that third attack. And that's where a lot of the power is. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't think this is the solution to fixing two-weapon fighting. I don't know if I feel like two-weapon fighting is busted. I feel like it has. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that big of an issue with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's the thing is, great weapon fighting and sharpshooter were presented as things to balance around here, right? Which is a little confusing to me because this is the other thing that I was looking up. Sharpshooter is not a fighting style. Great weapon fighting is, and I would say two-weapon fighting and great weapon fighting are pretty close, probably, in terms of balance.
Great weapon fighting also isn't that strong.
Yeah, well, they're not feats.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, they're not feats. They're fighting styles.
Sharpshooter's a feat. Sharpshooter is instead of an ability.
That's true. I wasn't even thinking about it like that.
Right?
Even if
like,
they went great
balance
weapon,
this around
but even if they went great weapon master, or great weapon master, that's true. They're feats, so you shouldn't balance it against a feat. If anything, I would say the weakest of the fighting styles is great weapon fighting. You reroll a 1 or a 2 on the damage. That's it.
That's literally it.
So,
and it also has to have the two-handed or versatile property, which is a limiter on top of it.
Yeah. So yeah, little overstrong. At 11th level, you can attack 3 times whenever you take the attack action on your turn. Additionally, when you engage in two-weapon fighting, you can make 2 attacks instead of 1. Again, this is just more of this, and I don't think it's the move.
Let's reframe here, Cinder. Let me ask you a question. This whole thing, does this feel like it sits in a better pocket if this is a feat you can take instead of an ASI?
If it was a feat you could take, then I think it would make more sense, but I still disagree with getting a whole extra attack as a feat.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think if you were to take a feat that was two-weapon fighting oriented, it would be like add a +2 to your AC whenever you have 2 weapons, right? Like
it would be something like that, or it would be like when you make that bonus action attack, you can choose to take away from the attack roll to add damage, or maybe it just adds a little bit flat damage, like that bonus action extra attack. It doesn't have the damage penalty, and it does half your proficiency bonus rounded down damage in addition, or something. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Great weapon fighting allowing you to reroll 1s and 2s on a divine smite is a very specific situation, and it does not change my mind about great weapon fighting not being good. All right. Dual wielder, +1 to your AC. You can deal extra. So it's basically the same as dual wielder, except you can make double opportunity attacks and you can deal more damage. Yeah, I think you just went too hard. I think you just went too hard in the other direction.
You know what? I will say, actually, somehow getting double opportunity attacks is interesting to me.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't necessarily know if it fits within the two-weapon fighting style, but like as an independent feature, with a prerequisite of having taken two-weapon fighting, being able to get 2 opportunity attacks on a turn, or being able to make 2 attacks on an opportunity attack, is interesting to me, because that's such a narrow use case, and it's so constrained that it could be a cool extension of that flavor.
I think that of all of the things that are added here, now that you're saying that, I actually like. Yeah, I agree. I think that is maybe the one to keep. But I don't feel like the extra damage, and I don't think the extra attacks are the move.
No, I agree.
It's one of those things where it's like you really want to be the whirling dervish, and I get that. But D&D is really not designed for a whirling dervish, unfortunately. Like you have, or you have to make those extra attacks like way limited in how they function to not account for like if they're being made with magic weapons, or if you can add smites on top of all of them, or whatever, things like that.
I come back to Steelwind Strike as a great example of like how do you do that anime style like whirling around the battlefield type thing. You just make it a spell, and it's not an attack, and it doesn't use your weapon.
Yeah. All right, Pauline, thank you very much. Thank you for the piece. We appreciate it. We appreciate you. Good luck on your journey to make dual weapon fighting stronger.
Yeah.
Ivory, if all I can do is give you a villain arc, then I can die a happy man. That's my fucking audience. Thank you, Master. Put them in their place. If you're gonna come at me with good grammar, dude. Master.
That's funny.
That's the perfect response. That's the perfect response. Master wins. Master wins.
That's funny.
Master, you get like 12 points for that one. Okay. Shy Tai says, I'm currently working on a full rework of 5e, and this is something to help me relax. I am going to disappoint you so much with the amount I'm going to look at, because I am going to look at almost... Oh, it's just a subclass?
I mean, they might be working on a full rework of 5e over time, and this is a small part, I hope.
Okay, I'll look at a subclass. I thought I was about to start looking at some, like,
full rework of 5e,
why is the document so fucking big? Make it smaller. There we go. Okay.
Fighter subclass. Interesting.
All right. So this is a fighter subclass. Kindled. Some individuals' magic is powered. Power is learned through countless hundreds of hours of study. So, oh look, here's a bunch of things that it's not.
It's not. Yeah, you're doing it again.
Without guidance,
yeah.
Where do we start talking about the subclass? I'm just not going to read any of the part before we get to it.
But others worship. But what? These individuals whose body was either not ready or willing to accept magic, have their bodies and souls torn asunder and burned by the weave. About halfway down.
So this is where your flavor text starts. None of this is helpful. It's not good writing to start your piece with, here's all the things that your piece isn't. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not the move. So, erase all this. Start here. See how it feels. So we're like a Burny boy. We're burning. We're magical that burns. All right, let's see. We have cursed mana. Starting at 3rd level, your soul is set alight. Cursed by the weave to perpetually burn. As a bonus action, you may stoke, don't say may, say can, you can stoke the flames, granting you the following benefits for the next minute. You produce bright light. That's really big bright light for level 3. Yeah. It's not bad. I mean, it's not too strong, but that's like, it's big. When you make a weapon attack against the creature for the first time each turn, you deal additional fire damage equal to your proficiency modifier. I would say once per turn when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, because this means it will happen every new creature you hit, and I don't think that should be the case. I think it should just happen once on your turn. So I would change this to once on your turn. When you deal fire damage to a creature from any source, don't say may, say can, you can attempt to spread your curse up through the flames. That creature must succeed on a charisma saving throw against your class DC. We don't have a class DC, so I'm assuming that's something that you're adding in your compendium, but you should put that here so we know what it is. Taking additional fire damage from the first attack. What? The creature must succeed on a DC or take an additional 1d4 fire damage from the first attack made against each turn.
Each turn.
Of the damaging
so
creatures.
It takes. So you're basically buffing attacks at it for a while.
I would probably drop this part. What I would probably do is I would probably allow you to set the creature ablaze. So like when you hit them, they can make a saving throw or they catch on fire. And then you just use the being on fire mechanic, where it's like they take a certain amount of damage at the start of each of their turns. And then they or another creature can use their action to put the fire out. I would maybe have the dice of that increase if you wanted to. But I would also make that limited in use. I wouldn't make that every time you hit a creature or even once per turn. I would make this like, I almost want to say that this should be a separate feature that you can just use a certain number of times per day.
Frankly, I think it's a little over the top. I think that you're already, because again, this is a fighter, and we have to think about this again. Assuming that this is base 5e and not some weird homebrew rework of 5e that we are unfamiliar with, you're working against a backdrop of everything that a fighter currently gets by 3rd level. So you already have action surge, you already have second wind, you're already probably using a fairly high damage dealing weapon. And fighters really aren't built to output a large amount of magic damage this kind of early in the game. Especially because you get to use this by 3rd level twice, this 1 minute feature twice per day. Excuse me, twice per short rest.
Oh, I didn't realize it was twice per short rest. Yeah, that's pretty strong. I would probably make it a once per short rest if you were going to make it per short rest, or a certain number of times per day. But yeah, I see that. Making you set people on fire is pretty strong. It's also not the only 3rd level feature we get. So let's look at Seared to the Mind. Also 3rd level. At 3rd level, the events of your cursing seared into your mind. The arcane truth. You gain proficiency in the Arcana skill. If you're already proficient in it, don't say may. You can gain proficiency in one of these other skills. Your curse, that's a lot. I would lower those. I would make them all brain skills. I would drop acrobatics, athletics. I would probably make it like history, religion would be the other 2 options. Maybe history, religion, nature.
Yeah, nature seems right. Yeah.
Your curse has also seared into your eyes the ability to see the strands of the weave. That's a very awkward sentence. I would also say your curse has now seared. I would probably say you can now see. I would probably just say also due to your curse. I don't know. That's just an awkwardly worded sentence. Your curse has also seared into your mind the ability to see strands of the weave. I don't know. Maybe it's fine.
Strands of the weave have been seared into your eyes by your curse.
Yeah, what Patrick just said. That's the move. Until the end of your next turn, as an action, you can focus on these strands. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any undead, dragon, elemental, fey, aberration, construct, magical object, or spellcasting creature within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. You do not learn the creature's identities, though you do get a general description of the creature and or object's physical appearance. You can use this. I'm just translating for you. You can use this feature a number of times per day equal to your proficiency bonus, after which you must finish a short or long rest to use it again.
Yeah, this 3rd level feature, which is sort of positioned as a ribbon feature on top of Curse of Mana for a 3rd level for a subclass, is more powerful than a whole ass paladin class feature.
Yeah, 1 second. What's up, TTRPG Torio? We still got to figure out a time to get you on stream and or for me to do something on your show. Okay, sorry. Had to say hello. Yes, I agree. I feel like it is a lot, and it is, not only is it stronger than the Paladin Divine Sense, I think you get it more.
Yeah, it's straight up just way more powerful than Divine Sense, and more powerful than the Ranger's
Primeval Awareness. Well, the
Primeval Awareness, thank you.
The range on that's quite a bit bigger, though. That's like a mile or something.
Yeah, but still, I think it's this is if you were to reduce how frequently Cursed by Mana happens, drop the fire damage over time entirely from Cursed by Mana, and reduce Seared to the Mind down to just a couple of skill proficiencies, that would be, I think, a little closer to what a 3rd level fighter should be expecting.
I want to push back a little bit.
Please.
There is a part of this that I really like, which is that you can tell if a creature is a spellcasting creature.
That's cool. I like that a lot.
I would, if I were you, I would keep that. Whereas a bonus action or an action, you can activate it, and then you notice who the spellcasters are in a space. I think that is cool, and I would keep that because that's still also ties it back to what's this really about? It's fire and magic, right? So that's like the most of that in there. So I would probably keep that part if I were you.
Yeah, that's very cool. That's very cool. I like that a lot. But that should be a narrow range. It should be creatures you could see. It's the kind of thing where you pop it as a bonus action and you can tell who you can see is a spellcaster. They can't hide that secret from you. You're not automatically aware of where they are regardless.
Yeah, because at this point it's also detect magic too. Like I wouldn't have it proc magical items.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Let's look at 7th level. Starting at 7th level, your curse makes you far more effective as a warrior. When you use the Cursed by Mana feature, you gain one of the following additional benefits. That is this one.
3rd level. It's the first one, yeah.
You gain one of the following additional benefits. Okay. So you pick one.
An option.
Does that mean you pick one every turn, or does that mean you pick one at level 7 and that is which one you have? Think about that, writer, because I don't know.
That is vague. in the writing.
And if you pick each time you use the feature, this is a lot stronger. If at 7th level you pick one of these and that is what you have, then it will be more reasonable regardless of what it is, unless they're not that strong. The only, like if you want to have a feature that's modular where it can change every time you use it, you have to look at things like the Beast Barbarian 6th level feature, where the thing that you're changing is like a movement type. It's not a lot of things. Okay. So you can either get magical deconstruction. You can cast Dispel Magic using your Constitution modifier as your spellcasting modifier. You need to clarify like how often.
At will.
Is it at will? Yeah. Like how does this work? Like how does it work? Because is it once? Lash Out. You gain an amount of temporary hit points equal to your fighter level. You also can add +1 to your next saving throw of your choice. You can add +2 if the effect is induced by magic. I would drop all of the saving throw stuff and just do the temp. Just do the temp hit points. I also wouldn't call it Lash Out. I'd probably call it like stoked, like stoking the flame, like stoking the embers or something.
Hella stoked, bro.
Where it's like your fire is getting stoked up.
Yeah, sure.
Inner Flame.
100%.
You gain advantage on your next attack roll. Additionally, if the target is a creature, it must make a Wisdom saving throw against your class save DC or be frightened for 1 minute. As an action, the creature can make a Wisdom saving throw against your saving throw to resolve this and end the contest. Don't say resolve this. The way you want to write that is they can make a Wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, to no longer be frightened. You just want to say what it's doing. Additionally, you have learned to imbue your curse into weapons you're currently wielding. You can choose to have your weapon attacks deal fire damage instead of their normal damage type. This last one I think is fine. This needs a lot of clarification. I think that they all feel pretty strong. Traditionally, the 7th level fighting feature is usually actually not a super strong feature. It's not a weak feature, but they are often way more roleplay focused. Not all of them. The Psy Knight has some pretty strong ones. But I think that there's a lot of information missing here. It's like, how do these... I get that this one seems like it only is once, and it's the first time you activate your feature. This, I guess, is the same way. But then this one... it's just confusing. It's just confusing how these sit in the action economy.
You either need to be much clearer in your description, or you need to rein in the game design so that they're all very obviously a reactive sort of thing that happens as soon as you use the 3rd level feature, or both.
Brent Strange says, I can make a monk that goes 175 times faster than the speed of light. And here's what I will say. And I'm gonna say this, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. That is very fun for you, but it doesn't matter to anyone else. So I encourage you to be excited by your own ability to theory craft, but no one will ever want to play with that, and no dungeon master would ever allow that. It's kind of like saying, like, I caught a really big fish. It's like, okay, buddy, So power to you, but I am much more impressed in the ability to create interesting ideas that make a game work and be more fun. If a character was like, here's how I can make a character that moves faster than the speed of light, I'd be like, cool, that's a really fun idea. I'm not allowing them into my campaign. It's fun for you if you're playing Skyrim. I don't think it would be fun for me. It wouldn't be fun if I was playing and one of my co-players had a character that could move faster than the speed of light. I would not want to play in that game. That's like somebody left a comment on one of my videos being like, what if we did a campaign where I could turn into a dragon and then the campaign was about turning me back? I'd be like, that's cool if you can find a group of people that are comfortable playing characters that are essentially sidekicks to a dragon where their plot doesn't really matter and the thing that is on their team is 100 times stronger than them. Okay, let's keep it moving. Will of Fire. At 10th level, your inner flame burns so brightly that creatures accustomed to the heat quake in fear of you. Fire damage dealt...
No comma there.
Really? Creatures accustomed to the heat quake in fear of you?
It's an awkwardly worded sentence, but creatures accustomed to the heat is a dependent clause that is not separated by a comma here. There'd be a comma splice. It's just an awkward sentence.
Gotcha. Okay, let's make that
creatures
sentence.
accustomed to the heat is like acting as a nominative phrase.
Yeah. Okay, I see. Excuse me, I apologize. Fire damage dealt by you. Don't say that. Say whenever you deal fire damage, it ignores resistance and deals half damage to creatures that are immune to fire damage. All right, I think that's actually fine.
Is that the whole 10th level feature? Okay.
Yes, it is, and I think it's fine.
Cool.
I think what they're and I see a lot of classes that do this, where they build a class around an elemental type, and then they try to bake in a feature that overcomes resistances or immunities. And there is no easy way to write it, unfortunately. Everyone tries differently. It always is going to sound awkward.
This is honestly fine.
I think it's fine
this
too.
Was pretty well written.
I probably would. This is just me, but I don't like making creatures that are immune to a damage type resistant to that damage type. I get the idea of creatures that are resistant, not losing that resistance, but there's something about a creature that is immune making me feel like I can't logically in my brain make fire damage hurt a fire elemental. That might be something that is more of like a home game thing for me and not necessarily like a rule that you need to follow for advice in your writing, but it is something when I'm running my home games that I avoid. But that really is just me, and you definitely don't need to agree with that part. But I think overall, I think it's a solid 10th level feature.
If you absolutely wanted to push against that, you could do something like creatures that are immune to fire damage take half of the damage as psychic damage, and then you're sort of sidestepping that problem. And yeah, theoretically they could be immune to both, and then you're just hosed. But like, that's a way that you could work to get around that. Is you focus on the maddening arcane fire that is burning behind your eyes.
Okay, yeah, I like that. I'm a Moron said that there was some clue in the opening letters of the crazy thing they posted. Oh god, what kind of fucking nightmare are you about to take me on? Then at 15th level we have, hey, my cousin, the Lord of Cinders. At 15th level, when your effectiveness against the weave, at 15th level, drop the when. Your effectiveness against the weave greatly improves. Once per day as a reaction when you are forced to make a saving throw. Don't say you may. You can have your curse erupt from your body. This eruption has a radius of 10 feet. Creatures of your choice within range of this eruption must make a dex saving throw against your class DC or take 3d10 fire damage, half as much on the success. If a magical creature, you need to determine what that means. I would say creatures with spellcasting fails this saving throw. They can't use any of their magical abilities for the next round. You don't measure things in round. You would say until the end of their next turn is how I would phrase that. Additionally, hostile creatures within 5 feet of you have disadvantage on concentration checks. You also have advantage on saving throws to avoid magic effects. Dude, there's a little bit too much squeezed in here. I would drop this last part entirely because this is like 2 whole other features squeezed in. This one is also really strong. And then the other thing is this needs limited use. I would make this like a once per short rest thing, or once, I wouldn't have you always be able to do this because then you can essentially stun. Oh, it's once per. Oh, I see.
Per day.
It's once per day.
Yeah.
The problem is you have to put the once per day at the end. That's why I was getting confused. Might be.
So
I think this is
just
fine.
An explosion. It's an explosion for 3d10 fire damage?
No, but it turns off casting. It turns off
Yeah.
casting. That's the main thing.
Yeah, that's a big one for sure.
Yeah. The 3d10 damage is good because it shouldn't be that high because it's turning off casting, which is so strong.
100%. Yeah.
At 18th level, your curse as well as you have reached an absolute maximum. That's such an awkward sentence. I would just say at 18th level, you now have complete dominion over your curse and your soul or something like that. When a creature right in the present tense, when a creature deals fire damage. Oh no, I'm sorry.
No,
I got confused.
I
understand.
It's when you deal fire damage to a creature.
Yeah, when you deal fire damage to a creature.
Oh wait, hold on. All right, hold on. Give me a second. We could parse this.
No, it's actually right. When a creature, it's a creature that
it's another one of those nominative phrases. A creature dealt fire damage by you within the last 24 hours is like a whole.
No, but it should be like
this.
this. When a creature When a creature that you've dealt fire damage to dies within 24 hours. Something like that.
No. Yeah, but closer. So I think whenever a creature that you have dealt fire damage to within the last 24 hours, dies, you may have the creature's soul be consumed. You can have the creature's soul be consumed. And its connection to the weave severed. There's a lot of passive voice in this.
Yeah, I would not say you can. I wouldn't say
but...
you may have that creature's soul be consumed. I would say you can consume that creature's soul and sever their connection to the weave. That's how I would phrase that. So it's more active. You don't want a lot of to be verbs. To be is like am, is, are, be, been. You don't want any. You want to get rid of those as much as you can. It's going to make your writing better. A creature that dies this way does not go to any afterlife. Instead staying trapped inside your body, not to be released until your death. When you consume a creature's soul this way, you gain 2d8 temporary hit points. When you slay a creature that is deeply connected to the weave, that's kind of unclear what that means.
Yeah, no clue what that
you
means.
regain 2d8 temporary hit points and in addition to restoring 2d8 hit 1d. There's okay.
So whenever you kill something,
there's such an easier way to write this.
Yeah.
I would just say whenever you kill a creature, you gain 2d8 temporary hit points.
Well, they're trying to make this a window where it's like if you deal fire damage to it and then like 20 hours later it gets into a bar fight and dies.
But that's annoying for the dungeon master. That's not going to work well. Make it stronger and make it more active. I would say whenever you kill a creature, you can consume their soul, burning it up. You gain 2d8 temporary hit points. If that creature was a spellcaster, maybe you gain 4d8 temporary hit points or something like that. That's okay. It's not that strong for an 18th level feature, if I'm being honest.
No, it's really not. I also just, it feels a little
because 10 points
like,
don't stack.
No, they don't. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like this is 2d8 is higher, but in theory, this is really not that different from the Shadow Monks. What is it? The 3rd level feature?
You mean the the Fiend Warlock does this? The Fiend Warlock and not the Shadow Monk, the Grave Monk, the
Grave Monk. Thank you.
Both the Grave Monk and the Warlock and the Fiend Warlock do this. It's a good opportunity to make it be something else, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Especially because it's 18th level, right?
Yeah.
Way of the Long Death. Their 3rd level feature is this, basically.
Yeah.
It's not 2d8. But it is your wisdom modifier plus your monk level, so by 18th level, it's probably actually better.
And the Fiend Warlock is the same. It's it's something plus your
I mean, if you're gonna leave Soul Furnace in place, it's got to be like a number of temporary hit points equal to like their number of hit die or their number of hit die times their con mod or something. It's got to be big. 2d8 is 8. 2d8 is 8 temporary hit points.
Yeah. Hey, I submitted a piece, and I changed a lot. Can you skip it next week if you get me? I will not remember. So no. You'll have to remind me in the Discord. I will most likely not remember. I'm not, I apologize. You'll have to reach out another way. Write it in the technical questions in the Discord. Okay, thank you, Shy Ty. Thank you. Let's hear it for Shy Ty.
It's like a Mai Tai. But,
But shy.
Not good at public speaking.
God. Let's see who's next. Grenade. This is either someone else named Grenade or one of my really early followers.
Oh, that's fun.
I don't know.
It is just a common noun.
It is. Hello, Mr. Cinda in chat, and welcome to Ganko's Training Dojo. I would be glad whenever if this is you're taking me to, is this going to be One Piece? I hope it's not. I would be glad if you can take a look at this second subclass. Presented this in Compendium, the Oath of the Arcane Paladin, page 2 and 3, depending on how you see it. A paladin is a half-orc fighter. This paladin is a half-wizard. Okay? Also, I'm one of the EU boys and can rarely watch the full stream. It would be really cool if someone could ping me on the Discord. If somebody wants to ping him in the Discord, go ahead.
I don't think it's One Piece. I don't think it's One Piece.
Well, we are in a good direction then.
I can't find anything called Ganko's Dojo on the internet.
If I'm looking at something that has some sort of what's it called when you take a person's culture and make it your own in a way that people don't like?
Appropriation.
When I have something that's Asian appropriation, if it's One Piece, I really am not gonna like it. Okay, let's see. Ganko's training dojo. This is Paladin Oath of Arcana. So here we go. We're looking at the second one in the document. No flavor text. But we know that the goal is a wizard paladin. You learn additional spells. Let's see what the spells are. We get shield, magic missile, web, see invisibility, haste, counterspell, locate creature, dimension door, pass wall, force, wall of force. Okay, couple things here. I would not give them haste and counterspell. I would pick one of the two. Haste is really strong on a paladin. I understand counterspell, but if you're gonna stick with that, I would probably go in a different direction than haste for the other third level spell. I also feel like I'm wondering if there's stuff that feels more wizard than pass wall. Wall of Force kind of makes sense, but Wall of Force is another one of those where it's just so strong that I might encourage you to think of something like, maybe go like scrying or something that is more of the wizardly side of wizards as opposed to the more smashy.
I think an interesting challenge to try to figure out how to use, because again, paladin spells, like many bonus spell lists, are a really powerful tool to sell the thematics. And honestly, that's where a lot of theming comes from for Paladin, because they're very rigorous in what their features need to be able to do. And it's tough to sell the idea of a wizard when a wizard is the spells they've chosen. Right? Like, wizards are very, possibly more than any other class in D&D, wizards are variable. Based on what spells you choose to learn.
Do you think that this... Yeah, and I picked my nose on stream, deal with it. Do you think that if you were to pick a spell list for wizard spells, how do you feel about this one?
It's not awful, but it really does feel like they kind of just picked the most famous spells, which is probably right. But
it's also...
Is that...
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that actually selling? It's almost selling a metafiction where it's like the wizardiest wizard is the one from the D&D movie.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's also just a very strong spell list. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's a lot of power here.
Well, and I think
Shield
that's
is really good on a paladin.
100%.
Like, shockingly good.
I think that's almost bound up in... Like, of course, the most powerful spells are going to be the famous ones, and then that's going to be what we back project onto what, the blank canvas that are wizards, right? And so it's an interesting tightrope to walk.
Galadriel said
that's interesting.
I would say letting them pick spells from the wizard spell list, I think, is a fun idea. I think if you were to do that, you would have to really tone down the other class features, because that's very strong. That's very strong.
I think you could do that if you we're about to get into ritual casting. If you were to theoretically drop ritual casting and be able to pick maybe half the number of spells, so at each at 3rd, 5th, 9th, etc., you pick one wizard spell within a constrained list. That could be good. That could be interesting.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's look at these channel divinities. We get two. We get Arcane Strike and Arcane Barrier. Arcane Strike. You can use your channel divinity to imbue your attacks with arcane power. You can use your bonus action to gain the following benefits for 1 minute. Attacks and damage rolls get +1. All your attacks count as magical for overcoming magical resistance. You learn 2 wizard cantrips and can cast them as a bonus action. I want to say that I feel like you should either go with your attacks get more magical, or you can do some bonus action shenanigans and not both. What if it was this? What if it was all your attacks count as magical for overcoming resistance, and when you take the attack act, and either, I'm going to throw two ideas out there, Pat. You tell me if you like either of them. And either, when you take the attack action, you can replace one of those attacks with one of the following cantrips. So it's like I can make an attack where I
Yes.
shoot a firebolt and then swing a thing.
Yep.
Or you drop the bonus to attack and damage rolls entirely, and it's just the bonus action cantrip.
Yeah. I think it should, honestly, I think it should just be the bonus action cantrip. I think it should be the bonus action cantrip. I think that's the wizardier thing. I think that attacks and damage rolls getting a +1 bonus is very good and not evocative of wizards at all. Your attacks counting as magical is wizard-y, but wizards don't usually get an ability to have melee attacks count as magical by default, right? Like that's, I think the Bladesinger might get something like that at some point, but it's not a common thing. I think it's cantrips. I think this needs to be cantrips, and maybe the answer is.
To be fair, this is if it's just the cantrips and you cut these out, it's still really good.
Yeah, it's still cantrips are really good.
It's an extra attack that scales,
and especially because as written, you can change out the cantrips every time you use this channel divinity.
Yeah. So I would just leave it as this. Boop. I might even make it you learn one wizard cantrip. And
I
you
think
can
it's
cast
one
it as
wizard
a
cantrip,
action.
and you can cast it as a bonus action, 100%.
All right, let's look at Arcane Barrier. You can use your channel divinity to protect yourself and your allies from a magical effect. When you or a creature within 30 feet of you make a saving throw to resist a spell, you can give advantage on that saving throw to a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier. If the spell you saved against usually does half damage, you instead take none. I feel like that is pretty solid. It's essentially a channel divinity to give everyone an advantage on a spell saving throw. I'm into it.
And then resistance, basically, or evasion to that spell.
Oh, yeah, maybe drop the evasion, maybe, but I don't know. I don't know if that's. I don't think that matters that much. I think it's maybe.
No, I
okay.
actually think that's good. I think it'd be too weak without it because you're getting so many other ways to give bonuses to saving throws that you would level out of this being useful very quickly.
That's a good idea. That's a good point. Yeah, I think this is just good. I think it's just.
I think it's good.
Solid.
Yeah, I think it's solid.
When you use Divine Smite, you can deal force damage instead of radiant damage. Yeah, it's fine. I get it. I'm gonna say something here. Force damage is less resisted than necrotic than radiant damage, but that doesn't really matter because radiant damage is not that resisted anyway. But I want to point something out, and this is a minor detail, but I do feel like it might even be weaker in some circumstances because I feel like there are more creatures that are vulnerable to radiant damage than there are to force damage.
Well, how do you feel about the extra D8 on spellcasters?
The additional D8 against fiends and undead also applied to spellcasters. Oh, I skipped that sentence. If I were you, I would probably change it so it was only applied to spellcasters and not fiends and undead anymore.
Well, this is an optional thing. So it'd be when you use radiant damage, it can apply to fiends and undead. When you use force damage, it would be spellcasters.
That makes it
the way that I would interpret that.
I almost feel like giving you that option makes it too strong. I think it's like this is what it does now. You remove the option. Your smite does force damage. It no longer extra affects the monsters. It extra affects the spellcasters.
Honestly, I think that's good. I think that's flavorful. I think that's interesting. And I think that it is constrained enough that it's not going to break the bank.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I've seen this also in a lot of subclasses. The problem with paladins is they're often hard to make very different than the traditional vibe of like the Holy Warrior. So I've seen a lot of people interpret, let's change smite to make it feel different. And even though that is very, very different than any officially published subclass, I think this is a perfect example of when it is okay to go against the grain. People ask, like, when should you defy the rules that are already there? Like giving a cleric something weird at level 8 or having a barbarian feature that doesn't tie to its rage or whatever. This is a really good example where it's like, if you make it so you pull away, if you completely remove normal Divine Smite and replace it with this, it's not really a buff. It's just allowing you to fulfill the goal of your character. Okay, let's keep going. The other thing that I would say is if another way to do it so you could have it do the spellcaster thing in addition is you could make it so when it did force damage, it did significantly less. So like the die are no longer D8s, something like that.
Like a D6 or a D4.
Yeah, I made a paladin once. I made it on it was with Scarlet. I think I made it on her stream where you could smite at range. But when you smited at range, you rolled with D4s instead of D8s.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look at the 7th level feature, Magical Disruption. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend one use of this feature to disrupt it. The creature must roll a d4 and subtract the number rolled from its next saving throw. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and expend all uses after a long rest. Oh man, I feel like this should be an aura. I feel like there's
7th level needs to be an aura. 7th level needs to be an aura.
There's only one paladin subclass that's not an aura. It's the Vengeance Paladin. They don't have an aura. But I do think that this is a simple enough feature that it could be an aura.
Yeah, absolutely. You could just say within range creatures, or maybe creatures of your choice, subtract a d4 from...
What if it was this? Creatures with...
From the next
I would probably pick... To balance it, I would probably make it something like... I would probably pick types of saving throws, maybe like just mental saving throws, or I don't know how I'd balance it that way, but I would probably also make the aura only 5 feet.
Yeah, that's actually good. Within 5 feet, you have a minus d4 on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws.
Something like that. That's also very strong. Like that might be too strong, but I don't know. I think that this subclass, there's not a reason for this subclass not to have an aura that I can see. It doesn't feel like the Vengeance Paladin is so different than other paladins that makes me feel like it makes sense because it's really not about the community at all. This one is still a little bit about the people. It's just wizardly and how it does it. Let's look at the 15th level feature. As an action, it's called Empowering Wave. As an action, creatures within 30 feet of you regain a spell slot of 3rd level or lower. The number of creatures is equal to your charisma modifier, and you can target yourself. In addition, the next time you use Divine Smite, you deal an additional 1d8 damage. You can use this feature once per long rest. I am going to encourage you to change this significantly. I would drop the bonus to Divine Smite entirely.
It's just kind of irrelevant.
And the way that I would do this is I would treat it sort of like Arcane Recovery, where it's like, as an action, you can have creatures recover a number of spell slots equal to your charisma modifier. And they can be split any number of ways. You can get 5 first-level spell slots. You could get 2... you could get 2 second level. You could get a 2nd level spell slot and a 3rd level spell slot, whatever, something like that. But it's essentially like you have a resource that you can split up, and that resource is spell slots. That's how I would change this. Keep it once per long rest.
You know what actually could be, Cinder.
That's me.
How many lay on hands points does a paladin get by 15th level?
5 times 15, whatever that number is.
5, so it's 5 every level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This might be infeasible, but it could be interesting to exchange an extraordinarily high number of lay on hands points for a spell slot.
That's not bad. How many would it have to be? 15?
I think it would have to be at least 15 per spell level.
It's not a bad idea. I would need to think about it a little bit for the math on that.
The math is tricky, but if you can make the math work, it makes your lay on hands feel real wizardy.
That's true. That's actually really true. The idea of touching someone to restore hit spell slots is pretty friggin' cool.
And you don't have to keep it on. It's already a baked-in resource. You don't have to worry about like a once per day.
Yeah. No, I like that a lot. Actually,
something to think about.
That's a really interesting idea. I hope they'd think about that. Okay, 20th level Arcane Knight. This is what the Eldritch Knight should be called. At 20th level, can you imagine how fucking cool a real Eldritch Knight would be?
Yeah, the Eldritch Knight's not Eldritch even a little bit. It's very strange.
At 20th level, you reach the full potential of the Arcane. Free actions don't exist. You can magically become... So it has to be an action or a bonus action to activate this. You can become a beacon of power gaining the following benefits for 1 hour. If it's going to be an hour, it can't be that strong. There's a couple that are longer, and the longer ones are way less combat action oriented. So let's just see.
Hey, Cinder.
Yeah?
Is real fucking strong.
All right, that's fine. You read ahead. I accept that. Let's see what we get. No, I think you mean at the beginning of your turn, you choose a creature within 30 feet of you. That creature regains a first level spell slot. I actually think that's fine and cool, but it shouldn't be for an hour. This should be... So immediately I'm like, this should last a minute. This feature alone makes it that this needs to be a minute. Every creature within your aura of protection gains advantage on Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration. I think that's fine. I like that.
Cool. I like that a lot.
Arcane Strike is considered active for the duration. Okay. If you change Arcane Strike so it's a bonus action cantrip, then I think that actually is fine. Yeah, man. I actually really like this. I just think the main thing is you got to make it last a minute, not an hour, and then you're ready to go.
Yeah. I think that's right.
Boom.
I like that, actually. That's very good. That's very fun, and it ties back into some earlier stuff and core Paladin features in a nice way.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Fen.
It's an interesting challenge trying to make just straight up a wizard Paladin.
It is. Let's give a round of applause to our dear Grenade. Thank you, Grenade. We love to see it.
Yeah.
You got like 12 seconds. That was a big applause.
As you just said, I love 20th level paladins having a god mode for a minute.
That's the point of paladins.
That's the whole point of paladins. They're all building toward 1 minute of god mode.
It's also one of the reasons why I don't really love when other subclasses have a capstone that is essentially that as well.
Yeah, a few do. The astral projection monk comes to mind, but
did you not? Wait a second. Why is your name not showing up in my thing? That's weird.
Oh no.
Oops. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Why aren't you showing up in my document? Oh, there you are. Okay. Hi, Cinder. This is my first homebrew weapon. I have a player currently using it, and he is having a lot of fun with it. I want to put it out on D&D Beyond, so would want to get grammar right. I also am thinking of making this a sentient weapon, so any advice on how to write that would be helpful. Yeah, let's take a look at it first.
Cool.
There it is in the chat. Look, I put it in the chat before I gave it to myself.
So, Cinder, right out of the gate, there were a couple of spelling mistakes that suggest to me that English might not be this person's first language, or they're just new to sort of publicly writing in general. I think we should probably point out when we see it, because they specifically asked for grammatical feedback, but like just in general, that's something that caught my attention.
I'm trying to... What's the name of that fucking hammer?
I have absolutely no idea.
It's a sentient magic
all
weapon.
the time.
It's a sentient magic weapon.
Yep.
It's called like Grovel Thrash or something. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Because I want to show this. I want to show how you write. It's an artifact. I want to show how you write sentient weapons. It's very easy. It's one of my favorites, actually. Grovel Thrash. Oh, I was so close. Okay, here's Grovel Thrash. So basically, this opening part here, this is how you write a sentient creature. You give it the sentience feature. You give it an intelligence, wisdom, and charisma thing. You give it some way to perceive, and then you decide how it communicates. Does it communicate telepathically? Does it communicate through images or whatever? And then you give it a personality, and then boom, you have a sentient weapon. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
There you go.
You gain +1. This is called Cuthbert's Criminal Cutlass. Oh boy, Patrick already likes it. He likes a good alliteration. You want to put paragraph breaks in your document also. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. When you make an attack with this blade, you can use a charge to summon the ghost of the ghost of legendary pirate captain Cuthbert the Cruel that attempts to rob your enemy. So I would probably
two sentences.
Yeah. When you attack with this blade, you can use a charge to summon the ghost. I would just say you can summon. Don't worry about charges. You can actually no, it has charges. That's fine. You can use a charge to summon this ghost. Period. After Cuthbert the Cruel, period. He attempts to rob your enemy, period. Roll a dexterity sleight of hand check contested by your target's passive perception. If you succeed, you steal 1 item from their person. To be fair, I don't think you should be making the sleight of hand check because you're not the one stealing. It's Cuthbert the Cruel. So what you should do is you should probably roll a sleight of hand check on behalf of Cuthbert, which means that it should probably be just a roll plus a number, whatever Cuthbert's sleight of hand is. So I would probably say you could either make it a saving throw. You could either say, like, make a contested sleight of hand roll where you use a +10 or whatever, contested by your target's passive perception. You could also make them make a wisdom saving throw against a specific number. So it could be like a DC 17 wisdom saving throw to represent them noticing. Roll a D100 if the result... Roll a D100... Period after that. Yeah. Capital I. If the result of the roll is equal to or lower than your dexterity score, comma, then the item you steal is the target's weapon. Spellcasting focus or other significant item as determined by the DM, period. On any other result, the item is a piece of mundane equipment as appropriate to the target. So I don't think this should be based on your dex. I really don't. So here's how you do this.
Yeah, that's clunky.
Here's how you do this. You say, this is how I would do this. When you hit a target, when you hit a creature, like when you hit with an attack with this cutlass, the target has to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 17 or DC whatever. On a failed save, you steal a random mundane piece of equipment from the creature as determined by the dungeon master.
I know where you're going with this.
If they fail by 5 or more, you can steal the target's weapon, spellcasting focus, or another significant item as determined by the dungeon master.
We love a tier DC. Yes.
That's how I would do it. Other than that, I think it's a pretty interesting item. I probably wouldn't let this happen on every attack. I might let you be... Oh, it's charges. Excuse me.
Charges.
So it's fine.
Yeah, so it's 3 a day.
Yeah. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty solid. I like it. I think it's fun.
Also, it's aside from, a couple of run-on sentences, it's pretty well written.
Yeah, man. If English is not your first language, it's better written than a lot of the English that I come across on this gosh darn program.
Or even if you're just new to homebrew, like this is pretty solid. This is very fun.
Yeah, it's fun. I don't have other thoughts other than those sort of little picks and fixes that I said. So yeah. Thank you very much.
This is also, I think, a really good example of a piece that does a good job of having a lot of character without having a lot of complexity.
Yeah. I am going to run to the bathroom really quickly, Patrick.
All right.
Will you give me 1 second? I'll be right back.
Yeah, man.
And then
we'll keep going. Chat's gonna give me all your secrets.
I'll be right back. Don't miss me too much.
They're gonna tell me where I can find all the buried teeth. Probably. How you doing, chat? Good to see you. Comprehension by Pugilation. That feels like a prog rock song and band. Yeah, Ren and I mean, I'm here. We're here. Oh, goodness. Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? Is Grey Mage, I should prank Cinder. But because Cinder is Eldritch, he's already foreseen this and many other timelines. It's very difficult to prank him. But listen, I'm silly. I'm working. I've got plans. I've got one of those rooms, like it's in from It's Always Sunny with the red string, and every night I spend a good 5-6 hours contemplating how I'm gonna get one over. How I'm gonna get one over on him. It's gonna happen. Christ. Wait, I think he's coming back.
Did I miss anything?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out where you keep your teeth.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean...
You know me, everything's the sand mandala, my friend.
Yeah, that's true, but like, how do you... Are you taking other people's teeth? How do you consistently have teeth?
Wait a minute, you guys don't take other people's teeth? Is that a...
I feel like that might be a you thing, you know?
Huh. All right, cool.
Go figure.
Cool.
We learned something about each other
I love
today,
being a
Cinder.
unique individual.
Yeah. I mean, we all are.
Folks, if you are like, wow, this is fun, I wish my piece was getting reviewed and it's not, and you want to make it more likely that your piece will get reviewed in the future, or you just want to support the channel, consider joining my Patreon or becoming a member on YouTube. If you do those things, you get access to our homebrew review night that is on Thursday, where it's usually a smaller wheel. And on this wheel, I might get through a 10th of the pieces because we have like 70 submissions. On the homebrew wheel at home, or not at home, on Thursdays, I usually get through 90 to 100% of it. Most of them, I've gotten through all of them. And you can also come on stream and talk. I will also say that those streams are sort of hard mode. Not to say that I want you to not do it, but you're paying if you're doing that. So I hold your pieces to a higher expectation, and I am a little bit more, not rough with my feedback, but I am more in depth. So if you really are trying to get better at writing and you feel like you're down for that sort of deeper dive, and also if you want to come on stream and talk, consider becoming a member, but no pressure. Or giving someone a membership or joining the Patreon. Okay.
Absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth it.
Only if you want to.
Yeah, Crazy is slowly paying for everyone's submission.
It's true.
Crazy's a saint.
Okay, this is Bruno M.
Wait, hold on, Cinder.
What?
You didn't tell me Bruno Mars submitted.
I don't think it's it's not. It's first of all, it's Bruno. This is Bruno Mercury. I don't want to get your hopes up.
Forgot about him.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
I just didn't want. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just didn't want to get your hopes up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you get in there early, make sure that I don't, kind of expect too much.
Yeah. This piece is a homebrew class that is supposed to provide turn-to-turn choices while being a martial. For ease of the review, I'd prefer a view on the stances, combos, and magical hunter subclass above all else. So I will probably not look at that much of those. Whenever I review a class, I don't look at the whole class. I look at the opening features. I look at the first and second level features. And the reason why I look at the first and second level features is it is really impossible to judge most of a class without reading the whole class. And I am not going to spend an hour to go through the class before I understand how it works. But what I can do, which could be helpful, is help you make sure that your class is original and unique and merits existence at the very beginning. Because your class needs to feel very different in a way that we're like, oh, this is different and it's cool and it makes sense for it to be here, as opposed to being a subclass before you get to level 3. If it takes level 3 for a class to feel unique in general, that's an issue. So let's dive.
In general, it should just be a subclass because you can just get it when you get to level 3.
Yeah.
Cinder, can you drop the link?
I can. Did other people ask, or did you ask?
No, it was just me.
Everyone got scared because I timed out Ivory. They got scared. They
Yeah, you did.
I wasn't even mad. I just like to assert authority when I need to, you know? Do you know why Ivory stopped talking shit in the chat?
Because you muted them.
No, they came back for a second. I just didn't respond to what they said. That's why they just stopped talking shit, because I wasn't responding to it.
True.
Everybody just wants a little bit of attention, and some people don't know how to ask for it nicely, but that's all they want. They just want me to love them. You just want me to love you. I don't think you could handle my love. Okay, let's go. Did you have to leave off screen for that for a second?
Yeah, I just had to sit back and let that moment happen in the universe. The universe had to take that in.
Yeah. It's like some passion is too intense. Speaking of passion, at this is a D8 subclass. They can use light armor and a shield. They got melee weapons, but no ranged weapons as their class features. Dex and wisdom for their saving throws. Really strong saving throws. If their saving throws are dex and wisdom, very strong saving throws. 2 skills. Let's see. Okay, so we get stances at level 1. and then we get Precision Warrior. Let's take a look at these stances. I'm assuming these are like gonna be like fighting style adjacent. Starting at first level.
So I think they're going to be more malleable than that. Turn-to-turn changes is what I heard.
All right, well, let's see. Starting at first level, your training made you learn how to change your posture to gain the upper hand in combat. I would just say...
That's not a good sentence.
Starting at first level, you have trained to change your posture in combat to gain the upper hand. Something like that. You can adopt a stance or change the adopted stance using a bonus action before you take any other action in your turn. I would probably say something like, at the end of a long rest, choose a stance. At the start of your turn, you can use a bonus action to change your stance. The adopted posture benefits while you are wielding only melee weapons with the finesse property. You spelled finesse wrong.
Yeah.
You can have only one stance active at a time. I would just change the language there, so you say you can... That's kind of, you can have.
If you, I mean, it's
you
not,
can
it's
only
not
have
wrong.
Is how you would say. You could have only have. Oh, I see. You just have to have twice there.
You have twice.
You learn 2 stances when you first gain this feature, and learn additional ones as shown in the duelist table. All right, and let's just take a peek.
Cool.
So you don't really ever know a lot. You know 5 at the most, but it looks like maybe there's only 5. Okay, so let's see what they are. Agile. You have advantage on dexterity acrobatics checks to avoid being grappled or end a grapple condition, and your movement speed increases by 10 feet. Brutality. When you hit a creature, you deal damage equal to your proficiency bonus. Defense, you gain a bonus to your AC equal to half your proficiency bonus. In addition, when a creature misses you with an attack, you can make an opportunity attack against that creature. Precision, you gain a +2 to your attack rolls. In addition, you land a critical on a 19 or a 20. Pressure, you have advantage on attack rolls when you make opportunity attacks. The creature you attacked during your turn don't gain benefits from the disengage action. I like... Okay, here's my thought process. I like the idea here, and I think that there is some fun to be had, but I think each of these is too strong, unfortunately.
Yeah, if you're changing it every turn,
these
all
are
too strong.
Like the thing that... The only one that does one thing is brutality, which is also very strong. But, like, getting a bonus to your AC and getting those opportunity attacks, getting +2 to your attack rolls, and increasing your crit range, advantage on opportunity attacks, and canceling disengage, those are, like... It's a little front... Like if I multi-classed into this, one level of this makes me the most stupidly strong fighter in the game. So, like, if you're building a class, that's one of those things you have to be thinking about. Like, how does this sit next to a fighter? How does this sit next to a paladin? How does it mix with them? And in its current state, this is a little too strong. You gain this at first level, but the table only provides 2 stances. So, basically, the way that it works, Reaver, is at first level, you pick 2, and you have those 2. And then as you gain levels, you can do more. Oh, there's even more. I didn't even notice that. Swiftness. You can use a bonus action to attack once. You don't add your ability modifier. If another feature let you attack with as a bonus action, you can make an additional attack. This is another one where it's like, oof, man. This with 1 level of Monk is now fucking crazy.
That's brutal.
Your weapons are treated as having the reach property. You have advantage on saving throws. Once you make 1, you no longer have this stance adopted. Sure. I think these are just too strong, man. I think these are just too strong.
Yeah.
I would drop Brace entirely. Which
is unfortunate because Brace is one of the most interesting ones, even though it's like it's one of the ones that it's not just more damage or damage dealing flexibility, right?
Wait, can you change it more than once per turn as it is?
No.
Yeah, it's only once per turn. It's a bonus action.
Yeah. That actually, the fact that it is a bonus action has interesting implications with things that then consume your bonus action. It's not necessarily a bad thing, just worth being aware of.
Yeah, I think it's nice, but I like the core concept. It's just too strong right now. I would tone all of these back.
I literally think the problem is the stances, not the idea of having stances.
Yeah, the idea is neat. Precision warrior. You have learned to perform combat with precision using a wide range of weapons.
It's also first level, by the way. That's not stated
when you
here.
are wielding a spear or a longsword, they count as having the finesse property.
Oh, boy.
Dude, I'm going to be honest. If you're trying to limit features to the finesse property, then don't give us this. Either limit us to the finesse property or not. Because now I can just I would just
There are very few items now that I would want to use that don't have the finesse property.
Yeah.
It's pretty much long
Yeah,
swords.
I don't know. I would drop this feature if I were you.
Just entirely.
And then they get a fighting style at second level, which is basically just regular fighting styles. I think you're starting off in an interesting place. I think you just need to tone it back for now. I think that's the main feature. The main feedback that I have is like there's a lot going on at first level that is so shockingly cheesable that I wouldn't want to touch with a 11-foot pole at the moment. But I think that what you're starting with, the core concept of changing stances, is good. I think the bonus action changing stances is good. And I think that having it so you learn more stances as you grow is also good.
I would be very interested to see a workup of what stances would be the appropriate power level. Because as it stands, the rest of this is very fighter. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't make more sense to just put stances into a fighter subclass and make that be a fighter subclass.
I wasn't going to say it, but I think you're right.
Because
I don't see this as not a fighter
enough,
yet at all. And the truth is, if you put the stances at third level, they feel a lot more balanced.
Yeah.
I
mean,
still would change them because
rework.
there's still some that are just way too strong, but they feel a lot more balanced. Yeah, I guess you're right. This doesn't. I don't think this sells itself as a class yet.
And I'm also just, again, we're not going over this in detail, but I'm glancing ahead. There are a lot of ASIs, as one would expect. Never mind. There's one extra ASI, which is a fighter-y type thing. Extra attack at 5th level. And then combos I glanced at are not terribly dissimilar from Battlemaster maneuvers. At a glance. I could be a little off, but at a glance, that seems to be sort of the situation. So I'm kind of in this space of like, could you work in the idea of stances as a fighter subclass? Because that would be a killer fighter subclass. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel so hard.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you for sharing.
Cool.
We're not going to read the subclass. I hope you don't mind. Let's round of applause for Bruno. Bruno. Hi, Emily. I saw her. I am a shadowmancer. I can tell when a dark mistress is near. She's gonna love that I called her that too. He's telling her.
She's
right
also
now.
currently struggling to open the office door. Do you need help? Are you good?
Emily plays Harissa on our podcast.
Yeah. And Spinks. Don't forget Spinks.
Oh, we can never forget Spinks.
No one can ever forget Spinks. It's an axiom of the universe.
Speaking of which, if you guys do want to check out our podcast, there it is. We also have a YouTube channel. Is our YouTube channel linked on our website? Probably should be. If it's not.
I think it is, but I'm not sure where.
Let me just... Here's our YouTube channel. Go follow us. We're nice. The most recent submission, or one of the most recent submissions, is episode 1 of a game that I ran.
Yeah, horror game. Very fun.
Vianu. Hi, Vianu. Yes, same Vianu here. Classic Vianu. I did not realize that you had to specifically click on a specific Google Doc that allowed one to link it. Oh, you probably sent something before, huh? All right, well, hopefully I can click it this time. By the way, since then, my Paladin player made a different homebrew ability, and I'm not really sure if it's necessarily balanced, so if you could check that one out as well, I would appreciate it. I promise that both of these abilities are short reads. What am I looking at? Am I looking at a whole Paladin? My Paladin player wanted a different ability for their Oath of Vengeance 7th level. Oh, I see. So I created a new homebrew for them. couple sessions later, they said it looked good on paper, but in practice, the ability did not happen often. I'm trying to think of ways to make it better. So this is an Oath of Vengeance feature that we're looking at, not a whole subclass. Interesting. Do we need to do a reminder of the Oath of? Do we need to look? I'll pull up the Oath of Vengeance if we need to.
Probably not a bad idea.
So these are both 7-level features. I'm not exactly sure. Did you say? Okay. Oh, okay. I see. So this is 2 different alternatives for a 7th level feature. Let's just check out what the normal Vengeance Paladin gets at 7th level before we read it to center ourselves.
Gotta get zen with this one, folks.
So a normal Vengeance Paladin gets Relentless Avenger. At 7th level, your supernatural focus helps you close off a foe's retreat. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, you can move up to half your speed. Immediately after the attack, and as part of the same reaction. This movement does not provoke opportunity attacks. So it's a movement burst after an attack. It requires a reaction, but it does not allow for opportunity attacks. Basically, lets you like run people down. Okay, so this one is your version. This is your idea. Whenever you get hit by any sort of slashing, bludgeoning, or piercing, or magical slashing, roll a d20. That's redundant. You can just say whenever you get hit by bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage, roll a d20. On a result of a 1, spectral armor appears and protects you from half the damage you would take on the attack. On a result of a 20, the symbol of your god appears and shields you from the attack. I immediately understand why your player doesn't like this. Whenever you hit an enemy with this sort of damage, you roll a d20. On a 20, the sword is imbued with some sort of power, and it allows you to do an extra 2d8 radiant damage. Yeah, I would not like this feature if I was a player either, man. I think that 7th level features, they either need to be something. The reason why this kind of thing can work for an aura, where it's very passive, is because auras affect a bunch of creatures. Auras affect you and everyone within a certain radius of you. So that's not small. That's like a big thing. So like the likelihood of this being triggered if it's just on you is very low. I also feel like this doesn't feel like a Vengeance Paladin feature at all. Vengeance Paladins are all about relentlessly hunting. They are the manhunter subclass. So
yep.
I think that this pulls very far away from that idea. I'm curious to see what the other player did, because I think that this one I would nix. I think that you're going in the wrong direction here with the damage mitigation, and the extra damage on luck of the draw type attacks. Let me see what the player wanted to do. Your god is done being in the shadows and wishes to be in the light. His anger finds his way to you, and you feel the energy of rage as you've never felt before. At the start of combat, you choose between one of 2 options. Once every turn, don't say may, you can give yourself advantage to your damage die or divine smite damage for only 1 attack. First of all, that doesn't make any... that you can't have advantage on damage, and also that's too strong, so I would just say no to that. Or once every 2 turns, you can choose to deal additional 1d6 radiant damage for both of your attacks. You can only choose one of these options per long rest. You can give yourself advantage on both of the damage die. These are 2 misses, I think. I would not use either of these features. This one is way too overpowered and also pretty janky. I'm going to be honest. I think you need to figure out what your goal is. And then you just need to make it your goal.
I was literally just going to ask, what is the problem with the Oath of the Vengeance 7th level? And I'm not saying that the Oath of the Vengeance 7th level is somehow perfect. I wonder if they said it. But if we don't know the problem, our advice is going to be limited. And if you don't know the problem, your fix isn't going to work.
Yeah. I'm not seeing why they didn't like the original one.
And this is not the first time I've actually brought up something like this in this stream in particular, which is interesting. I think there's an element of, like, y'all, when you're doing something that replaces core mechanic, when you're writing in, I think it was the 2-weapon fighting thing, when you're trying to change or buff something that exists in the game, you have to have a very crystal clear idea as to what you think is wrong with it. Because if you don't, if you just feel like, oh, it doesn't feel good to play, you're kind of operating in a blank slate, trying to shoehorn in your ideas into someone else's game system, right? Into somebody else's subclass or what have you. And so it's important to understand, like, oh, I don't like the 7th level Oath of Vengeance feature because it's not an aura, for example, right? That's a very clear thing you can fix. You figure out, okay, well, how do I make an aura? But if you don't know what's wrong, none of these 3 features feel particularly related. They feel just like different stabs at, I want something vaguely different.
Yeah.
And that's hard to dial in.
And I think that they both are doing the same thing, which is just more damage. And that's, honestly, that's boring. And it's radically different than what every other 7th level feature is, aura or not. No paladin aura is just you do more damage. No paladin 7th level feature is just you do more damage. Or you get damage mitigated. They are all extra things. They either tie into I guess the Oath of Ancients one is damage mitigation, but I don't think it fits the Vengeance. So yeah, I think you got to talk to your player and be like, what's wrong with the regular feature? And if they just say it's boring, then you're like, that doesn't help me. I need to know what it needs to be. Like, what do we need to make this so it's not boring? Master Roxas says it might be the issue. The issue might be that, like, there's not enough opportunity attacks. And that is kind of a thing as you as a dungeon master have a lot of control over.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Via News.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate the read. What time is it, Pat? Oh, you're here. You're here for at least a hot more second.
Bit. Yeah, man. We're going.
I never expect you to stay all night, but usually I expect you to get tired before I do.
Listen, I am a deeply exhausted person.
Yeah.
So yes.
Tech Scum is next. Some more Minecraft homebrew for you. I'm gonna say what I always say. I don't know anything about Minecraft. That does not mean I can't give feedback. It just means my feedback will not be Minecraft related. There is the document, you wonderful beast. This is the Skulk Walker. Rogues who take the archetype of the Skulk Walker are trained to move around without sound and become one with the skulk. That's funny.
It's a good sentence.
To be swift and adept at striking without causing harm. That is not a full sentence. They are. They become. They embody swiftness. Whatever. Let's see what we get. 3rd level Swift Sneak. 3rd level Skulkwalker feature. Don't make this the same size as this. Make the title bigger and make this smaller. You learn to move without making sound. When you disengage, you and everything you carry goes invisible until the start of your next turn. You can use this ability an amount of time equal to your dexterity modifier. You gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. There is a lot of dissonance here. Are you right?
Yeah.
You make no sound, you become invisible? Those are literally the opposite.
I mean, they're not the opposite. They're just not related to one another, right?
Yeah, so is
the
it
mechanical
that you become,
effect has nothing to do with the flavor.
Do you become silent or do you become invisible? Like, why does... Just, okay,
yes.
I'm going to ignore the flavor text here, and I'm just assuming that you can disengage and you can become invisible until the start of your next turn. I think that's too strong.
Yeah, 100%. That's crazy powerful. Invisibility for a round is so good.
Let me ask you this. How would you feel about when you use disengage, you can become invisible until the end of your turn?
I think that's totally fine because 9 times out of 10, you disengage at the end of your turn. If you're not disengaging at the end of your turn, you are explicitly spending your whole turn to take advantage of the invisibility.
Well,
I think
is disengage not a bonus action for rogues?
It is, but you're still generally using it, I guess, toward the end of your turn. So you can be invisible until you use up your movement, I suppose.
The only thing that I would say here, I mean, it would be way less useful, but it also would not be, because it could be like you stab somebody, disengage, become invisible, and they don't know where you go to hide. So you use your movement to go hide behind something, and they don't know what thing you're hiding behind.
like I said, it's I think it's good. I think it's just it's less insanely powerful.
Yeah.
You're not invisible for a whole round.
Yeah. All right, let's look at the other third level feature. Blinding Strike. At third level, when you hit a creature with sneak attack, they become blinded until the start of your next turn. I have two things here. One, this completely does the same thing as this. It's like blind or invisible. Like this, make this something different. That's the first thing. The second thing is blinding a creature on a hit without a saving throw. I think is too strong as a third level feature.
It is. It is a little too strong.
But you're already becoming invisible. So like this is one of those examples where I bet this creature in Minecraft blinds you and does become invisible. I bet the creature does both of these things. But just because the creature does both of these things doesn't mean that you should copy that exactly, because you are now creating a situation where you have redundancy in your features. And especially with a rogue, you don't want any redundancy in your features because every little bit has to count. So I would strongly encourage you to come up with something new here that is something else that can tie into the subclass feature.
Agreed.
I don't know what that should be because I don't know what a skulk
I'd love
walker
to be able to make a
is,
suggestion,
but I
don't know the fiction.
I think you just completely drop this and you put something new here that helps fill out the flavor and the feeling and the action economy in sort of a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at 9th level, Skulk Senses. Starting at 9th level, you gain a minor semblance of a warden's senses. You gain 30 feet of tremor sense and blind sight. Additionally, while invisible in any way, you count as hidden. This feels a little redundant, but maybe it's not. Also, attack rolls against you, while unseen attackers never have advantage against you.
That isn't a sentence.
Did I read that sentence wrong?
No. Let's see what they try. Well, let's try to find out
Okay,
what
so
they
here's
were
what
trying to say.
Okay, so they're blind sight and tremor sense.
Which again, don't blind sight and tremor sense kind of step on the same thing?
I would just do one of the two.
Yeah. But then also attack rolls against you while unseen. Semicolon. Attackers never have advantage against you. No attacks made against you while you are hidden can have advantage against you. That's already a feature of the game.
Yeah, that's just the thing that it gets from being hidden.
That's just what the hidden condition does, basically.
So I think that somebody said that Dragonist said that this bit the only thing that it would affect would be like true sight or like blind. If creatures had blind sight, tremor sense, you would still be hidden while you were invisible. That's what they're trying to say here, is that your invisibility overcomes blind sight and tremor sense and true sight. That's what their goal is here.
I am unconvinced that that's a very bad thing. It's not explicit. You should think about how to make it explicit. That could be an okay 9th level feature. The last sentence does nothing. The last sentence
just cut this out. And here's what I would say. I would say, additionally, creatures with blind sight or tremor sense cannot see you while you are invisible.
There you go.
I would write it like
that. There's a cool symmetry there where you're getting blind sight, and then creatures with blind sight and tremor sense can't see you.
Yeah, I also would not include true sight in that because I think true sight should be true sight.
Broken.
We should let true sight be true sight.
Yep. Sometimes you just gotta let true sight be true sight.
And this is a perfectly fine level 9 feature so long as the other third level feature is pretty solid. Let's look at 13th level.
We have an open hole there, but the first one's not bad. The invisibility is pretty strong. Even when nerfed, it's not bad.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna burp soon. Starting at 13th level, this is called Skulk Recovery. You mystically gain a recovery compass. When you gain a recovery compass in this way, you can attune to it. Only you can attune to it. When you are reduced to 0 hit points, the compass instantly activates. After you are revived, the compass breaks and cannot be used for another 2d6 days. Let's see what it does. When you attune to this item, you displace your soul into it. If you are attuned to this item and reduced to 0 hit points, you gain the effects of Gentle Repose and remain attuned to this item while the effect continue. If this item breaks while before the effects of the spell end, or you are not revived in time, you die. The recovery compass is a tiny object. If someone is holding their recovery compass, you can communicate telepathically with them if you died while attuned. I think that this is an overly complicated way of saying that when you drop to 0 hit points, the spell Gentle Repose is automatically cast on you.
Yeah, and you know what? I am going to say that even if you were to simplify it just to that, we have one pillar of play here, which is invisibility. Knowing nothing about the Skulker, or excuse me, the Skulkwalker, just all of a sudden getting Gentle Repose inside of a compass that's a magic item for some reason.
It feels out of left field.
So completely out of left field. And this is a rant that I go on every time I see this stuff. If you are creating something from fiction, you will know you have done a very good job when it sells the fiction and people who know the fiction are excited about it. And when it is internally consistent and interestingly enough, the people who don't know the fiction are also excited about it. And you can do both.
What's up, Dice Admirable? Welcome, Admiral. I keep calling you Dice Admirable.
He is admirable.
Welcome. Nice to see you, buddy.
Well,
Patrick, I hate to break the news, but the 17th level feature is not going to get you that much more excited.
Right.
Twice per day, you can cast Greater Invisibility as a bonus action.
Sure.
It's strong. I think it sort of feels different than a rogue 13th level feature. If I were you, I probably, if you really are keen on the Greater Invisibility, I might let you cast Greater Invisibility once per day as the 13th level feature, but I think the 17th level feature should be something that isn't just more invisibility.
It should also be something that's sneak attack, because basically all rogues get 17th level sneak. Actually, that's a good question.
Not all rogues do, but a lot do. Almost all rogues get something that affects their sneak attack at level 17. Almost all do.
Yeah, I would also say almost all rogues get something that interacts with sneak attack at 3rd level, but this does because it's all about hiding.
Yeah, I think it does enough.
Yeah,
it's an interesting idea, but I think you're too one note, and you're not selling the fiction of whatever this thing is beyond it being invisible at the moment.
Yeah, well, invisible, and then weirdly, it has a compass with Gentle Repose in it for some reason.
Yeah, I bet it's like a Minecraft item or something.
I'm certain that it is, but good homebrew writing is like good creative writing. You've got to foreshadow the interesting complexities of the thing.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you're not giving us any indication that this thing is an item user, that this thing can survive beyond death, that this thing has a means of communicating telepathically, and you're just dropping all 3 of those on us by 13th level, it's a little bit like, and then the dragon shows up and kills the God Emperor of Space.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that did happen.
I love the God Emperor of Space.
I did too. I was
really
disappointed.
He sits upon the golden throne.
When literally the dragon from Lord of the Rings showed up and killed him. I thought it was really out of left field.
They had, listen, in order to keep the God Emperor alive, like 10,000 psychers have to be fed to his pyre a day. It's pretty hectic.
That's like a lot. 10,000's a big number, man.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, thank you, Tex Gum, for sharing.
Yeah.
Big appreciation. Big appreciation. Oh, that was a really short applause here. You get a little bit more. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Big ups for Tex Gum. Click.
On we go.
What music is playing right now?
In his Discord chat?
Oh, I found it. I was like, I forgot I had music playing. I was like having a heart attack. I was like, not a heart attack. What is it called when you get frightened? A fright attack. It is Hero's turn.
You know what? We need a hero.
Really like this spell. Unsure if the joke baked into the name outweighs the counterintuitiveness of the mechanics. That is a curious introduction.
That's a specific problem to have.
That is a curious introduction.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to this one.
Let's see what we're looking at. This is called the Flying Hammer. It's a 3rd level illusion spell. Bonus action to cast. Range of self. Requires a wooden hammer. Concentration lasts a minute. Magical energy condenses around your wooden hammer. Oh, we got a new member. The tax collector became too cool for school. Uh-oh, tax collector. Thank you very much.
The tax collector is inevitable.
Thank you very much, tax collector. You get a little applause. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the support very much, very much. Let's see. Magical energy condensed around... one second. My computer's been weird. Magical energy condensed around your wooden hammer enhances it and grants it magical wings. This magic enhancement lasts until the spell ends. All right. One second. I'm doing this thing now where whenever somebody supports me on the channel, I have to add their name to the credits of the show. So I got to add the tax collector to the credits. That'll roll at the end.
That is a real-time response, my friend. That is service.
It's in. All right. Okay. The hammer counts as a simple melee weapon with which you are proficient. It deals 1 bludgeoning damage on a hit and has the heavy and 2-handed property. Whenever you deal damage with this hammer, you can push the target up to 60 feet in a direction of your choice. If you drop the hammer or throw it, the spell will end. Okay, so first of all, the core idea here of you make a wooden hammer look like a crazy magical hammer, but it doesn't actually do any more damage. The only thing it does is it knocks creatures really far back, I think is wonderful. I love that idea. I think the question is, does that, if we boil away, because the flavor is solid, if we boil the flavor away and we look at what this actually does, 3rd level spell concentration, you can choose to deal 1 damage with your attack roll and knock a creature back 60 feet without a saving throw, but it's on an attack roll, but you're losing that attack essentially. How do we feel about that? Does that feel good for a 3rd level spell?
Is it just 1 attack? No, it's up to a minute.
No, but it's 1 attack per use. It's like basically when I make the attack action, I'm choosing to forego doing any real damage because I'm just doing 1 damage, but I'm knocking the thing back 60 feet is what I mean.
Yes. That is so good. It's broken and needs to be nerfed.
You think it's too strong?
Yeah, 60 feet on no saving throw is insane.
So what would be
every time I'm just constantly knocking people off cliff edges.
What would be a good range? Because I like the idea of it doesn't have a saving throw. And the sacrifice is less damage. So what would be a good range for no saving throw? I think that the problem is that if you make it meaningfully less than 60 feet, because again, you think about like what doesn't require a saving throw, it's like 5 feet. So should this be like a 1 and done spell then?
I have a different idea.
Okay.
I have a different idea, and it plays into the fact that this is an illusion spell, which there's no earthly reason for it to be an illusion spell, but you could give it a reason to be an illusion spell. If they see through the illusion by taking their action to make the necessary perception or investigation check, the hammer can no longer affect them in this way.
What if they have to make a intelligence investigation check contested by the attack roll you make?
I think that could be very fun. If you make an attack roll against their investigation check, if they fail, then they get blown back 60 feet, and it's all just in their head, but they're actually getting back blown. That's very good to me.
A lot of people in the chat are pointing out that up is a direction. I agree.
Up is a direction.
I feel like you would need to make it horizontally, not vertically.
If you make it horizontally, that nerfs this a bit.
But it's still really strong. You're still knocking people off cliffs. You're still really messing. It's still quite strong.
Also, just 60 feet in a round into the nearest wall. Like if I'm hitting somebody with enough force to move them 60 feet, and they're hitting a wall in 10, I'm gonna make the argument that they should be taking some amount of damage.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Like
Tradosi also brings out a good point. It has to say 60 feet away from you, because otherwise you could just go bah, 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 bah. Like you could hit them and they just spin in a circle.
A direction, so you could there is only away from you.
I guess.
Right.
I don't know.
Because if it's towards you, it's only towards you for 5 feet, and then it's away from you.
They're just slamming you.
But yeah, it's 60 feet in a single direction, I think, one way or the other, and it should probably be a horizontal direction. But I do think that you should play around with some way to make this not strictly based on the attack roll and then just a free 60 feet, because that is very, very strong.
Yeah.
I think that giving them a way to get out of it is interesting. I think that intelligence checks are maybe something fun here because it is illusion, but I also think just in general, like, there needs to be a way to prevent this on their end. You could maybe even do 60 feet on a save and then 30 feet if they succeed, right? So you're doing half as far if they succeed. But I think 60 feet no save is just a little too much.
Yeah, I like the idea of there not being a saving throw, but it being a contested check in the way that you would make a contested check against an illusion most of the time.
Yeah.
I think that's fun.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. That was by Hero. Very fun item.
Was there a pun in there specifically?
I missed it. Hero, if there was a pun that I missed, please let me know. I apologize. But let's give a big round of applause for Hero. Very fun item. Very fun item.
Oh, the hammer sends them flying. Thank you. I'm fucking stupid. Thank you, Beat.
Listen, the secret is... Yeah, no, we get it. We are all stupid is the secret here.
Yeah, I mean, true.
We just get the mic, so we get to seem smart.
Yeah. 100%.
Or seem stupid, depending on what we say.
Probably a little of both.
Hopefully a little bit of both.
Otherwise, we wouldn't seem approachable, like men of the people.
Next, we got DM Bildo.
Below.
For my Crown of Candy game, read it all or don't. I'm not your mom. Well, this will be interesting, Patrick, because you love Crown of Candy.
I love Crown of Candy. Crown of Candy is probably my favorite Dimension 20.
Dude, did you really not tell me what to pick? You're gonna so Patrick. Do you want to pick a thing? We're definitely not.
Yeah,
all of this.
I'll pick a thing. Did you put the link in chat?
No, I'll put it in right here right now. Pat, okay. you could pick what we're looking at.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
For future notice,
what's most interesting to me?
Whatever you think. For future notice, if you post some homebrew and you don't tell me what to read, I get annoyed. So if you don't want me to be annoyed when I start reading your homebrew, tell me what to pick. Also, that's just honestly, that's a good idea in general. If you ever beseech someone in the world to read your stuff, the last thing you want to say is, here's a 50-page compendium, read whatever you want. That makes people annoyed. What people will like to say is, right at the top, it said something about COC. That's Crown of Candy. These are all Crown of Candy.
Yeah, this is a Crown of Candy compendium of items and one monster. I think
Staff of Cinnamon, Truffle Touch, Vanilla Pond Wand.
They're all okay. I think the top one. I think Scepter of the Hungry One seems to be the most based in the lore that I'm familiar with.
All right, let's read the Scepter of the Hungry One then. Scepter of the Hungry One. This scepter is shaped. It's a legendary. Requires attunement by a warlock. This scepter is shaped like a large, ornately decorated candy cane. I said it wrong. This scepter, shaped like a large, ornately decorated candy cane, is a legendary item. You don't need to call a legendary item in its description. That unlocks its powers only when held by a warlock of rot. It grants the wielder the ability to manipulate their body and add sugar to its density. Sugar density manipulation. As a bonus action, you can choose to harden or soften your body. When hardened, you gain +1 to your AC until the start of your next turn. When softened, you gain +1 to dexterity checks and saving throws until the start of your next turn. This does not feel like a legendary item.
Well, there's 3 more things that happen.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought those were a part of the monster because of the way it was formatted.
Yeah, it's formatted. The whole thing is formatted a little jank.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. Okay, this word I'm not going to say. Infusion requires life sugar equivalent of CR1 monster. No idea what that means.
Yeah.
After consuming sugar equivalent of 1 CR creatures, again, no idea what that means, you become more attuned to the scepter. This allows you to cast the shield spell without using a spell slot or material components. Once used, it can't be used again until the next dawn. So you get 1 free casting of shield per day if you kill a CR1 monster, I guess? I don't know.
I think that's right. I think this is a way of like growing the item. So when you kill because the Hungry One is a deity, a demonic entity from the world that consumes life. And so I think that the idea is that this staff is like growing the more food people or food monsters it consumes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get a +1 to your AC or +1 to dex saving throws as a bonus action. You can cast Shield once a day for free. After consuming additional life sugar, you can use an action to cast the Haste spell without. Okay, so you get Haste once a day for free.
These just give you. It's all just spells.
And then Polymorph once a day for free.
The Polymorph is very specifically. Nope, never mind. It's not specifically for the Sicarian Behemoth.
Yeah, it is. You transform yourself into a Sicarian Behemoth.
Oh, I thought it said you can. Yeah, you do. So I don't know if we want to look at the stat block for that, but it seems pretty straightforward.
I'm going to just say that it's too strong by the fact that it's a CR12 monster.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
I wouldn't... A legendary item, even, like... an artifact, maybe you could get away with turning into a CR12 monster for a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But a legendary item, I would say no, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I would also say that 10 CR is really not that much to accumulate, right? Like it's pretty easy to kill 10 CR1 stat blocks to get to the capstone ability of this thing. So if you're trying to turn a legendary item into an artifact over time by growth, 1, that's just an artifact, and 2, 10 is maybe not the move. I would push this back to probably 20 or 30.
20? I was going to say maybe 15, but I guess I still don't exactly understand the mechanic. It's not like so it's not you slay a CR15 monster, it's that you slay 3 CR5 monsters over the course of the game or whatever.
Yeah, this is a cumulative. So this thing is consuming.
So you're going to get all of these really quickly then. Yeah, so they're little too strong. Too strong.
There's also Philip Mead is also in the chat here with some stuff that I do want to, because Cinder, you're not gonna have any thoughts about this, but this is one of those rare times where I actually do know the fiction.
That's why share.
So Philip Mead makes a great point. There are definitely spells that are more thematic to the Hungry One, right? Shield, Haste, and Polymorph to the Behemoth maybe, but I haven't really read the Behemoth, but Shield and Haste just have nothing to do with being driven to consume and decay and rot. I don't think those are hitting the mark for me. The other thing that I would say, to be just the most fucking pedantic person, is I don't understand why this is sugar consumption. The Hungry One is a Bulbian deity. It's a vegetarian convention. And this fundamentally flies in the face of the Ramseyan doctrine, where the Hungry One does not like junk food. So, little confused as to why it's eating sugar. But, hey, that's me being extraordinarily...
That was fucking lore right there. That was some lore shit. I didn't know any of that stuff. Lore, baby.
I love Crown. I don't think you understand, Cinder. I love Crown of Candy.
I know you do. I could tell how much you love Crown of Candy by how much you didn't enjoy the first episode of the whatever it's called.
The Ravening War.
The Ravening, and specifically, I think you didn't like it because how much you love the story building, the story and the world building, and the lore and the writing, and the thoughtfulness and the complexity and the richness of the story of Crown of Candy. And it felt like they were sort of speed running parts of it and ignoring parts of it.
That's exactly right. Is that it genuinely feels like they were speed running history in Ravening War. There's interesting stuff.
Did you watch the second episode?
I did. I'm on episode 4 now.
So do you like it more when they do the time jump? Spoilers.
The time jump was kind of immaterial. It didn't bother me much one way or the other after I got through it. But I will say that as kind of expected, Matt Mercer really comes into his own when they get to the first combat episode.
Mm-hmm.
And the combat, I think, feels better than probably any combat that was in Crown of Candy. The combat is just, Matt's extraordinary.
He's a very, very good dungeon master in the traditional sense of a dungeon master.
100%.
He is an amazing
100%.
combat. He's an amazing encounter builder for making really dynamic, shifting feeling combat. Do you know why I think that comes from? I think that comes from the fact that the first show he did, Vox Machina, was so traditionally D&D in like the classic sense, and there was this, once they started to get big, they were still sort of, they were like, 30 episodes in or whatever. It's like you're sort of set, like, these are the characters. This is the story. Like, we can't radically change that. And this is what we as players like. So they weren't really thinking, like, how do I make the most narrative game? They were thinking, how do I make our D&D game entertaining and narrative? So I feel like there was a lot of practice and thought he put into very dynamic combat, which some people loved and some people fucking hated because, and I don't know how much this extended into Campaign 3 because I haven't watched Campaign 3, but definitely was a part of Campaign 2 to a certain extent where you would have sessions where the whole session was a combat encounter.
See, Dimension 20 does that normally, right? Dimension 20 does.
I guess I haven't watched
story,
that much.
Episode 1 is story, episode 2 is combat, episode 3 is story, episode 4 is combat. And it varies a little bit, but like that's how the show works. Is that Brennan ends the narrative episodes on now everybody roll me initiative and then immediately flies into combat on the next episode. And so that fit real well with Matt. Matt Mercer got a whole 2 hours to be like, run this assassination and make it fucking interesting, and it was real good. Cool. It was real good. So I would say by episode 3 of the Ravening War, it sort of hits its stride. But DM Bildo, thank you for the Crown of Candy content. Always happy to dig into that. Yeah. But I would encourage you to dig through your forbidden texts and contemplate the Ramseyan Doctrine.
I don't know what that means, but let's give a round of applause to Bildo for sharing their Crown of Candy homebrew. And thank you, Patrick, for that extra insight that I would never in a million years have, because even though I may one day watch Crown of Candy, I tend to get less invested in the deep lore and more invested in the character present stuff. So I might not even remember a lot of that stuff.
That is entirely justified. You have had to have had a very specific amount of Catholic school upbringing to get real into Crown of Candy's deep lore. And on that, I'm gonna head out on mic drop.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much, Pat, and have a great rest of your night.
Have a great night, everybody. This was a tremendous amount of fun. As always, keep up the home brewing. We'll see you soon.
All right, bye, buddy. Wait, do you want to pitch anything before you go? Oh, he hung up. All right, whatever. Guess he doesn't want to pitch anything. All right, guys, it's just you and me now. Just us, just the good old boys. How's it going, chat? Are you guys still having fun? What time is it? 10. We'll do at least a couple more. This is my first time making a homebrew race and goddess, so I would appreciate brutal honesty if it's unbalanced, bad, etc. Page 1 of the doc is the mechanics of the race. Page 2 is a bit of why the moon is important to the race. Page 3 is about the goddess that they worship. Page 4 isn't related as much. I am going to read page 1. I'm not going to read anything else, I think. I would appreciate if you could look at the balancing of the race, and the goddess would be a bonus. Yeah, I'm just going to look at the race. Yeah, you guys live in different time zones than me. There it is in the chat. The Illuminara. That's a cool name. You get ability score increases. That's fine. You're a little guy. You're a little guy with speed too. You get dark vision out to 60 feet. You have insect-like wings that grant you a fly speed of 30 feet. To use this fly speed, you can't be wearing heavy armor. It is totally fine to give a race a fly speed. But if you do, you are deciding to not give them that much else. That's it. That's just how it works. You have resistant to radiant damage. That's fine. Lifespan should probably be up at the top next to, like, size and stuff. You have proficiency in the perception skill, also fine and good. Euphoric dust. As an action, you can release a cloud of euphoric luminescent dust. Creatures of your choice within a 10-foot radius must make a wisdom saving throw or be charmed until the end of their next turn. Once you use this ability, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. And then due to your size, you can move through the space of any creature that is of a size larger than you. Honestly, I think this is mostly fine. I would probably make this once per short rest is okay. I think that one thing that I would consider maybe is shortening the radius to a 5-foot radius. The creature type is not listed, so I'm assuming you are just a humanoid. I'm assuming you're just a humanoid. But is it too strong? No, I don't really think so. Is this the same strength as a pixie? Let's see, because okay, I'm comparing this to like a fairy. So for folks that don't know, in D&D you can become a fairy. They get a fly speed. They get a handful of these features. Let's see. Let's compare. You get a fly speed. You get druid craft. You get fairy fire and entangle. Seems about the same power level if you ask me. What do you think, chat? It is a little stronger. It is a little stronger. Fairy is not the strongest race in the game. How is it the strongest race in the game? I feel like Azamar probably are, in my opinion. Maybe that's me just being judgmental. I feel like Azamar are really strong. Not considering the feat ones. I don't know what the feat ones are. The Yuan Ti are not as strong as they used to be because they don't have infinite magical resistance anymore. But yeah, I think it's pretty balanced, all things considered. If you're worried about the balance, I would tone back Euphoric Dust a little bit. Lower the radius, make it once per long rest. But yeah, overall, I think it's pretty solid, dude. Let's give a round of applause for Sleepy. Little Illuminara race. Very nice. I do want to say that it does feel, now that I'm thinking about it, it does feel a lot like the fairy. So I'm wondering if you might want to give it something a little different than the explosion of charm, but something more to do with like making light. I don't know. But that's just me overthinking it. That's just me overthinking it. Let's see who's next. An anarchist chimpanzee. What a name. What a name. A name by any other name. This is meant to be an elemental race that is constantly changing to different forms. I took inspiration from both the Eldrin and Genasi to make it. Oh, my dear, you did not give me access to view the document. Somebody didn't read all the rules when they were submitting. Sorry, buddy. Looks like that's the, listen, to be fair, that's a pretty good argument against total anarchism right there. You might be anti-rules, but sometimes that comes to bite you in the butt, because sometimes a rule is there to help you. Like if you need to give access to a document to share it, and the rule is a reminder of that. Sorry, buddy. Let's put some F's in the chat for the chimpanzee that was really into anarchy, and it got him at the end of the day. Psycho Jenny is next. Took some of your advice and made some changes. The goal of the Empress was for her to be in melee, moving around a lot, and force the party to fight her in melee, being magic resistant. Hope you enjoy. Let's take a peek. Oh my god, this is such a long stat block. Dude, I'm not going to read this whole thing. This is such a long stat block. All right. It is a Arc Fae. It is CR 30. It's got a lot of armor, a lot of hit points, a lot of stats, some saving throws. It's got some skills. It's got a bunch of damage immunities, a bunch of skill immunities. Let's see. It gets okay. And let's look at let's see what else it gets. A bunch of spells. Spells look good. Spells look good. All the spells look good. I'm not a big fan of the power word spells in general. I think they're pretty boring. I think that they're spells that players don't really like to have cast on them. Like, they're not fun spells. Oh, Angel got a point. That was an appropriate amount of time to wait for asking. There you go, Angel. Angel got a point. So I would drop Power Word Stun for something else, just because it's genuinely a no fun spell. Face, Ancestry, Evasion. They're immune to spells of 6th level or lower. So one thing that I will say that I don't love is that none of their innate abilities feel unique. All Fey creatures get Fey ancestry. Evasion is just evasion. And this is something that a bunch of creatures get. Rakshasa get this. I feel like if you were... I feel like you gotta look at the Eldrin, for example. Like, if we look at... Here, let me just show you. Keep in mind, these are not Arc Fey. These are just... Oops, that's the wrong one. These are just regular monsters. All Eldrin have these auras, where it's like, if you get too close to them, you just get charmed. Like, they have a presence that exudes charm or fear or something. This is a CR 30 monster. It's an Arc Fey. It should exude some sort of presence. It has very little... Also, dude, did you not listen to my advice? It doesn't have action economy. It can make one attack. I don't know. You missed a big part of me giving you feedback. A CR 30 monster can't just have one attack as their action economy. Doesn't matter how good that attack is. They need action economy. It needs more attacks. It has this gust thing where it can knock creatures back. It's cool, but it's like I would never use. It's like this takes your whole action to use. And then once a day they can domain dominance. Let's see. Non-fey creatures entering this 60-foot area space. What is this? You have to make. You have to shape the 60-foot. Is it a 6-foot radius sphere? Is it a 60-foot cube? What is it? 60-foot cone? It has to be a 60-foot something. Let's see. Non-fey creatures entering the space have their lowest and highest ability scores reversed. This should be on a saving throw, probably. Its temporary reverts back upon leaving the domain. However, if a creature spends 3 consecutive turns there, their highest and lowest scores are permanently switched. I don't know, man. I know this is a CR 30 monster, so you're going to be fighting it as like an end boss. But this would suck. I would be so pissed off if this happened to me as a character. Also, to be fair, it kind of makes... Like, it's a fun idea, but it kind of ruins combat. And I don't know if that's good or not. Because the way that it is worded right now, there's no way that it can be turned off. Like, if you... Or rather, there's no way to... There are literally no spells, features, abilities that characters could use or plan for or organize to defend against this. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I think it would be tedious, and I don't know if it would be fun. I like the idea that you're getting scrambly. Like, the idea is fun, but I don't know if it would actually be fun in play. They can absorb spells. They get other things. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to read too much more. I think that you're still missing some core stuff. The action economy is still garbage. This is a CR 30 monster. It needs a much better action economy. Yeah, it's a neat idea. I think it's fun. I think that you're missing some really key stuff, though. We don't really have any basic, unique features, passives, which I think we should. I think domain dominance is fun idea, but I think contextually it's not actually going to work that well. And I think it needs a much stronger action economy. CR 30 monsters are hard to make. They are some of the hardest monsters to make. All right, thank you for sharing. That was by Psycho Jenny. Now, for folks, just to remind you, do not send me this. There are chances here that there are some old that people are sending me redrafts, but moving forward, I do not want to see your redraft. If I review your thing on stream, I only want to see your thing again if it's so different that it's a new thing, meaning 75% of it or more is different. If I'm reading it and I don't feel like I'm reading something new, I might just stop reading it. So don't send me stuff unless it's really ready to be reviewed. Post it in the peer review channel, then you know that it's ready for me when it's ready for me, and then you can take my advice and then keep it or not keep it. Thank you, Psycho Jenny. Let's do a little round of applause. Psycho Jenny with their CR 30 Fey creature. Thank you. Give that thing a better action economy, and you'll be golden. Well, not golden, but you'll be silver. Oh, next is Kelf. This is a rework in progress. I wanted to come up with a system of traits that could be applied to weapons, and maybe even armor later, that allows them to level up with the player throughout their adventure. A means for a player who has a memento or heirloom weapon for their background. Okay, cool. So this is like intended to be used with mundane items, I'm gonna assume. What is all this? Is this just an explanation? Yeah, I'm not going to read all of this, but I think it looks like this is just an explanation of how you would go about doing it as a dungeon master. These are like your DM suggestions for ideas. Okay, so let's jump into them. So there are some common traits and then unique traits. Let's read a couple of these. A magic touched item. At level 5, it becomes +1. At level 10, it becomes +2. At level 15, it becomes +3. That makes sense. A keen edge. It critically hits on a 20, 19, or 20. Hit critically hits on 18 to 20. Once per long rest, you can choose to critically hit with this weapon whenever you successfully hit. I don't like this one. I strongly struggle with doing things that have to do with extra crit. It's just not exciting for me. It's a little too strong to be able to proc an automatic crit in general, I think. And there are also quite a few subclass features that already give expanded crit ranges. And it's either the only thing that thing gets, or it's like parsed behind a pretty serious resource wall. So I would not, I don't know, I would probably not do this one. Or I would come up with some other way to expand the crit potential. Maybe having your crits do more damage or something like that. Monstrous Bane. You choose a creature type. It deals damage to the creature, deals damage to the creature, deals damage to the creature. This one makes a lot of sense. I like it. The wielder of this weapon gains a +1 to their AC. You got to be real careful with weapons that give bonuses to your AC. That is danger zones territory. That is really danger zone territory. That will make it so if I disagree with weapons that give a bonus to AC. I would give you a weapon that allowed you to like parry. Like with this weapon, you can use your reaction to add a +2 to your AC against one attack. And then maybe at higher levels, it could be a +4 to your AC. And then at highest levels, a +6. I mean, that's still a lot. I wouldn't actually go that high. But something like that, some sort of parry mechanic. Maybe you could add +1 to your AC and then +3 and then +5. Something like that. I don't know. I would not go in this direction, though. I wouldn't make it just AC buffs. We'll read Life Drinker and Swift Strike as well. Life Drinker, when you reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you get temporary hit points. When you reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you get more temporary hit points. And when you reduce a creature to 0, you get more temporary hit points. I don't love this because it sits literally on top of a warlock feature. I don't think you should make these things do the things that some base class features do, especially in circumstances like this, where they don't work in congruence. So, like for example, I don't love that if I am, I don't love how this works with if you're thinking about other features that do this, whether it's the Arc Fae or the Fiend Warlocks. First level feature, or there's the monk that gets something like this too that we talked about earlier. I think the idea is fine. I might actually change it to like hit point regeneration instead of temporary hit points. Let's look at Swift Strike. Once per long rest, you can make an additional attack with this weapon as a bonus action. Oh man, this is too strong. So here's the thing: is if you're gonna make leveled weapons, like there's no way in hell this is the same power level as this, right? So this should not, if you're giving extra attacks, this should not be the same, considered the same level as this. Or this, you know? Like, this one sucks so much compared to the other ones, it's ridiculous. So that's the one thing that I'll say is you got to be a little bit more thoughtful, I think, about where you put these in terms of their power levels. Swift Strike definitely does not sit in the same place as the other ones. Oh, it's only per long rest. Okay, I misread it. It's only once per rest. That's weird in a way that I don't like. Why is it limited? I just think this doesn't logically make sense. Why would a weapon be able to do this once and then not again until I rest again? What about this weapon is being expended here other than as a balancing issue? So that is the kind of thing where, like, if you were making this a class feature, I would say making it an amount of times that you could do per rest would make sense. But if the goal here is that you're expanding items so that they're not necessarily magic items, they're just items that grow with you, I would encourage you to make those features things that are not resource dependent if it doesn't logically make sense for them to be resource dependent. Oh, a bunch of subclasses get the extra attack on a resource. The Echo Knight gets it. There's a couple others, I think. But it's different. That's a very different thing than an item that is specifically designed to be a way that sort of like a heirloom but not magical item can grow with you. I think it's a neat idea. I think that these are not presenting in a way that is accurate for a dungeon master to use if they're trying to use this system to balance them, because I think some of them are a lot stronger than the others. So that would be my main piece of feedback so far. But I think the core concept is interesting. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Click. Thank you, Kelf. I think the idea with Swift Strike is to make it a reaction in some way. That could also work if it allowed you to do some sort of reaction thing. Sure. Let's give a round of applause for Kelf for sharing their ways of expanding your basic items. I think that's a fun and noble cause. I think that the main piece of feedback that I have for you, Kelf, other than what I said, is like, I think you should think about is, do you want, I think you genuinely need to decide, are these ways that these things, are these templates that you put on top of items, do you want them to feel like magic item things, or do you want them to feel like you are just sort of improving with your heirloom item? And if it's you improving with your heirloom item, I think you need to move away from stuff that is resource-based. And I think if you want them to be magical, then I think there's a lot more space for you to use resource-based stuff. It really depends on which direction you want to go with it. You think Swift Strike should be the AC bonus reaction? That's what I thought should be. I thought the Swift Strike reaction should have been replaced with the AC bonus, or like the parry. It's something where the weapon is magically growing with you. All right, so, I mean, you could decide to make it charge-based, but again, the things that you made charge-based I didn't feel like there was a logic to it being charge-based, other than you were like, this is a little too strong. And again, I don't know how much I agree with that in that specific circumstance. Smiles Radio says, hey, Cinder. This is one of my first ever actual homebrews that I've been trying to make and finish so far. It's not complete, unfortunately, but I've been really stumped due to not being able to get feedback. Yo, you got to post it in my Discord. I'd really appreciate any criticism or ideas. This is my custom Spirit Brawler class. Well, that's why you're not getting feedback. It's a whole class. Nobody wants to read a whole class. So, unfortunately, I am not going to read that much of it. As I've mentioned before, I do not read that much of a class. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give you feedback that you're not going to want, and I'm sorry. If you want somebody to read your homebrew, you cannot write it like this, especially if it's a whole class. If you want to write a whole class, you need to write it like a class. You need to have a table at the beginning that shows everything that's happening at each level. You need to, when you're writing a class, you are deciding to give yourself a hurdle. It's written in Markdown. Well, if they just copy-pasted it from their home brewery, then that still is not an amount of effort that still is, That doesn't solve the problem that the position I'm seeing it in is not good. The markdown does nothing in Google Docs. So if you're going to send me a Google Doc, you know, make it readable. Kelf says, that's understandable. You're totally just a balance case for the changes. Kelf, yeah, I think that the idea is solid, and I think that the ideas that most of the ones that you presented I liked. The only ones I just think the casual AC buff is too strong. I disagree with an automatic crit in general, and I don't like crit ranges increases in general. That is a me opinion thing. And I don't remember what the last thing is that I thought, so there you go. I probably said it on stream, though. Yeah, I don't know why they did it in this markdown format. So let's see. So the way that we're going to do this, I'm going to try to read the first and second level features, and we'll see if it feels like it is enough. It's the warrior of both body and mind, the skilled fighter who understands the soul unlike any other. Spirit brawlers come in many forms, but there are a few qualities that bind them: willpower, determination, strength. Okay, so they're basically spirit punchers. Okay, cool. They have a D8 hit die, kind of low for a punchy guy. Light armor, medium armor, shield, simple weapons, martial weapons, no tools, wisdom and charisma saving throw, 2 skills. We're going to ignore the multi-classing thing. So what? We don't know when we're getting any of these features. So we get a fighting style. Is this what we get at level 1? Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say, assuming that we get a fighting style at level 1, immediately you're in a bad place. They didn't send a homebrewery link. This is the link they sent. But immediately you're in a bad place if you're starting with a fighting style. Because by level 1, your piece needs to be unique. And there is already a class that at level 1 gets a fighting style. It's the fighter. They get fighting style and second wind. So you can't do fighting style and something else at first level. Just can't. Got to come up with something different. Manifest Will. I have no idea what level we get this at because it doesn't say. Let's assume we get it at first level. Your life energy has manifested as a force, as its own force, a spirit. As a bonus action, you can call it your spirit. Choose either your space or one within 5 feet of you that is unoccupied. Your spirit manifests hovering 5 inches off the ground. Your spirit is controlled by you telepathically. Acts on your turn, uses your action, bonus action reaction, as well as sharing your HP. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean it shares your HP? What does any of this mean? So when you make an attack... Okay, let's just see. This is very unclear what any of this means. If you make 1 or more attacks, when you take the attack action, you or your spirit can make the attacks. If your spirit uses the attack action, don't say may, say can. It can only make an unarmed strike unless stated otherwise using a d6 as a damage die. You and your spirit use your wisdom instead of strength for attack and damage rolls of your unarmed strikes. This feature should probably be in its own spot because it's so different. Your spirit has the same size category movement as you. So if you're trying to give us it's basically, it's very similar to an Echo Knight. It's very similar to an Echo Knight. I'm not sure what the goal is here. I'm not convinced on I'm not sold on it at level 1. It sounds like an Echo Knight wannabe. It's literally just a JoJo subclass. Well, I mean, okay, that's one thing, but whenever I see an anime thing, I have no idea what the fuck I'm looking at, so it very well may be a JoJo thing. It's like the Astral Self Monk, but smaller. If you want to make a thing where you summon a little guy that's with you, you need to be very clear about how it sits in space. I don't understand what it means by it's so if it takes, okay, so let me ask you a question. So if it shares your hit points, what does that mean? So if it takes damage, do you take that damage? If a fireball is cast in your area, do you make a saving throw and does it make a saving throw? And do you take both of those instances of damage? Can it be targeted with spells? Can it be charmed? Can it be dominated? What if you cast command on it? How is it affected by things if it's essentially a creature? These are all the things that I'm wondering. I think that you need to put a little bit more work into explaining and really clarifying how it sits mechanically in the game. And then I'll read the second level feature. At second level, when you are damaged by a hostile creature, you gain 1 charge of trade blows. You can have a number of charges equal to your wisdom modifier. You can use these charges in the following ways. When you or your spirit take the attack action on your turn, you can expend 1 or more charges to make an additional attack with your spirit equal to the number of charges spent. You can spend a charge to make an attack against the creature at the end of their turn using your spirit as a reaction, so long as they're within your range. Charges are set on your next turn. So you get a lot of extra attacks here. This is, I think, too many extra attacks. Because this means that every single round, you could potentially get a number of extra attacks equal to your wisdom modifier. And you can also get these after your turn because of this. I don't love the idea of second level, you being able to just stack extra attacks every round. Imagine this thing multi-classed with just about anything that's good at wisdom. A ranger, a monk. Feels a little strong. The creator said it was based on JoJo in the note to Cinder. I think... yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on the... I like the core idea that you can, like, collect damage and put it out, or, like, bounce things and bounce them back. But I think you need to scale this a little differently. I don't think it should be able to stack in the way that it can so consistently. It's just a little too strong. Like, a 2-level dip in this class is just way too strong, as written. It's a neat idea. I think you're doing a little too much too early, and the... a core concept, which is the manifestation of will, needs a good deal more explanation, I think. And I hope that was somewhat helpful. As always, if you ever decide to send me a class, you're sort of deciding to just, I'm going to read a little bit of it, but that is fine. Thank you, Smiles Radio. Let's give a round of applause to Smiles for sharing their I guess, JoJo-inspired thing. Hammy says, I think the charges would be resource-based, especially with how the feature works. I thought that too, but but it's the timer reset every round. So they were resource-based by round, not by rest, which is a lot. Like, the Echo Knight basically gets that exact same feature where they can just make extra attacks with their Echo, but they can only do that a number of times equal to their, whatever, some Constitution modifier or some bullshit. And then separate from that, they can't stack them. This could not only do that basically an infinite number of times so long as they were getting hit, they could stack them. Which is a little too strong if you ask me. Next we have Zionist, or just X is okay. I'll call you Zionist. The goal of this piece is to accurately recreate the boss from the game. Your feedback and information will inform the alternative version I make meant for a fair and balanced monster. This is my first homebrew monster. The monster is from Devil May Cry. You were not previously aware. I was not. Devil May Cry, another game that I am unfamiliar with. Challenge rating 7 monster, AC 18, hit points 130. It's got a burst. Your formatting is a little weird, but I accept it. It's readable, but it's weird. A tiny thing you can do to make this better, everything that says saving throw, damage immunity, big body, anything that has a name, make it bold. Bold these things. Bold this, bold this, bold this. Just the names. It will make it so much easier to read. Link, sorry. Here you go. Oh, I got a bunch of people that got points on that round. Master got a point. Rohanathan got a point. Flujunia got a point. All right, Zionist, let's take a look. So it's got walking, burrowing, climbing. Burrowing is a very strong feature, but I do like it on a monster. It has 3 saving throws. This feels like a lot for a CR7. I might drop it down to 2, maybe. The other thing that I would say is normally in D&D, the way that it works is if you make some of the saving throws in things that they're weaker in. So, for example, this thing has a wisdom of 12 and and an intelligence. I don't know much about these creatures, but I would probably make one of these their wisdom saving throw. I don't think it needs a strength saving. I honestly, I would probably drop the con and replace it with wisdom. Or charisma. I would replace the con with one of the mental stats. Acrobatics, intimidation, survival. They're vulnerable to cold damage and immune to fire. Oh, monsters with damage vulnerabilities are good. If it's going to be vulnerable to stuff, you got to be careful. That might be not enough hit points, maybe. Big body. The Phantom's body is covered in a rock-hard shell. When an attack is made that doesn't target its face or its back, it must be a critical to deal damage. This feature does not work for the way D&D combat is designed, just so you know. There is no assumed mechanic in D&D for called shots. So, if I was going to run this monster, it would be very hard for me to figure out how to do this other than just saying, you have to say you're aiming for its head, which my players would just say. So, I think that there are probably other ways to make it have a hardened shell. I don't think this is the move. What you could do is you could give it like a damage threshold, where it's like, whenever it takes, I don't know, like 7 damage or less, it takes no damage. Or 10 damage or less, it takes no damage. Basically being like, you have to really hit it hard to hit it. Yeah, like a ship, exactly. But this don't really work in D&D in the traditional sense. It might work in your game. If this is a mechanic that you play with where like directional combat is a thing, then go ahead and use it. But if you ever want to put this out online, I would change it. Yeah, exactly, Zeke. Hydra is very similar. Pat had to go. Pat usually leaves at around 10 o'clock. Cowardly nature. As a reaction, the Phantom can move 10 feet away in response to an attack. This should probably... What does that mean? Does it make the attack miss? Is the attack made at disadvantage? Does this movement trigger an opportunity attack? Those are all things worth thinking about. If your goal is that this prevents an attack, you need to say that. What I would probably do if I were you is I would say, as a reaction to being targeted with an attack, the Phantom can move 10 feet away, making the forcing the attack to be made at disadvantage. And then I would also say this movement does not provoke opportunity attacks. Something like that. Yeah, you could copy the skirmishers feature. Oh my goodness, Crazy Moose. Gifting the subs. You madman. Thank you, Crazy Moose. Oh, you gentle beast, you. You glorious Tyrannosaurus. Big ups for Crazy Moose. The true champion of the stream. Thank you, my dear sir. Very kind, very generous of you. This guy gets multi-attack, too. Bite attack, claw attack, stinger attack. The bite does fire and piercing damage. Normally, the way that you would do this is you break this up. So you would have it say, it has a +8 to hit. It deals 1d8 plus 5 piercing damage, and then you put the average of that damage, and then you say plus an additional 1d6 fire damage, and you put the average of that. You want to split the damage types up so that if, for example, you're using this monster in combat, and one of the players has, resistance to fire damage, you don't have to do that much math to think about it, especially if you're just using the averages, you know? So split up the damage types, give them all their own section. Its claw is fine. Why doesn't its claw grapple? Let its claw grapple. It has a stinger, which is also just a straight fire damage. Why doesn't this stinger do some poisony stuff? Don't make its attacks so the same. You want them to feel different. So I think the bite attack, fine. But let the claw attack grapple, let the stinger attack poison. Like, these things should feel unique. Otherwise, it's just flavor. I don't handle attention well? Okay, I'm sorry. I won't give you that much attention next time. I apologize. Oh, I see. It's Gray Mage is making you uncomfortable. That's fine. Gray Mage, be nice. Okay, and then you have Fireball. It's a plus 12 to hit, one target, and then... This is the way that I would probably word it. I would probably say it makes... I would probably say the Phantom either makes one bite attack, one claw attack, and one stinger attack, or like 2 fireball attacks. Because these are not that strong. And the way that it's written, if it's just doing this, that's so lame. That's so like if everyone's kiting it, this thing is horribly weak. So I would improve the damage of this a little bit. You know what I would probably do? I probably wouldn't make it 1d12 plus 5. I would probably make it something like 4d6 and just leave it at that. 4d6 fire damage. Boom. Easy. Then it has this eruption feature. The Phantom's back opens up and erupts with fire, launching it in a 20-foot circle. I would say the Phantom's back opens up, launching fire out in a 20-foot circle, period. All creatures in the area... Don't say in the circle. I'm just correcting as I read. All creatures in the area must make a DC 16 Dex saving throw or take 4d8 fire damage on a failed save or half as much on a success. This should be a lot stronger. This should probably... I would make this... You know what I would do? I would just make this the power of the fireball spell. I would make this 8d6 fire damage. Just make it the fireball spell. Boom. Done. It's like, it's a fireball that's automatically centered on you. So just, it's like, it's not casting fireball. It is casting fireball centered on itself, but it's not magic. It's just happening. So like counterspell wouldn't affect it. But I would treat it like fireball. It radiates from you. It does 8d6 fire damage. Boom. Oh, it has legendary actions. Interesting. I would probably drop the legendary actions if I was being honest. Well, let's see what they are. Claw attack, perception check. It summons a pillar to attack 1d8 creatures. What does that mean? They must make a DC 16 saving throw, taking X fire damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. This is just the same as the firebolt power. Just let them shoot a firebolt. Make a claw, a detect, and fireball blast. Don't call this fireball. Call it fire blast or something, because fireball is a spell in D&D. People are going to be confused when they read fireball and it's not fireball. I don't think Pillar's like Wall of Fire. If it's supposed to be, they didn't write it as so. Overall, I think it's a pretty neat monster. I like it. I like the explosion that it makes around it. I don't like the way that this hardened shell feature is working right now, but I like the idea of it having a hardened shell. I would lower the tremor sense to 120 feet. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. That was Zionist with a creature from... What did you say it was? It was from something. From Devil May Cry. Round of applause for Zionist. This creature is actually a really... Do you remember how I was talking about how if you make something that's based off of a piece of fiction, or Pat was saying that when you make something based off a piece of fiction, it has to stand on its own 2 feet, separate from that fiction? This does that. This is really solid in that way. This feels like an evocative fire scorpion monster, regardless of my lack of knowledge of Devil May Cry. Like, you might know more about this or feel more about this if you know Devil May Cry, but not knowing Devil May Cry, it still works. And that's because it has a very focused direction. It's a hard-bodied insect that does a lot of fire stuff. It's not that complicated. It's very straightforward. Makes it very understandable, and I can think about how I would place it in a game or what sort of vibes I might sit it with without having to watch the show or whatever, which is good. Or the game, excuse me. All right, thank you, Zionist. I wonder what's going to be next. Oh, I would never guess it's that darn moose again. That darn moose. Just resubmitted for Scale Lord. You have good feedback. I adjusted accordingly. All right. If I can't recognize that many differences, I'm not gonna do a deep dive. Here it is, the Scale Lord. It gets a bunch of spells based on the color of your dragon. At first level, your patron grants you an understanding of Draconic magic. Whenever you cast a spell that deals the damage of your type, you can change the damage of your type. You also gain proficiency with Intimidation. Okay. At first level, you basically... I feel like you nerfed first level a lot. We need a little bit more at first level. This doesn't do enough at first level. You can change the damage type of spells, and you get Intimidation. That's not enough. We need something else. Oh, I'm supposed to stop? Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop. But before I stop, Crazy Moose, was this you? Oh. Okay, well, that's okay, Crazy Moose. That's before. Okay, so I'm going to give, first of all, calm down. You didn't hurt my feelings. I didn't rant. Everything's fine. We all stay together here. I wanted to say, I am going to give you some feedback here because I read the whole first level feature and I'd rather this not be time wasted. So think about warlocks. The thing about warlocks is that their expanded spell list does not really count as a class feature because they're not getting those spells for free. They have to sacrifice another spell to get them. So it's less of a class feature and more of like a way to make your class feel more like you want it to feel like. Now, if we keep that in mind, what do we actually get at first level here? We get resistance to a damage type. No, we don't. We get the ability to change spells to a damage type. We get proficiency with Intimidation or expertise, essentially, and we know Draconic. In my opinion, this is what I would do if I were you. Take the Intimidation thing and Draconic and make that one of the first level features. Call it Draconic Presence or something like that, okay? Then the other first level feature, make it something like you can make it so you change the damage type to the type of your element, but there needs to be something else there. So what I would encourage you to do is, if the way that you are wanting to express in this specific piece at this level, if the way you're trying to express the idea of your Draconic lineage is essentially tied to the elemental damage that they do, consider doing something that allows you to do a little bit more of that type of damage. Maybe something like when you cast a spell that deals this type of damage, one of the targets takes a little bit more damage. Or when you cast a cantrip that deals this, something that and it could be resource based, it doesn't have to, but maybe something that makes it deal a little bit more of that type of damage or interact with that damage in a unique way. Something like that. And then I think it'll be good for a first level. But I think right now, it feels like you're getting a ribbon feature and half a feature. And we want to get a ribbon feature and a whole feature. And then I will look at the rest later if you dramatically change it more. Was that okay? Was that good? I don't want to like punish people for not knowing the new rule. Was that reasonable, class? Was that okay? I feel bad if I punish people too hard. Nobody's saying anything. We live in a world of shadow. It's okay. It is a bit like a genie. It is similar to the genie warlock. What if you could cast one first level spell in the damage type of as a non-magical effect? Oh. Huh. That's a weird idea. I do agree after rearranging the levels and adding the breath weapon first level felt lame. Why did adding the breath level first level feel lame? I feel like a breath weapon first level is cool. I don't know. Greater minds than I at work here. Okay, thank you, Crazy Moose. If you want to clarify what you mean about your first level feature feeling lame as breath weapon, I am curious. No, I know that the breath weapon is 6 now, but I just wasn't sure why you felt like it shouldn't be first. If it's not going to be first, you could... there should be something that makes you feel a little bit more... you know? Alright, good night, Speedwagon. Beelzebub. Hello again. I've made some revisions on A Way of Sound Monk and will be delighted to see your perspective on the new improved subclass. Well, friend, we're going to see if you made enough for me to read it. Way of the Sound Mind. We're going to skip the flavor text because it's a reread. Precision Hearing. When you choose this at 3rd level, your ears become your eyes. When not under the deafened condition, you have 10 feet of blind sight, unless you already have blind sight, which extends it to 5 feet. All right, that's fine. I did the link. I'm a champion of links. Concussive strikes at 3rd level. When making an unarmed strike with flurry of blows, you add an additional 1d4 thunder damage to each attack. Increases to 1d6 at level 6, 1d8 at level... I would not have the damage increase this quickly. Have it increase slower. I think it should increase, this time, this increases 1, 2, 3 times. I think it should increase twice, probably, not once. And, yeah, I could pull the weapon to the 1st level. Oh, yeah, if you get a cool dragon weapon, pull that to 1st level, dude. We just need something at 1st level that's not a flavor thing. Additionally, the target must succeed on a con saving throw equal to your ki or become deafened until the start of your next turn. I would, seems fine. I don't know if I would make the extra damage. I guess the extra damage isn't crazy high if you don't make it go up that high. I would make it a D4 and then go to a D6 and then go to a D8, and I would have it end at a D8. Onto the devil. Lost in the Noise. At 6th level, you're able to use Harmony of Combat to avoid dangers. When a creature is deafened, you can move out of its area of attack without provoking opportunity attacks. I understand that you want this to tie to this, but I don't like this because this is really stepping on the toes of the Drunken Master. Monk, which is basically entirely built around this is the Drunken Master's 3rd level feature, so I probably would change it. Additionally, you can force a creature away from you with a beam of sound. As a bonus action, you can force a target within 5 feet of you to make a strength savings throw equal to your ki or be pushed away 10 feet in a straight line. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You know what I would do? I would drop this feature entirely, and I would make this feature like a 15-foot cone or something like that. Rhythmic Combat. Beginning at 11th level, you can use Rhythm to overwhelm your enemies. When you hit a creature that is deafened, you reduce the target's AC by 1 until the target is no longer deafened. I don't like AC. I don't like AC debuffs. I struggle with them. I'm not sure I buy the flavor here. Like, why is deafening them lowering their AC? Additionally, you force them to make a con saving throw equal to your ki save to remain deafened until the end of your next turn. This can only be applied to 1 creature per round. What is this doing that the flurry of blows isn't doing? I'm going to be honest. I think that this core mechanic that you're trying to build around the deafened condition, I'm not. If you're selling it, I'm not buying it yet. I think you're really stretching what it feels like to have a creature deafened, and I think that maybe you can just change some of the wording around here. I'm not exactly sure, but like we already get so many features that like the monk already, one of their core features is Stunning Strike, which basically debilitates a creature on a Constitution saving throw. So having other features that debilitate a creature on a Constitution saving throw, they don't feel like they're adding enough different, in my opinion. Good night, Derek. Have a good one, buddy. So I would encourage you to like push this a little bit to something more than like it deafens creatures and debilitates them. We already get deafen and debilitation with Stunning Strike. At 17th level, you can use an action to send out a 15-foot cone of sound, causing creatures in the air to make a con save. All of this stuff is con saves, and I think you got to change some of that. On a failed save, the target is stunned for 1 what? They're stunned for 1? And deafened for 1 minute. On a successful save, the target is deafened for 1 minute. So, again, man, this is just Stunning Strike, but better. I disagree. I disagree with doing a Stunning Strike, but better. We get Stunning Strike. We don't need Stunning Strike, but better. This is a good place to put something different. What are other ways you could incorporate sound? There's a great villain in Batman Beyond that is a sound manipulation villain. I don't remember his name. Let's look him up. Sound manipulation villain. He's cool. It's a good episode of Batman Beyond. This guy. This guy is friggin' awesome. And he's got all these sorts of sound powers, and they're cool. Go watch this episode of Batman Beyond. And come up with some new, unique ways to interact with the environment that isn't deafening or stunning. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Click. And now that I've reviewed it twice, I can never review it again. Batman Beyond was a fantastic TV show. Some of the best villain design ever. Galacticus is up next. You don't love it too much. You love it the perfect amount. It's very good. You looked at this class a number of weeks ago. I've made some changes to level 1 and 2 features. All right, let's take a look at them. Keep in mind, this is the last time I will ever look at this class. This is the second and final. What are these things supposed to be again? What's their vibe? I don't know. We're just going to dive in. D8 hit points. Okay, we're going to look at just the first and second class features. Energy drives, first level. First level, you can use energy drives to boost your body. You can only use one ability that uses energy drives per turn and regain all expended energy drives after completing a short or long rest. An ability that requires uses your circuit DC. It's wisdom based. Oh, curious. I would have imagined it would have been intelligence based. By spending an energy drive, you can do one of the following. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can forgo rolling damage, take half the value of the weapon's damage die, and use that as your damage instead, adding any approximate modifiers. If the attack was critical, you can take the maximum value. Huh, that's weird. So you can just get the average damage. That's okay. It's actually not good or bad. It literally is just okay, because that's what it is by definition. Without spending an action, you can use wisdom instead of strength or dex for weapon attacks and roll damage rolls till the end of your next turn. This needs to be something. So I think what you need to do is at the start of your turn, you need to choose to do this. Like, can you use both of these at the same time? I don't really understand. Without spending an action doesn't make any sense. Like, it needs to sit in the action economy somewhere if it's changing things. So you need to say at the start of your turn, bop, 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 bop. Also, I'm going to just point out that this is one of those things that, like, it falls into the same problem that the Hexblade Warlock falls into. It's one ability per turn regardless of what you can use. But, Brother Bear, you're not listening to me. You can't say without spending an action. You need to clarify still where this sits in the action economy. So I don't know when I use this, because this does not have any action economy or timing to it. So which is why I say at the start of your turn, you can say something like this. Or you can give it action economy. You can't just say you can do it whenever you want and it doesn't cost anything. That's not how features work in D&D unless they're passive features, which this is not. This does also fall into the same problem that Hexblades fall into, which is like, I don't love features that give you a alternative way of using like if I multi-class Ranger with this, then I can just use Wisdom for all my attacks. I don't know how I feel about that. Arcane Siphon, at first level, your implanted components become more efficient, allowing you to use some of the magical energy to defend yourself. I would probably not talk about them becoming more efficient here if this is a first level feature. I would just say, like, you just have them and they do a thing. They should become more efficient later. When you're targeted by a spell or other magical effect, you can spend your reaction to gain temporary hit points equal to your wisdom modifier plus your conduit level. These temporary hit points last for 1 hour. Once you use this feature, can't do so again until you complete a short or long rest. So it's just, I don't know, man. This feels really similar to Second Wind. This is, like, so the same as Second Wind. It's different, but it's not that different. Second Wind is a bonus action to heal you 1d10 plus your fighter level. You get it back at a short rest. This is reaction, right? It's a reaction. Yeah, it's reaction to temporary hit points equal to wisdom modifier plus your conduit level. Feels I think that you are struggling a little bit with this one to feel unique. This kind of feels like an alternative version of Second Wind, and this kind of feels like an alternative version of like Hexblade's Curse. You know? So yeah, I would probably come up with something different for this. I'm going to look at one of the second level features, but not all of them. At second level, you gain the necessary components to allow you to manipulate the weave efficiently. These components are especially resistant to electricity to keep from malfunctioning. Once per long rest, as a reaction to being hit with an attack that deals lightning damage, you can reduce lightning damage to 0. At 6th level, you can do this twice per long rest. This is kind of fun, although I don't know, man. It kind of steps on the toe of Arcane Siphon immediately. You now have two different things that were sort of competing for a reaction. It just feels very weirdly specific. I feel like this could be a subclass feature. Would make more sense than a class feature. I don't know. It feels odd. Class. Tell me if I'm being nitpicky here, but it feels odd to tie a feature, a core class feature, to a specific damage type, in my opinion. I don't know how I feel about that. The only other class, there's only two classes that do that I can think of. The barbarian does that with their rage, but like it's bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, so it's like very common damage types. And then it's paladin and their divine smite, which does radiant. So maybe if you're thinking about it in that way, it kind of does make sense. Because it's like these guys are electric vibe in the same way that paladins are radiant vibe. All right, good night, the tax collector. I'll see you later, buddy. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. It was very kind of you. Okay, I talked myself out of it. I think this is probably good. Also, at second level, your technological implant gains additional functions, allowing you to push mind and body. Whenever you complete a long rest, choose one of the following. You have advantage on saving throws to avoid being charmed or frightened. As a bonus action, you can activate your overclock surge, gaining advantage on strength or dex checks. Are these just all advantage on checks? Whenever you use a feature that requires you to expend energy, make a con saving throw. On a success, the number of energy drives required is reduced by 1. I don't like that one. I would drop it. I would definitely drop efficient energy transfer. The advanced circuitry improves your mental prowess, speed, allowing you to think more quickly. Advantage on initiative. You gain proficiency in investigation, insight, or medicine. These features feel a little lopsided. Some of them are advantage. Some of them are just new things. I don't know if they feel super well balanced against each other. Oh, and you can change them. That's really strong. I might not let you change them. I might let you change them on a level up, but changing them on a long rest is strong. That's really strong. Yeah, those are my thoughts on the first level features. I do think that you have enough here to I think to think about this as like an alternative class, but I do think that a lot of these features right now almost feel more subclassy than they do classy, and there's some of them don't feel unique enough yet. Feels very Hexblade fighter, and I don't know if you are okay with that. If you are, great, but if you don't want this to feel like that, I think you got some work to do. That's really your call at this point more than mine. I don't really have anything else about the first two features. I think that there's some interesting stuff here, but overall, I think that there's still some tweaking to be done, and I hope you continue to make said tweaking. I like the idea quite a bit of like a cyborg class, though, so I feel like leaning into that is the move. Anything that you can do to feel more cyborgy, I think would be good. Cool. Thank you very much, Gladicus. Let's see who's next. Oh, shoot. It's Steph. This is my first homebrew. I was inspired by a picture I saw on Twitter. Dude, that is the best way to make homebrew, is by cool stuff you find online for inspiration. That's a good idea. Good move. This is called Gross. That's I Jug. I wish I knew what picture this was. Oh yeah, I'll put it. I'll link it. You didn't even ask me. I just know. Gross. That's I Jug. Legend says a mage once had a brilliant idea of squeezing a beholder into an alchemy jug. This and the subsequent smear on the wall is the result. Perfect flavor text. This legitimately good flavor text. This purple jug is covered in multicolored glass eyes. It's made entirely of ceramic. It appears to hold liquid. Okay, so it's sort of just like the alchemist jug, but it's different. You can use an action to poke one of the eyes on the jug, which produces a liquid of the type determined by the table below. The liquid will then pour up to 2 gallons per minute. The maximum of the liquid it produces can vary by each liquid. You don't write this if it varies by liquid. Just write it. And you could say it takes a minute for it to pour out the amount or something like that. The liquid can be, if you want it to be a timer, say it takes a minute to pour the liquid, and then just the amounts are the amounts, and it takes a minute to pour 4 ounces or 2 gallons. Or don't worry about there being a timer aspect to it. The maximum amount of liquid it can produce varies. Once the jug starts producing liquid, it cannot produce a different one or more of the same after reaching its maximum until the next day. What's its maximum? What do you mean its maximum? What does that mean? Steph, does that mean that it can pour like a certain amount per day, and that is the charges? So it's like it can pour 2 gallons of liquid per day? Or can it produce every single one once per day? I don't know what you're saying correct to. Okay, here's what I'll say. If your goal is that it's not charge-based, it's based on resource, then here's how you say it. Here's how you say it. The jug can pour a maximum of 1 gallon of liquid, or 2 gallons of liquid per day, after which it cannot be used again until the next long rest, period. Depending on the substance, it will be able to be used more than once, etc. But I actually disagree with that. I want to see what these things do, but my guess is that some of these are really strong for a really small amount, so you should probably make it closer to the alchemy jug, where it can just be used once per day. That's how I would do it. It's language from the alchemy table, but the table should be labeled maximum amount. But the alchemy jug is the things that it can pour are way weaker than this. And the alchemy jug works, yeah, so just make sure it's clear that it can only be used once per day. Okay, so it's got mayonnaise. I love mayonnaise. It's got green, it's got olive oil, amazing. I would cut out a lot of this flavor text here. I think you need to just say what this stuff is. The flavor text, the jokey flavor text is good, and it works well up here. But when we're getting into the chart, I want to be seeing the mechanics, and I think that too much jokey can stifle the ease of use of the item. Like, if I'm just rolling on the die, I don't want to see, okay, I got olive oil or whatever. I just want, I don't want to see this joke. I don't want to take an extra 10 seconds to have to get to what this thing actually does. This potion, if imbued, what potion? Okay, so I would change the way that you rate these things. I would not call them potions, because it's not pouring a potion, it's just pouring the liquid. So I would just call it a liquid. Or goo, or whatever. Because potion, I think, implies, like, it's a thing in a little glass container that you can, like, carry around in your pocket and use later. These do not work that way. Or if they do work that way, it really doesn't read like they do in your flavor text. Okay, so it can cast Clairvoyance. This one can cast Levitate. This one can cast Paralyze. This one can cast Telekinesis. And then it's Tar, or then it's Fresh Water. This item is really strong for not requiring attunement. This is definitely a very rare item here. Not a rare item. Because it's casting a 5th level. Even just for this, it's casting telekinesis, a 5th level spell once per day. That's really strong. Also, telekinesis needs a saving throw. Levitate needs a saving throw. I don't know if clairvoyance needs one, but the levitation one definitely does, and telekinesis definitely does. But just based on the fact that you could be casting telekinesis once per day for free with this, I say this, and it doesn't require attunement. That makes it a very, very rare item. The main feedback that I have, other than that, is you want to clear up your language a little bit just to make it really clear that it's just once per day. Drop whatever you're saying about the amount stuff here, even if that's what the alchemy jug does. I don't think it works in the language you're using. And then I am going to make a suggestion, which is if you're doing something like, if you want to have silly things that don't do anything, put them all together. Like, I want to know what this tar-like liquid does. I want to know what this fresh water does. Although I know it's just fresh water, but like, it's weird to have the features that do things in the middle and then to have ones that don't on either end. So I would reorganize it so these two are up here. And then the other thing that I would do is I would probably actually make these things do things. Make the Crimson Tar do something, because the thing about the alchemy jug is the reason it doesn't explain what most of those things do is because a player knows how to interpret what those things do. I don't need mechanics to understand that wine is an alcoholic drink, which is like mechanically whatever, but it's very roleplay heavy. A player has no idea what to do with deep crimson tar-like liquid that is very sticky, especially if there's no mechanics tied to it. So I would probably put something here to make this a little bit more specific. The water is fine. This is fine. This is fine. The other thing that I would say is I feel like you're missing out on something here. Clairvoyance, levitation, paralysis, telekinesis. I get the vibe of them. I can see they're all sort of tied to beholder eye rays. I get that. But I feel like it would be maybe more fun if these things didn't all do exactly what a spell did, but they were a little bit unique in their mechanics. Worth thinking about. I also just don't love the idea of it doing paralysis in general, but that's just me. I want to pour green slime, but that may be a bad idea. But yeah, I like it a lot. I think the flavor is fan-friggin-tastic, and I think most of the execution is really solid. I just think there's a couple places that you could expand out, specifically with the Scarlet Substance. And I would encourage you to think about dropping the paralysis and the clairvoyance, and maybe taking some ideas from those spells and implementing them, but making them sort of unique. I would actually just drop the paralysis entirely and just put something new there. But that's just me. I don't love paralysis on magic items unless it's like that's the thing they do, and they probably should require attunement because they're very strong. Paralysis is like one of the strongest things you can afflict to a creature because it makes things automatically crit when they hit. It's not just they have advantage, they crit, which is very strong. But yeah, very fun item, very fun flavor. I absolutely love the idea of a beholder mixed with a alchemy jug. I think that I don't know which picture that came from, but the idea of like mashing things together to create something weird and silly and a little gross is fantastic. Really, really, really fantastic. Yeah. So who was that? That was Steph. Steph, thank you for sharing. Let's give a round of applause to Steph. Very, very fun piece, Steph. Very fun piece. I like where it's going quite a bit, and I do hope you decide to keep working on it. If you're not in my Discord, you should definitely join and share it there, because I think people will enjoy it there as well. Okay. That was Steph. Let's see who's next. You guys can hear it when I'm making the clap noise, right? I hope you can. It'd be funny if you couldn't. It's Baba. Here's a more trippy homebrew vehicle. I always thought the usual fantasy airship was a little uninspired. This one is different. All right, we'll see. I hope different doesn't mean it's just exceedingly long to read. Let's see what we're working with. Airship. It has cloud deck, up deck, floating deck, down deck, and puke deck. Gravity goes in opposite directions. Okay, so I'm going to start giving you feedback immediately. This little part here, this thing, I have two thoughts immediately. One, it's very cool conceptually. Like, if I was a player and I was given a vehicle in D&D, having a little map like this to visualize the vehicle and the floors of the vehicle, I would love this. I would love this. Now, I'm going to say something else. If the mechanics are all tied to you standing in specific places on specific floors, there are going to be people that love that or don't love that, because it makes it a very different sort of game to play. It sort of turns combat into a whole other thing, but I think it's kind of fun. All right, I'm going to skip around because it seems like it's going to be a long document. Yeah, so what did you... I basically read this before. Did I not read this before? How is this different? How is this different than the thing I saw before, where each component had HP and AC? Because so far it looks the same as before. Oh, that's so fucking cheeky. Go fuck yourself. Okay, fine. I'll read the description. Where's the description? You can't... The description is a good start? The description of what? What the fuck are you talking about? The description of each component? The description of these ones don't seem different. This seems the same. This doesn't seem different. I'll read the description of this one. Change the direction or movement of the helm and movement speed of the flips of the flip. Change. Okay, so where does this sit in the action economy, friend? After the components? Oh, get fucked. Come on, man. You've been doing this why? Please make this in the order that you intend for it to be written. Wait, what description? I genuinely don't know what I'm looking for here. This description? Is this description? I'll tell you what, if you really, really want me to read the description first, you did a great job of hiding it if this is the description. A+ on this description rolled a 19 on its stealth check. But I'm assuming this is the description. This should be up here. You know this. You know this by now. Flip ships are large cylindrical vesicles that rely on gravity reversing item called an impulse core to move. The impulse core projects a field of reversed gravity underneath itself and oriented toward itself so that gravity draws objects towards it. These impulse cores are difficult to create and highly expensive, but create several advantages over traditional airships. Because flip ships have a mirrored plane of gravity running along their center, the float plane, cargo stored on the center cargo deck floats. Oh, that's fun. And can be moved easily. Any crew or passengers that tumble off of the up deck or the down deck fall into the float plane and bob gently there. All right, that's very fun. I like that a lot. This should all be way earlier, dude. Flip ships are not limited by the weight of their hulls like airships or water-going vessels, both of which rely on buoyancy to keep them suspended in air. Flip ships are typically built to have symmetrical upper and lower hulls, which press against one another along the float plane. Without weight limits, they are often constructed of reinforced wood, metal, or stone. Okay, so the core idea is cool. I still don't really understand what's going on here that's different. I'm going to point out a couple things here. I don't see any action economy listed in this feature. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not, but you should definitely have action economy listed in features. Even if it's listed somewhere up here where it's like you can take actions based on your components, you still should rewrite it here because it's going to be... It's just better to do so. As an action, I'm assuming you can change the direction of movement and movement speed of the flip ship. The flip ship continues moving in the set direction and speed until the helm is used again. The helm of the flip ship is usually positioned at the center. Okay, so you can move it. You get an attack. You get another attack. What is this feature? The impulse core is located at the center of the flip ship and has a total cover from attacks originating from outside the flip ship. If it's destroyed, its speed becomes 0 and it falls. While active, it projects the reverse gravity field in a 50-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder. It can be moved up and down and oriented at angles to create forces and of movement that send the flip ship in any direction. When the flip ship moves laterally, it tilts slightly in the direction. So it sort of looks like a helicopter as it flies. That's kind of cool. I've been following the format of official vehicles, but seems like it would be a good idea to break it a bit and to improve the flow. I think that I'm not super familiar with what book you're using, so if you want to keep doing that, that's fine. But I feel like it would definitely improve the flow if the description was before the components. So I'm not sure what Wizards of the Coast book you're copying. It might be the Ghosts of Saltmarsh. It might be Avernus. But I think especially for something that has this like a sort of unique vibe, you get that description out first. I'm gonna say, I'll be honest, man. I was expecting something a lot weirder. I'm not seeing anything that weird here. I think the best and weirdest part of this ship is the visualization of how it works. And I want there to be more based on that, if anything. I don't know exactly what I would do there, but it kind of still just feels like an airship. I'm not sure, because you said, what did you say? You said, you always thought they were a little uninspired. This one is different. So is really the goal okay, let me rephrase. If the goal you're going for here was not to add a whole new mechanic, but just to create a unique aesthetic for an airship, I think you 100% accomplished that goal. I think that you're good. This is super unique aesthetic. I think it would feel very fun as like a way of flavoring your ship. A++ on that. But if your goal is that it mechanically feels different, it's not hitting right now. So what I would encourage you to do is if you want it to mechanically feel different, I would change its actions up. I would probably drop some of these weapons. I don't know which ones, but I would probably drop some weapons and give it some gravity type attacks and defenses instead. If the whole thing is it's centered around this gravity core, I would probably extend that to be how it was used in combat as well. I think that would add to it feeling more unique and distinct, or make it so like things that were within certain radiuses of its gravity could be affected by it in ways that felt more combat oriented. Because right now I feel like you're halfway to it being really unique. You basically built a really unique engine. You built a really fun layout, and the layout is simple and it's good. Don't change this. I think what you need to do is take a little bit of time and think about, sure, maybe it has a couple ballistas, but like, what would a gravity engine ship be able to do as a defense in a combat that a normal Astral Sea engine ship would not be able to do? And I would give it some of those features. Does that make sense? I hope so. I think conceptually it's very good. I like it a lot. I have never played a D&D game where my players were super into any sort of ship-to-ship combat. I have tried. They just have a really hard time remembering how it works, and then it just makes it take too long. I have simple players. They're simple people. All right, guys, let's give a round of applause to Baba/Philip. Very original idea for a pretty unique way of interpreting an airship. Very cool, very cool. What did you say? Ship combat is famously clunky? Yeah, I've never seen it not clunky. I think that ship combat, if you have a group of players that really like chunky gameplay, then the clunkiness of ship combat is almost a benefit, because on your turn in combat, you're like you're playing like strategy mode with each other. You're like, okay, what should we do? How do we do? Oh, we turn this. Like that could be a lot of fun for a lot of players if they can remember all the things it does, and if they all have unique ways that they can add to it. I think one of the best games for ship combat is Mage Hand Press's book. I think it's called I forget what it's called. Dark Matter. Dark Matter is really good. Dark Matter basically has ship-to-ship combat, and they make mechanics for it being directional. So like you put your shield, like so if you're facing a certain direction, certain guns can turn, but certain guns just face directions. And then there's like 6 roles that people can take on the ship. So somebody could be like the engineer, so they can be like empowering certain guns or empowering certain shields and changing the direction of those shields or the boosters of the engine. I think there was like a pilot, which had control. It could do some maneuverability. There's the commander, which could like change the action economy. And they're all pretty good. But it basically made it so everyone had something unique they could do in combat if they were doing ship-to-ship combat. It also made it so like if you didn't have a big enough crew, you couldn't do all of the things the ship could do at the same time. Because it's like, who's going to take the engineer role for this fight? All right, I'll do the engineer role. I'll be the gunners. So it's like if you got one person doing engineer and you got, 2 people on guns, if you don't have someone piloting the ship's not moving. So it's like there's a sort of back and forth, and it's like it creates incentive to get a crew. It's a good system. All right, cool. Thank you again, Baba. Looking at Star Trek RPGs might be a good idea. That's true. Aw, shoot, it's Reaver. Hey, Cinder, I had a quick little barbarian subclass leap fully formed into my mind one evening, and I had to write it down to get it out of my head. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. You know it's bad when they start with an apology. Path of Fist and Forge. This is an amazing piece of art to use. Perfect. That's so funny. Punch good, forge good, rar. We barbarians are a mighty folk. The ones who punch the best can punch so hard they forge steel and magic with their blows. This is greatly pleasing to the gods, and if it isn't, we'll punch them too. Very nice flavor text, Reaver. Yo, Amber, did you see... Amber, if you didn't catch the beginning of stream, the very first thing we reviewed was a spider... like a spider subclass that was really cool that you should check out. You'll like it. Okay, let's look at the 3rd level feature. Fists of Iron. At 3rd level, your fists have hardened through your brutal disciplines. You gain the following benefits. Yeah, Amber, if you check it out, either check it out now or check it out later. But it was the very first piece we looked at. Your unarmed strikes deal 1d6 bludgeoning damage. At 11th level, they deal 1d8. At 17th, they deal 1d10. So far, I mean, that's pretty solid, I think. If anything, you're still going to be pretty behind on damage here. When punching things that deal damage to you when you punch them, you are resistant to that damage. I think there's a better way to word that. I would say, when taking damage from an effect that is triggered by you dealing damage, you are resistant to that damage. I might phrase it like that. I guess you could still change it so it's just tied to punching, but I don't think you necessarily need to. While you are raging, if you have both hands empty, when you perform an attack action, you can make an additional unarmed strike as a bonus action. Cool, there we go. That's how you balance the damage. Okay. So far I like it. I'm curious what else we're getting. I see the word artificer sort of sprinkled in here throughout, and I don't know why, and I don't like it. Only because I don't like artificers. Excellent improvement on the wording, thanks. Oh, I don't even know what I said, but I appreciate that I said it. But yeah, this just feels nice. I'm trying to think if there's something that I don't like about this. So I see we're getting another feature too, but I think this is it's pretty straightforward. I like it. Okay, let's look at Fist of Forging. At 3rd level, your mighty fists let you shape metal and magic with your blows. I want to point something out here. So this feature is weaker in a lot of ways than the Beast Barbarian's 3rd level feature, where you get your extra claw attacks, but it's also not, because your claw attacks, when you get extra attack, will let you get that extra attack. So you get 3 attacks. But this one does that, but requires a bonus action. But also, this one scales, and the Beast Barbarian doesn't. But also, the Beast Barbarian, you can pick. You don't have to do the claw attack. You can also do the tail or the bite. And that versatility is a power-up, almost. So I actually think this balances pretty well against that, I think. Okay, let's read Fists of Forging. At 3rd level, your mighty fists let you shape metal and magic with your blows. You gain proficiency with smithing tools and can craft objects made of metal with your bare hands. Can I just say that I don't think you should get proficiency in smithing tools? I think you should say any smithing and I would say something like any ability checks you made relating to forging or smithing that you make with your bare hands count as if you are using smithing tools that you are proficient with, or something like that. Don't word it exactly like that. Yeah, no, what Dragoness wrote. Your hands count as smithing tools, and you're proficient with them. Yes. That's it. Dragoness said it. Do that. You gain the ability to fuse items with an artificer as an artificer of your barbarian level. What the fuck does that mean? Don't do that. You know and can infuse half as many items as an artificer. Don't do that. Of your barbarian level, don't do that. If you multi-class with artificer, your level's stacked for infusions. Oh, don't tell me you mix this with artificer and use fucking artificer infusions. Man, come on. Don't do that. Change it. If you want to make it so you can punch magic into items, I think that's a great idea. Don't require me to go find whichever book the artificer's in and look at an infusion list on that. Don't do that. I don't think that you should do that. I would strongly encourage what you do is you come up with a couple infusion options that are unique to this, and you can essentially punch an item into being magic, and it can be in one of a couple ways. This also should not be that strong, because this is pretty strong. So this needs to be like significantly weaker, I think, than regular artificer infusions. At 6th level, your unarmed strikes count as simple weapons for the purposes of allowing them to be infused. They should. I disagree. I disagree with this feature. This should be your unarmed strikes count as magic. And then it should be one other little thing, maybe. That should be a defense or utility feature. This is not a defense or a utility feature. Having your unarmed strikes count as magical is fine. Strongly disagree with the artificer infusion thing, so I would just come up with something else here. You make your punches have magic. You do that at 10th level. Don't do that here. Or are you just trying to be a dick because now you're throwing key points in here? Is that what's happening? At 10th level, you learn to channel your primal rage into your body with mystical key. Yes, you are. Once per rage, you can use a bonus action to perform 2 unarmed strikes or a dash, disengage, or dodge action. Okay, I'm going to ignore the fact that you're using key here and just look at the feature. Once per rage, you can use a bonus action to perform 2 unarmed strikes or dash or disengage or dodge as an action. I'm going to be honest, this feels kind of boring. I know that you're turning this into a joke, but I wish you wouldn't, because I think the punching is really cool, and I wish it was more punching and less trying to be everything I don't like. All right, let's look at Forged Soul. At 14th level, you gain proficiency in all saving throws while you're raging and attuned to at least one mat. No, this is too strong. You know this is too strong. Change it. Make it something new. Give it some 14th level infusions. No, Reaver, I'm not upset with you. But I'm being honest here. This is solid. Completely rewrite this. Make the 6th level feature. Make the 6th level feature magic. Your attacks are magic, and you get some defense utility feature. Get rid of this entirely and come up with something new here. Get rid of this entirely and come up with something new here. Lean into the fact that you can punch cool types of magic into things, or you can do cool things with your punches. That's what I would say. And those are my thoughts. Thank you for somehow combining just about everything I hate into a subclass that I kind of liked. That was a strange feeling that you made me feel. I missed the text in the image. Oh, that's so sad. There's no way I could ever go back. I've gone too far. Next, we have Bert. I will say, Reaver, that was genuinely strange to see a combination of everything I hate mixed with a little bit of stuff that I like. That was weird. That was like German chocolate cake. I hate German chocolate cake. It takes things I love and mixes it with things I hate. Okay. Hey, Cinder. This is my first time attempting a homebrew subclass. It's for a player in my future campaign. It's meant to be a high-risk, high-reward subclass, but at the moment I'm worried the risks are too low and the rewards are too high. Let's take a look. Okay. The Gambler. No, I don't. No. I don't like German chocolate cake because German here. You guys not know what German chocolate cake is? German chocolate cake was not made by Germans. German chocolate cake was made by a guy that's name was German. His name was like John German. Here, I'll show you. So the problem with German chocolate cake is that it's chocolate cake full of fucking coconut, and I hate coconut. Coconut is my least favorite flavor. But German chocolate cake has actually nothing to do with the Germans at all. It was invented by some fucking guy. I don't remember his name. But yeah, it has nothing to do with the actual German. Okay. Okay, this warlock is the Lucky. We get Silvery Barb, Silent Image, Calm Emotions, Detect Thoughts, Clairvoyance, Spirit Guardians, Arcane Eye, Confusion, Dominate Person, Planar Binding. Gonna be honest, very few of these feel related to luck. B, you and I are the same person. Coconut is just bad. Rohanathan, I love you. We're boyfriend and girlfriend, or boyfriend and boyfriend, or Eldritch creature and Eldritch creature now. Whatever you want. Great Mage, you can have all the coconut. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't really get why Silent Image, Calm Emotions, Detect Thoughts, Clairvoyance, Spirit Guardians, Arcane Eye, Dominate Person, or Planar Binding are here. I get Confusion because there's a little bit of randomness to like what's going to happen, and I get Silvery Barbs, even though I fucking hate Silvery Barbs. I'm not sold on the spell list. Let's look at the features. The reason why I'm not sold on the spell list is because I don't feel like if I look at this spell list, okay, let's play the game. If you did not know this subclass was the Lucky, what do you think this subclass would be based on these? What do you think this subclass would be based on this expanded spell list? I'm not really sure. Psychic, maybe? Like divination, a mentalist? Yeah, literally two people said a mentalist at the same exact time. Which I think means that, yeah, it does kind of feel like a mentalist. It doesn't feel like a divination. I mean, that is a little bit divination, isn't it? But it doesn't really feel like I don't know. It doesn't feel like a gambler. It doesn't feel lucky. It feels divination. And I don't know if you're trying to make this feel divination. But even if you're going divination, there's a lot of things that feel odd. Silent Image really doesn't fit. Like, truly, I think the one that this feels like is a mentalist. Like an occultist. Like someone that does seances. This is actually a pretty good one for someone that does seances. Okay, let's move on, though. Oh, my God, dude. Why is this feature so long? If this feature doesn't need to be this long, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Before you make a roll, you can choose to roll a D100. If it's above a 50, you get advantage. If it's below 50, you get disadvantage. This negates anything else that may already be giving you disadvantage or advantage. You can make luck rolls. You have to call to say you can make these types of rolls a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per short rest. A spell such as Silvery Barbs can still make you re-roll the final die. There is no way to gain advantage on a luck roll, and no spell that make you re-roll them. This is I don't know how I feel about this. I do feel like this is pretty strong, actually, because if you're using it on, because you can always choose to use it if you have disadvantage, and then it just makes your disadvantage 50% not have disadvantage. You know? I would drop the silvery barbs thing. I don't really know what's going on here. Sorry, I was wondering when you'll be doing a questionnaire stream. I've been working on some monster homebrew and need help with scaling. I'm not really doing a questionnaire stream. I do call-in shows. I have a call-in show on Tuesday. Why not D4, D10, D20? Actually, that's a really good point. Why not a D4? And then what's going on down here? What are these other features? Pure luck. Luck rolls can also be used for luck outside of ability checks or to forgo all checks altogether. For example, before you open a treasure chest, you can perform a luck roll to determine the loot inside of it. Oh, I don't love this. Or if a group of enemies are tracking you, you can make a luck roll to see if they lost you. Rather than making a stealth roll, the DM can set the DC somewhere between 1 and 100 for you to get your desired outcome, or they can veto the roll altogether. What is this supposed... So is the point of this subclass that you can just roll a die instead of making ability checks? I don't really understand. Yeah, this is like a this is not a subclass. This is like a system of play. I'm very confused. If a luck die lands on a 100, it's called fortune, and this makes the roll an automatic success. If a luck die lands on a 1, it's a misfortune, makes an automatic fail. Free actions aren't things in D&D. I'm going to be honest, this is too much, man. This is too much. Yeah, this is just a wall of text. This is really hard to read. So here's what I'll say. Any class feature that has, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things you're kind of keeping track of, but also kind of is just a new system for engaging with the game, probably too much. I would not do this if I were you. I think I would, honestly, I would get rid of all of this and all of this. I would make your first level feature this, and I would basically say, you know, make it a D20 or whatever. It doesn't need to be a D100. Before you make a attack roll, and you have to say what it is. Before you make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can roll a D20. On an 11 or higher, you get advantage on the roll. On a 10 or lower, you have disadvantage on the roll, period. And then I would say you can use this feature a number of times per day equal to your, no, and then say this this circumvents or overseeds or whatever, not overseeds, but this whatever, this breaks or imposes. There's a word that I can't think of right now, but this is instead, this replaces if it already has advantage or disadvantage. And then I would just say you can do this a number of times per day equal to your proficiency bonus. Boom. This class just amounts to let me roll to have not affect me. Yeah, I don't know. It's just too much. Like, this is not, this is just too much. I would just get rid of most of this. Let me look at the 6th level. Starting at 6th level, any critical hit against you, excluding critical hits from fortune and misfortune, become regular hit. That's very strong. Both critical hits and critical misses against you will refill one of your lucky rolls. I would drop the refill your lucky rolls thing, and I would just make it so critical hits don't crit on you. Source Bomb, thank you for the 10. Oh my goodness, Sauce Bomb. Saucer Bomb, thank you, thank you, thank you. So kind and generous. I appreciate the support, I really do. It truly makes the difference between me being able to do this and not. I do try to do this for a living. I do make basically no money, but every day we work a little closer to glory. So I appreciate all the support you're willing to give. Thank you very much. Okay, let's look at this 6th level feature. Starting at 6th level, okay, we did that already. Additionally, when you roll a 7, you can re-roll and pick the higher number. If you rolled a 7 a second time, you must stick with that roll. That's kind of fun. So this should be a once-a-day feature, but I really... Okay, I feel like this should be like a once you use it, you can't use it again until your next long rest feature, but I do really like it, actually. I really like this feature a lot. Oh my gosh, Dylan is gifting 5 subs. Calm down. Dylan Peterson gifting 5. That is very kind. Very kind. Very kind. Very, very kind. Holy moly. Let me add you guys to my little list of thank yous. We got Dylan Peterson and Saucer Bomb. Okay. Congratulations. You guys are now in the credits of my video and all of my streams for the upcoming future until I change it, which usually is not a while. Thank you very much. That's very, very generous. Seriously, seriously. That is really, really, really generous. Okay. 10th level, plot armor. Starting at 10th level, you do not have to make death saving throws when you are downed by a creature a lower level than you, or if that creature has a CR level lower than half your character level. What does that mean? I think you mean starting at 10th level. If you have been dropped to 0 hit points by a creature that has a CR lower than your warlock. This is how you phrase this. If you're dropped to 0 hit points by a creature that has a CR lower than your warlock level, you do not have to make death saving throws. And they're not able to attack you while you're down. I would cut this out. I would drop this entirely. Drop that. Instead, you are automatically stabilized until you are injured by a higher level creature. I don't like that. If it's a situation where the enemy should keep attacking you, such as a horde of zombies, then you're saved by something coincidental, like you fall unconscious in a sinkhole that hides you or something else. In addition, you add your charisma modifier to the total number of luck rolls you have. Drop this. You keep saying you want this to be a class of like high risk, high reward. I don't see any risk. Do you guys see any risk? I'm not seeing any risk here. If you want this to be bigger risk, you need an opposite side of it. Yes, spread the word of me. You need an opposite side to this. Where's the risk? It could be if the creature is higher CR than you, you automatically fail your first death saving throw. Or you have disadvantage on death saving throws. I wouldn't automatically stabilize you. I'd give you advantage on death saving throws or disadvantage on death saving throws, depending on the CR of the monster. But you gotta, there just needs to be the other side of that. And I would just drop this last one. I don't know. Is that enough for 10th level? It's hard to say because this whole class feels kind of wonky to me, if I'm being honest. Let's look at 14th level. Normally the way that warlocks work, this is just the way that warlocks work if you're trying to build a warlock. Normally the way that warlocks work is at first level, you're going to get one pretty dang powerful feature or one powerful feature and one ribbon feature. That's usually warlocks. They get a couple things at level 1 that really oomph them in terms of like feeling like the warlock they're supposed to be. Then at 6th level, almost always they get some sort of defensive feature. Sometimes utility, usually defensive and action-oriented defensive. Not always, but that's usually. 10th level is one of the slight wildcard features. Usually if you got it sort of fills out what you didn't get the level beforehand. So if the 6th level was very defense focused, the 10th level will probably be a little bit more utility or offense focused. If the feature at 6th level was very utility, the 10th level will usually be a little bit more combat oriented and defense or combat oriented. So let's mix things around a little bit. And then the 14th level, basically every single one is like a once a day big wombo combo move, pretty much across the board. It's like a once a day you knock stuff up and it goes crazy. What's up, Nart? It's a good name. Nart. Nart, I like the little emoji thing that you put. I like the little guy. Okay, let's see what we get at 14th level. When doing a luck roll, any number that ends in a 7 is now a critical hit. The exception is 77, which is now second fortune's roll. If you roll a 77 and then a 7 or vice versa, the next 2 rolls are fortune rolls. Buddy, you need to just rewrite this mechanic. You need to rewrite this feature because I disagree with the fundamental. I just think this is so convoluted and tedious and like way more than it needs to be. Where do I go to submit as a member? The where you submit as a member is nowhere just yet. I will post it. So basically, if you're a member, then you get access to my member tab on my YouTube channel. And tomorrow morning, I will post links for the Thursday stream. So tomorrow morning, if you are on my Patreon, or if you are on my, if you're a member on YouTube or you're a patron, you will get either posted on the Patreon or posted on the YouTube member channel, me being like, hey, here's the submission form for this week, and I'll post it. And there's where you'll click it. So the only people that can see them are people that are members or people that are patrons. And the other thing is, like, the link will be up all week, so you don't need to post it at a certain time. And the Thursday streams work the same as these ones, where it's a big wheel and I spin it. So just because you post, the first person to post does not mean they're the first person to be viewed. So take your time with your piece, make sure it's ready to be looked at, and then send it over there. And the other thing about the Thursday night reviews, which is a little bit different, I'm going to be very honest. I almost always am harsher on Thursday night. I'm always a little bit more nitpicky because I am really trying to push you to make your piece the best it can be. And I am really trying to push you to think about your writing. That doesn't mean you need to agree with what I'm saying, and that doesn't mean you need to make any of the changes that I suggest. I just want to make it clear, because this is one thing, me looking at your piece and talking. It feels different when we're in the same conversation. People have this tendency to try to get defensive, and sometimes there's a little bit of like a combativeness to it, and I will shut that down aggressively in a way that doesn't always feel good if I feel like the people are being too defensive, because the goal of these writing workshops is not for you to prove to me that you wrote something good. The goal of these writing workshops is for me to share my experience reading your piece, and for you to decide what is worth taking away from that or not taking away from that. So the best thing to do when I'm reviewing your feedback and you're on stream, like if you're in the call with me, is to only talk if I ask you a question, and then when I'm done looking at the thing as a whole, we'll have sort of a back and forth about it. That's usually how it goes. But I will say, if you are the type of person that is going to get defensive if I start to really tear into your piece, I'm going to tell you to stop talking. But I'm not going to be mean about it, but it's still going to come off harshly if you're not used to that sort of writing workshop space, and I just want to make sure you're ready. So be ready. Have a piece that you're proud of to send me. I'm going to do my darndest to make it the best it can be, and I am going to tear it to shreds. That is not a question. It will get torn to shreds. It might not. They often do get torn to shreds, though. But that doesn't mean I don't love you. Everybody says they want harsh feedback until I give it, and then they don't know what to say and they feel awkward. So I accept that you do want harsh feedback. I just want to prepare you for the feeling of reminding yourself that, like, you don't need to agree with anything I say. You just need to understand the larger goal, which is, like, you don't need to prove to me that your homebrew is correct. If you disagree with me, you have nothing to prove. You can just be like, all right, I don't need to listen to that. But at the end of the day, that's how writing workshops work. It's like, the point, you arguing that your feedback, you arguing that something is not you arguing that some feedback is not good, or you arguing that the reasoning for some feedback is not good, will not help you grow your piece. It just won't. What will help you grow your piece is to say in your head, or to write down as you're taking notes, Cinder said this, I strongly disagree with it, and I don't think I need to worry about it. And then when you do your rewrite, you don't need to worry about it. But in the moment, if you get defensive, it's just going to put you on edge in a way that emotionally is not fun. And I don't want you to not have fun. So I hope that makes sense. Most of the ideology behind this comes from when I was doing creative writing stuff with college, and working with people that were really excited about writing, but were sort of new to having writing workshops. And when I did it for students, it had very strict rules of engagement. I'm a little bit more loosey-goosey with mine, because I'm also just trying to put on a show and be entertaining. So I'm a little bit more loud, I think, than I would be if I was in a classroom. But that's where it comes from. You don't need to unfollow, unlike, unsubscribe, block, or leave. You can just decide not to take the feedback and move on. Dude, there's a lot. Listen, Baba, where's Baba? Philip. Okay, Philip, can you? Okay, I see you. So Philip Mead is one of my mods. His name is Baba Ganoush also. They've been one of my followers forever. how many arguments have we gotten into? Like, how many times have we radically disagreed on an idea? A lot, right? Like, definitely more than 3. But I think the point of it is that you just know when you don't want to listen to me. And that's fine. Because I also think that we have a great deal of respect for each other at this point, too. But just because we disagree doesn't mean we don't need to have a conversation. I think one of the things that is very true in the creative writing space, and sometimes is not so true in the world, is that there is this feeling of like, fuck you if you don't agree with me. There's this feeling that like, if people are on the other side of a fence, they're the enemy. And in creative writing, that's not really the case because there is no other side of the fence. We're all working towards the same goal, even if we have radically different feelings about that goal. Which means that it is totally okay for us to have a fairly heated debate about things from time to time, or just really disagree, but we can also step back from it and just be like, it doesn't really matter. Because as much as I might disagree with Cinder about them thinking this thing, I also know that they like really want to help my writing be good. This is just a time where I don't think that their advice is apt for me. You know what I mean? Anyway, that was a bit of a rant. The power comes from the bigness of one's forehead. Dude, you know what? I haven't even done like a forehead cam. There we go. Yeah, and the only time that I really get into arguments with people where it's like true arguments, where I'm like, now this is heated and I'm not having fun, is when I argue with someone and it becomes like they start really getting like defensive, where they're just like, that's not good feedback. And I'm like, okay, well then don't listen to it. You don't need to think the feedback is good, but you know me. This is the fucking game we're playing. I am myself. Tradosio, gifting the sub. Let's fucking go, Tradosio. Oh, things with some connection. Are you new? Oh, this is the secret goal of my stream, friend, because the truth of the matter is becoming a good creative writer. Well, let me rephrase that. Becoming a good creative writer in a writing workshop space requires you to grow as a person in ways that have absolutely nothing to do with your skills at writing. Becoming a good writer, becoming a good artist, becoming somebody that can handle trying to grow and really wants to grow requires you to figure out how to handle yourself in a variety of circumstances. You have to figure out how to be okay with a lot of people looking at your work and judging it. That's hard. And you have to be good at watching a lot of people review your work, judge it in a way that might like hurt your feelings, but still remember that they have your best interest at heart. Here's the thing. If somebody is reading your homebrew, and this is true in the Discord too, because I have a very active homebrewing, like there's a whole peer review section in the Discord that is super extensive and it's very active. Please use it. Somebody might give you some feedback that you hate. You might hate it. It might be so bad. It might so misalign with what your goal is. But do you know what that person did? Do you know what that person did for you? They took genuine time out of their day. YouTube died and lagged out. Uh-oh. Am I still streaming? I hope so. I was in the middle of a rant. Okay, I'm still streaming. Okay. If even if you disagree very strongly with someone's feedback, what's happening is that is still a whole person in the world, totally separate from you. They don't know you personally. They are taking time out of their day to give attention to your art. So by that alone, there is a certain amount of respect that they are giving you, and there's a certain amount of respect that you should consider giving them. And if you can do that, if you can remember that even feedback that really doesn't help you is coming from a place of someone taking time out of their day that they don't need to pay attention to your art in a way that they don't need to, they're still doing good by you, I think. They're still giving you attention. They're still affirming you, you know? All right. Yes, still streaming. Would have paid money to see you realize you were you're ranting. Dude, I've ranted. If you think that would be, do you have any idea what I do when stream turns off? All I do is rant to myself. Okay. I don't even know if I finished reading this feature. I'm so sorry. I got a big rant. I do think that though, I disagree with this feature. I think that you got to think of a new. I would make like a big gamble move for your final move. Something like a once per day, you can roll a D20 or a D100 on a 50 or higher. You can do some crazy thing to a creature. On a something or lower, something crazy happens to you. Oh, that was a big old rant. That was a big old rant, wasn't it? Oof. You've seen hard criticism? Dude, I give them. I think my harshest I do genuinely think my harshest critique nights are my Thursday night streams. I was thinking about it after Thursday night, because Thursday night I was in a mood on Thursday night. I don't know why. Am I even on there? Ivory, did you post something for tonight? Did you use the link from... If you posted something in the link that's in the video, you're not on for tonight, you're on for next week. If you... I don't see Ivory, so I don't think you posted to the right one. If you posted in the link in the description, that's for next week. If you posted in the link in my Discord that I posted at some point last week, that was for this week. You're under a Throngler? I don't know what the fuck that means, but I appreciate it. Yeah, submissions are closed for the stream. Oh, Throngler? Yeah, you're here, man. Don't be blind, dingus. Come on now, baby. If that critique strongly disaligns with my own views, I'll discard it and move on. In the rare event that a person actually starts to bother me after my asking them to stop, I just block them. Yeah. The other thing that I'll say is that we have mods. In fact, I have 3 or 4 people that I'm planning on bringing onto the mod team that I have to reach out to that I forgot to this week. And I'm sorry. I will probably do it tomorrow or the next day. I apologize. But about 3 or 4 people applied to be a lot of 20 or so people applied to be mods, but about 3 or 4 we're going to be pulling onto the team. But if anyone's ever being an asshole or making you feel uncomfortable in my Discord, just DM a mod and say, hey man, this is happening. I need a little help. I'm not sure what I should do here. Or like, it seems like this person is kind of violating some of the rules. And that's what the mods are there for. And you ask them the mods. I tell them to ban people a lot. They don't do it as much as I tell them to, but I think that's okay. I think it's good for the mods to be more patient than I am, but I'm very impatient with people that are being assholes. I have no time for somebody being a scumbag, you know? Whoa, guys, you know what's kind of crazy? It is midnight. It is midnight, and we still have 70 people watching. What does that mean? Normally by this time of night, I'm down to like 30 people. Why do I have so many people tonight? Did you guys get sent from somewhere? Where did you guys find the stream? Why are there so many of you? Did you see like did my short start to get some views or like where I'm curious where it's coming from. Cuz I'm awesome? That's not an answer, but I appreciate it. The short? I thought the short was doing really bad. Now I'm curious here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, look how bad this short only has 500 views. That's really low for me. All right, well if it's working, it's working. I'm not going to complain. Trash Panda. Let's see what they got. Hey there, Block. I love the weird nicknames you guys come up with for me. I am here to make peace with you. Okay. The last time I was responsible for one of the monks you had to review. So I offer you this, a barbarian. Oh, I appreciate the peace offering. But one that is super supportive of its allies. Cool. So for folks that don't know, that are new, I do not like reviewing artificers that much, and I don't really like reviewing monks that much. And it's not because I don't like monks, it's because there's a tendency to send me monks, and over the past couple weeks, it's gotten to the extent where, like, I'll get, like, 6 monk subclasses that I look at, and it's just, I'm so fucking bored of them. And then the artificers, I just think it's really hard to write a good artificer, and I don't think anybody knows how to. People are really good at writing artificers that don't do what I think an artificer should do and take a long time to explain overly complicated mechanics. Yeah, every single one person makes a monk with the avatar state. Yeah, I do love barbarians. I love a lot of things. Barbarians are my favorite class to play. I don't know if they're my favorite class to write homebrew for. They're really fun to write homebrew for, but barbarians are my favorite class to play. I also really like, you know what? The weird thing, one of my favorite classes to both write and read homebrew for is the bard. I love bard homebrew. I do not like playing bards that much, but I love writing and reading bard homebrew. Okay, let's just look at this Path of the Scald. Path of the Scald. Did I post the link? I don't think so. Well, here it is again if I did. FYI, for your information, YouTube didn't recommend your last few shorts to you at all and has been nerfing all D&D shorts to you for the last week. No idea why, though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know how the algorithm works. I just have to try to have faith that it works, you know? We'll see. Fighters are also really fun to homebrew. Fighters, we don't see a lot of fighters because they're hard to homebrew. A lot of classes have, like, very... oh, yeah, if you hit the bell, you get notified whenever I do anything. But fighters are very open-ended. There's rules to a lot of subclasses, subclass mechanics. Not barbarians. Fighters have very few. Anyway, let's take a look at this. The Path of the Scald. You have spent your days training for battle, but also learning tales of heroes before. You are a Scald, telling tales of war and battle to inspire and aid your allies, as well as helping them vanquish their foes in glory. Your rages are a fiery passion, both for combat, but also your ability to tell stories and inspire. Interesting. Is Scald a word I should know? Where does that come from? It's a poet. Okay, cool. At 3rd level, you get Brutal Performer. At 3rd level, you're already a seasoned storyteller and musician, and you're used to wading into battle with your instrument. You gain proficiency in the performance skill in an instrument of your choice. You can use any instrument that you have proficiency with as an improvised weapon without damaging it, and you are treated as proficient in using that weapon. I really like this, but I want to encourage you to make it have a unique damage that is not normal improvised weapons, because a normal improvised weapon is just a D4, which is like, it's very disadvantageous to use, especially with a barbarian. So I would encourage you to play around with the dice mechanics of that. I have an idea. I want to see what the other 3rd level feature is first, though. Battle Cry. At 3rd level, your cheers when an ally strikes first blood inspires them. That's an awkward sentence. At 3rd level, when you cheer... at 3rd level, when an ally strikes blood, you cheer, and they are inspired. Something like that. Enhancing the blow. If an ally deals weapon damage in combat before any other creature deals any type of damage, that ally deals additional damage equal to your charisma modifier. Oh, buddy, that's so convoluted. Okay, so you're missing 2 really big parts, my friend. 1, we need a feature that ties into our rage. We don't have that. 2, this is overly complicated. So here's what you do. Here's how you do. Keep all this, okay? Keep all this. And then here's what you say. Something like this. Something like, while raging, attacks made with your instrument can add your charisma modifier in addition to your strength modifier in damage. Something like that. That would help balance out the fact that you're playing with a D4 instead of a D12, for example. You could also do it so when you're raging, your improvised weapon attacks made with your instrument become a D10 or become a D6. They get more powerful. Something like that could work also. Now, in terms of this, let's think about what you're actually trying to do here. So here's how you do this. At 3rd level, your cheers of glory. This is overly complicated sentence, so I would just say at 3rd level, your cheers of your battle cries empower your allies. Period. When an ally deals damage in combat with a weapon... Actually, here's how I would do it. I would just say, when an ally within a certain... I would say when an ally within 30 feet of you... When an ally within 30 feet of you that you can see deals damage with a weapon, you can use your reaction to deal additional damage equal to your charisma modifier. Period. And then you just make it so you can only do that feature like Constitution times per long rest. Something like that. That could work also. This could also be tied to rage. Like it could be once per rage you can do this. But there's a little bit... These are both interesting features. I actually don't think... And by the way, the thing that I just suggested for Battle Cry, if you do that, don't do the thing I suggested for Brutal Performer. They should be different feeling features. And that's essentially... I essentially made the same suggestion in two different directions. So you're going to want to pick one and then make one different in a different way. But I don't like the way this is worded. It's confusing and limited in use in a way that doesn't make sense to me. Call to Arms. At 6th level, when you rage, you become a living example of the tales of bloodlust you share around the campfire. Jesus, your sentences are so fucking long. Shorten this. At 6th level, when you rage, you become a living example of the tales of bloodlust. Period. Period. Or when you rage, you become a living inspiration of the tales of bloodlust. Period. While raging, allies within 30 feet apply your rage damage to their damage rolls. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Get rid of this. Make this here. Call to Arms should be your 3rd level battle cry feature. Done. Done. That's it. Done. Boom. Done. This goes here. And then, yeah, this goes here. Done. And then you come up with something new for 6th level. The 6th level feature should be a defensive or utility feature. But this is it. And then maybe 30 feet is too high. Maybe you make it 15 feet. I don't know. Play around with that. But that's the move. That's the move 100%. How do you send me homebrew? If you look in the link of this video, you can see a submission form for my next Sunday. I do this every Sunday. But if you want to send me more homebrew, or you want to have more of a likely chance of me reading your brew, because I get sent a lot, is you can become a member or a patron, and then you can also submit for my homebrew, for my Thursday night homebrew streams, where the wheel is usually smaller. But yeah. Link down there. You can also, if you join my Discord, you can see all the stuff. I do a lot of stuff. I'm streaming basically every day this week. So all my events and stuff are down in the Discord. Is there a notification if we're picked? Do you send messages or anything? The community is actually really good at adding people in the Discord if they get picked. I do not do that. And the only reason why that happens is because you wonderful community members put in a little bit of extra work sometimes and at people. I don't ask anyone to do this for me. It's just a thing that people have started to do. I'm incredibly grateful that they do, but it is not 100% guaranteed that you will be added in the Discord, but people do generally do that. Sometimes. It is weird. It's, you know what? It's sort of like, I don't like asking people to do stuff for me, especially if I'm not paying them. So I feel very lucky that I have a community of people that want to do that. So, for example, I'm going to just call someone out. We got a guy in Angel. I forget his full name, but Angel something in the Discord. Actually, I'll give him the full. I just sent him a DM. Angel something. I can't find him. But basically, he pretty exclusively will literally timestamp streams. He's a crazy man. He doesn't need to do it. But he's been doing it for a while. I sent him a DM the other day just to be like, yo, man, thank you so much. Because it's like kindness of the heart. It's a big deal. It's good stuff. Okay. Yeah, he's a crazy man. He's crazy in a different way than Crazy Moose. We have some crazies, and we really appreciate them, is the long and the short of it. At 6th level, you could gain more resistances while raging, and allies within 15 feet can gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. I wouldn't give all allies all of those resistances. I feel like that feels a little strong, but I agree with the idea. Like, you could gain resistance. I would maybe make it thunder here. Like, you gain resistance to thunder damage because it's, like, noise-related, and then maybe play around with ways you could extend stuff to players, but, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's Angel. Yeah. Angel, I was just saying that I appreciate you because you timestamp stuff and you don't have to. Because somebody was asking if they would get notified if their piece got picked, and I was like, listen, my community kind of just does it. I don't ask them to. They're crazy. And you're crazy, but in a way that I love. All right, let's keep going. Anyway, I appreciate you. You're a good guy. Thank you. Okay, Fury of the Fable. At 10th level, you know your knowledge of battles past can sometimes allow you to assist your allies mid-battle to help them defeat their enemies. Once per combat, when you make an attack and you deal damage, and you deal more damage. Wait, 1 second. And you deal more damage without resistances of vulnerabilities in the score of the attack roll. I would drop this part. Until the beginning of your next turn, all your allies gain advantage on weapon and unarmed strikes. This is a little too strong and convoluted. Let me just point something out to you. Let me just point out another barbarian feature that is similar to that. 10th level Zealot Barbarian. Once per long rest, you can use a bonus action to make 10 creatures get advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of your next turn. Once per long rest. This is once per combat. I don't know. I don't love this mechanic of the deal more damage than the score on the attack roll. I don't like that. And I feel like this should not be a once per combat. It's also just actually, I take it back. I think this should be a whole new feature here. This feels too similar to the Zealot Barbarian. Because there's different resources, there's different stuff, but at the end of the day, what does it do? It gives allies attacks. It gives allies advantage on their attacks. That's what the Zealot Barbarian feature does. I would just come up with something totally new here. And 10th level features can be weird. This is when you can give them features that kind of feel like spells or like a little bit out of the box features. So be more out of the box here. You know, maybe at 10th level. What about this? At 10th level, when you rage, pick a number of creatures you can see equal to your proficiency bonus or something, and they can each get one inspiration die, essentially a barbarian inspiration die that they can add to something. You know what I mean? Something like that. I don't know. Maybe not that exactly, but something that feels distinctly different than getting advantage for a round, which is basically the same thing. All right, let's look at 14th level. Call to War. At 14th level, your inspiration in battle now allows you to help your allies stand tall and fight longer. When you enter your rage, a number of allies within 30 feet of you, up to your charisma modifier, gain temporary hit points equal to your level plus your charisma modifier. This also feels like another class feature I've seen before. Additionally, while raging, allies within 30 feet of you have resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage. This benefit stacks with the conferred call to arms. I would go in a different direction. Beasts get something like this. So Beast at 14th level, they basically... They give creatures temporary hit points. Or you get temporary hit points. And they deal extra damage. Or something. I don't know. Go look at the Beast Barbarian 14th level feature and make this different. I disagree with this in its moment. It's a feat? Yeah, it should be Barbarian level. That's a good point. But even still, I don't feel like temporary hit points is the move here. You could do something to do with they share your resistances when you rage, but I still don't know if I would do all of it. I would probably make it so it's like maybe you could pick something. I don't know. I would change this if I were you. I think that there's other ways to invoke the call to war than temporary hit points and shared damage resistance. I feel like there's more flexibility. There's more potential for like evocative stuff here. Like, you know, like maybe like everyone gets an extra attack on the first round of combat or something. I mean, you don't even need to go in that direction exactly. Like you could, I don't know. I do like going in that direction, but there's a lot of ways you could do it. It feels a lot like a lot of stats on top of each other. I'd like to see something a little bit more unique. Yeah, I kind of agree. There's a lot of I mean, we want a subclass to grow into itself. We want some of these features to like sort of tie together, but we want to make sure that they do it in a way that gives a diversity of stuff. I do think overall it's a fun idea. There's just a couple things I think you need to work on. Also, I wouldn't have so many of these be like you got a lot of 30-foot radius features. I wouldn't do so many. I would change it up. Yeah, those are my thoughts on that. I don't really have a great deal of other ones. Yeah. Guys. One second. Here's the wheel. All right. Let's... Friends, the time has come. It is time to start to say goodnight. I know. We did not get to everyone on the wheel. We never do, but we got through a bunch. So, before anything, can I just get a big final round of applause for everyone who submitted tonight, whether or not you had a piece looked at? You are a champion. Thank you so much for submitting. If your piece did not get looked at tonight, you are more than welcome to resubmit it in future submissions. More than welcome to. Listen, guys, y'all know me. My name is Cinder. I really appreciate you guys. It's crazy how our stream is slowly but surely growing. I will be back on Tuesday night, and on Tuesday night, I'm having a call-in show. So from 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 7 p.m., actually more likely 5 p.m. to probably like 9 p.m., I'm going to be interviewing a really cool creator named Oh Hey It's Gina, and then she and I will be doing a call-in show. So it won't be homebrew specific, but all of you can call in onto the show, ask questions, talk about your games, and we'll give you advice, feedback, etc. And we'll just talk through it. It's really fun. I really like the call-in shows. They have a very different vibe than the critique shows because they are much more gentle, I think. They're much more, because we're just talking, but they are a lot of fun. Anyway, listen, you guys are absolutely the best. Have a great night. Don't forget to feed your pets and be good to each other. Wait, don't leave just yet. Don't leave just yet. Okay, I'm almost ready. Now I'm ready. Anyway, don't forget to feed your pets and be good to each other. And I love you. And have a good night. And join me in things. Join my Discord. Or whatever. All right. Good night, guys. Be good.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.